Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Another day and some more Counter-Strike. We got you covered here at the Blast Showdown Fall 2024. We're heading into the semi-finals today, Maui Snake, and we're getting dangerously close to find out who are the 2 teams qualifying into the Fall Finals. Don't know about you, it was a long night yesterday, got some good night's sleep, and I would assume you've done the same?
Yeah, you can assume correctly, Pimp. I'm ready for a brand new day of CS, and I think things may go a little smoother today. At least that's my assumption, but I'm just crossing my fingers right now.
Yeah, because yesterday we did have some wild games. I mean, the first one, Cloud9, surprisingly losing 2-0 to paiN. That was pretty smoothless, you know, no issues. And then we had to wait around for a little bit before Big could take down Gamer Legion 2-1. And then the late game of the day, you know, OG versus Amkel, the fact that we even got into a third map to me was a little bit surprising. So I don't know about you, Mario, but do you think we're done with all these weird-ass surprises?
I feel like at this point now, all of the teams are of a high enough quality that nothing would really be a surprise. Sure, there's slight favorites, but we're at that point in the competition where everything is just competitive.
There we go. Well, speaking of quality, we got the traded play of the day. So we got the results ready for you guys to see who actually won out the traded play of the day from yesterday. And we're starting off with a little bit of Andu.
Yes, Andu here in third. Nice ace he got against Gamer Legion. He was actually really popping off. Definitely a player that you got to be on the lookout for, and his future with this GL lineup.
Yeah, it was a close call. CEST coming in on a second place with 38% of the votes, only 4% less than the winner. It's a nice clutch coming in from Mr. CEST. And as you said yesterday, Maui Snake, it's good to see CEST back, you know, winning the big jersey, playing at a high level, and he was clutching it out versus Gamer Legion twice actually on Nuke. This was the first one.
And we've got Big Boom. He always brings a smile to my face. Even though his team lost, this was a moment that he can take with him. A nice ace on the bomb site A defense. So clean with the M4A4, making it look real good. Needed the extra bullets and all, but man, Boomich, when I just watch him, like, I just get so happy. I don't know what it is. Is that just me?
Yeah, it's good to see Big Boom still playing well on the server. Unfortunately, his team couldn't get the W yesterday, but I'm sure we'll see more of Cloud9 in the future. We also had the GGBet predictions from yesterday, and I think someone was happy, someone was less happy. I think James Banks had a pretty good day at the office, you know, nailing every single one of them. You and I, Maui, we believed in Cloud9. We probably shouldn't have done that. Jackie, for some reason, thought to speak sense yesterday. I'm not sure why he went with Gamer Legion, but that is what it is. But it's shaping up to be a pretty close race, especially when you're considering the steals that are coming in. And I'm curious to see
what
if Jackie. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, James and Jackie. Yeah. Okay.
They gotta pick on the desk, don't they? Huh?
I don't know what it is, man.
What's that about?
I don't know. If Jackie wouldn't have stolen anything from me, I would have been in the lead. But for some reason, he fears me a lot, and I guess James fears you as well, Maui. But yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I would if I were you, I would never promote Jackie's deadlock stuff, I guess, you know. I know Jackie's working a little bit with Reflex, so I'll make sure that's never going to be the case ever again. So, okay. You know, we'll figure that out, Jackie. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We also have the schedule for the day coming in so you can see what's at cards. We had some quality Counter-Strike, as Maui said, Complexity taking on Falcons to start off the day, FaZe paiN later, and then we're finishing off the night with big Virtus.pro. We do have predictions for today's games as well, the GGBet predictions, and I'm curious to see if anyone are going out of their way to make something weird. We're a little bit split down the line between VP and Big, and I think that makes sense. And then paiN FaZe. Yeah. Jackie's still going with the underdog here, picking paiN over FaZe. I mean, Scrawny's watched a lot of paiN lately, and I can understand how you get wrapped up in all of that, but you know, I obviously had to go with Big Clan. I'm a big fan. You're a big fan.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Jackie's getting a little bit lucky with those steals. At least he's stolen 2 points from me, so maybe they'll continue. We'll see. However, we got the first game, and I don't know about you, Mario, but I think we should dive straight into it. You got Falcons taking on Complexity in one of the semifinals. And for my money, that's on paper as close as we get to a 50-50 matchup here at the Showdown. I feel for Falcons, it's a team that at Cologne, you know, they played slightly better than the results may suggest, in a sense that they were very competitive in all their games. They did end up winning a couple of their games, but it feels like whenever they play, it's always close regardless of the opposition.
Right. I feel like Falcons are still in a position where the budget, the name value doesn't quite match the results, but if you kind of just stripped it away and you're like, oh, this is I think the expectations is really what leads people astray with this team. They're all right. Like, they're really just okay. I feel like everybody thought that they would be world beaters. And when you look at the team, I feel like the thing is you have all of these pieces where nobody is really that transcendent superstar. You're not getting, none of the players on the team are like a top 5 player in the world, top 10 player in the world. And so they're trying to become greater than the sum of their parts. And that's where it's been difficult, because sometimes even their teamwork can let them down too.
Yeah, that's been the case. It feels like none of them are really stepping up to the occasion as much as you'd like to. I'd even argue that the man we had James Banks speaking to coming into the game today, Dupree, is one of those few players who's actually stepped it up within the Falcons. So let's see what he had to say coming into the game.
I want to look back at your game against MAT here at the Showdown as well, because their pick of Ancient, you had a very confident set of rounds on that. I think it was like 90 rounds you managed in the end, was very successful. Then the Dust 2, which has become quite a good pick for you guys, got a little bit too close. So what did you guys make of that game? Why was it able to go into that overtime on a close match on Dust 2?
I'm not sure, actually. I think overall, I think we just got a little bit maybe too comfortable knowing that, okay, this is our map pick, and we had already won theirs, and then we just knew that we can just grind it out. But eventually, we just came to a conclusion that we maybe took a little bit too comfortable. And you know, they also had some good ideas and some great rounds, and they just all of a sudden started to play better. And you know, that is what it is with Counter-Strike, and then also with the situation how the game is right now with the MR13 and everything like it. You don't have that many mistakes. Like, you can only make a certain amount of mistakes, and then all of a sudden the team is back playing hard against you. So I think it just came down to that, and then obviously we knew that we went to overtime. There was a big chance that we could actually, you know, make it. So I mean, it wasn't a big issue.
Yeah, you still got the win, and that's the main thing. Now today you've got a rematch here against Complexity from the Jean finals. How much do you think you guys have improved since then coming into this season? Because we've seen some positive results. I've seen some results that I'm sure you guys are not so happy with. Do you think there is a difference here in Falcons in order to turn this around and still get the win?
Of course there is. I mean, we're working our asses off to try and get things to the level and the competitive that we really want to be at. And of course, maybe it's a slow progress, but I still think we're making progress. And maybe it's not always showing, but at least that's what we feel ourselves. Of course, it still needs to have more time, but in general, I think that we're not where we want to be, of course. But you know, that's part of the deal right now, and that is what it is. Sometimes in Counter-Strike, you are not performing and you're not playing just the way you want. But I mean, we know that we can play good whenever we show up, and we've done that multiple times. So I think against the game against Complexity today, of course, we want some revenge from losing the grand final in Jönköping, but we'll see how things go. So I think we just want to focus on playing one game at a time, and then we'll see where we go.
And in terms of playing one game at a time, do you feel like if you get this win against Complexity, that you've got a really good chance of taking one of those full final spots when you look at the teams that you could potentially face and everything like that? Because it feels like you guys are one of the favorites, whoever wins this series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that... I think it's hard to like claim who is considered the favorite. Maybe the only favorite that I maybe see is maybe FaZe Clan on the other bracket, but I think in this bracket side, I think anything can happen, and I'm pretty sure that we have a good chance of making, but we also have a chance of not making. So right now, I'm just gonna focus on the game I have ahead of me, and then I'll see what happens if we go to the grand final.
It's a very honest dupreeh in this interview, and I like that. You know, we are looking at a Falcons who have a great opportunity, Maui, to perhaps still write a positive around this season. And I think the showdown right here, regardless of for some teams, it may not be the most important thing. For a team like the Falcons, where they're not guaranteed to make waves a big tournament, I think for them to make it to the fall finals, being it's on Danish home soil as well with dupreeh, Magix, and the boys out there, it must be important, right?
Right. And so they're definitely going to have to work on a couple things. That's what they've been talking about for a while. And I feel like one thing they have to focus on the most has to be their CT sides. When we look at this roster, it's pretty clear that their T sides, sure, they're not world beaters on it necessarily with 47%, but if you went through a whole tournament with 47% T side round win, you could still do pretty well. It's just that these CT sides have been disastrous. 43.5% round win percentage on the CT side, and they're playing maps like Nuke. Like, you should actually have better CT sides. They just actually lost from a 10-6 lead on Nuke on the CT side to 9Z in Bet Boom earlier today, and I just feel like when I watch Falcons, sure, in the very beginning of some of their series, they'll have maybe one play they like to run, one aggressive stance, usually on a bonus round, but usually as the round or the half drags out, they just kind of settle into defaults too frequently, and I always feel like when they're playing, it feels like they're playing catch up to whatever it is that the T's are doing, as opposed to being the more proactive team.
That's true. They do have an opponent today as well, which is in the form of Complexity, a team that I think, as we labeled them yesterday, has stagnated a little bit when you look at the past 6 months. But however, the season started for them in a very rough way. You know, they couldn't get anything done at the Esports World Cup. They were horrible in the group stage in Copenhagen, and then at Cologne it was much better. So, do you see the same tendency I see, that Complexity are getting back to their, I guess, stagnated level and not worse off, or what are we looking at right now with these guys?
feel like it might be fair to say that about the team as a whole, given the results. But one guy I actually think that has been improving very recently has actually been Floppy. I feel like Floppy actually has started to call his own number a little bit more. There was a very long stretch in CS2, I want to say about 6 months, where Floppy was a very disappointing player. You can look right here, January 1st to July 23rd, 0.96 rating. And sure, he plays bad roles, but that's simply too low. That's simply not acceptable for a team that really wants to have deeper aspirations. But in the last month, he's at a 1.07 rating, and that is a huge increase as opposed to what he's been doing prior to that. And that's because they're actually starting to set him up a little bit more. You can't just leave your anchor on one side of the map. Don't give him any resources. Don't ever flash for him. Don't ever make an aggressive play with him. And now finally, instead of him just being a turret on that map, because that's the problem with Floppy, he's not going to ask for help unless they force him to get the help. And I feel like now Complexity are running a couple of plays per half on the CT side, which get him activated, allow him to build some confidence, and that's translating into the mid-late rounds.
It is translating, and it is probably part of the reason why Complexity have started to do decently well again. We have the GGBet live odds on your screen right now to showcase, as we're speaking about, that it is a relatively close game with Complexity being the favorite. So I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to be the case, as we are soon ready with the first map between Falcons and Complexity, but not before we jump on a quick break.
Good afternoon, Counter-Strike fans. Welcome back for another day of the Blast Showdown. And we are in for an absolute treat. This is like a Christmas list, Vince, and our names are on it twice because we get two banging BO3s back to back. But we'll start off here, a present of a game. Complexity taking on Falcons in a best of 3 quarter-final, Vince.
I feel incredibly lucky, Jackie. I think we've got a lot of fantastic games over the duration of this event, and today promises much more of the same. Complexity coming in, looking sharp. Falcons a little bit more up and down, and as Maui mentioned, they did lose to 9Z earlier today with a very early 9 o'clock start in their previous best of 3. So we'll see if they've been able to shake that one off and can get straight back into this.
It's kind of brutal sometimes, mate. Those early starts going straight into a bit of a down period before another official, especially with this one having so much pressure on it as well, being a pretty deep game into the showdown. Yeah, it's going to get to you. Shout out to the desk, of course, as well, the Pimp Snake. I've got to keep stealing from you, Pimp, because I'm terrified, you know what I mean? I see the way you think about the game, the way he analyzes Vince. He's too smart for his own good. So I'm just trying to bring him down a level, you know what I mean? I've got to get in there, underhanded maneuvers, steal away those points. That's what he gets. It'll teach him a lesson.
Balance in all things, you know, we can't let him get too far away from the rest of us.
He's too powerful, bud. Exactly, he's too powerful. I've got to take his knees out, teach him a lesson.
Who did you go for today? I can't remember. Did you go for paiN
doubled
over
up
FaZe?
Yeah, doubled up again, bro. paiN all the way.
I don't think that's such a crazy pick, though, honestly. Like, paiN looked really good in their previous game. Like, FaZe, yeah, sure, they smashed Rare Atom, but they still struggled a little bit at times. I don't think that's a horrible pick. I went for FaZe because I think they just slightly edged that one out, but yeah, I don't think paiN's a crazy call at all.
No, mate, I think it's possible, but we'll see. We'll save that one for later. For now, we'll strap in. Put your seatbelts on, everyone. If you're sat in your chairs at home, your sofa, you better find a way to attach one, because this series could blow you out of your seat. Complexity taking on Falcons here on Nuke to start us off. T-side debut for the Falcons. What are the wings looking like, Vince? That's what I'm curious about. Are they going to come out flapping those bad boys, or are they going to get clipped instantly?
Well, JT's in the prime position to don some paiN. 2 Julies as well, and JT got both of them, by the way, so he's just frapping some firepower to his teammates. The Liege gets overrun. Too many T's up in his face, and holds up now on the off angle. Oh, triple jump, and it's Sun Pius that nails the headshot.
Oh, the Julies might not matter, but dueling is what Floppy's doing. Up close with a USP. Snipes down onto 2. You said there were too many T's. Well, not anymore. We need some more CTs in here, Vince, because they're bringing the pain. 56 seconds on the clock. Flank round the back with the Julies in the hands of Grim. Unloads onto the head. Quick flick from Magisk. Oh, we might actually pick this one up as well. Dinks down onto JT. 17 HP, Vince, and he's got the bomb. He can make a maneuver round towards upper and peace out on this one.
Yeah, this is where JT, being selfless, actually can come back and strike them. They can haunt, because he dropped 2 Julies, no Kevlar afforded, so any bullet on his person now, and he's a goner. But Magisk decides to push outside instead. Oh, he's going to go straight to the site here, but JT has no kit, no idea as to where the last pesky T is currently residing. He's about to get flanked. Magisk not giving this one up, slowly creeping his way up the ladder. How JT wishes he had a kit at this point, and it's gonna be the landing stock. No clipped wings today, just a post plant into success, and Madden with a smile on his face.
Yeah, Madden loved it, mate. Happy with that one. Damn, dude, it's a bit of a rough round, right? Floppy tried as hard as he could. It was this 2K, the pickup from the ramp. You thought that was the win condition in the round for them, really, that was going to bring it back. Like you said, though, bro, you know, the investment into the double Julies is becoming more and more meta. It has been for a while. And if you're damn good with them, they can pay off. But problem is, right, you have to make concessions elsewhere. No armor or no kit. So time in the late round went against him. And they lose that pistol. So complexity on the back foot early. Falcons got a lot of space to work with as well. Mac 10 straight down secret. Elige blocked off and bypassed with the smokes restricting his vision.
And the disappointing thing on complexity is that they were in good positions to strike as well. Speaking of which, Elige is putting himself in one right now as he goes for that flank. Sneaking and creeping around the back. And they have absolutely no idea. Up close is where the MP9 is going to shine. They could clump up. This could be a field day for Elige. He's going to wait for that opportune moment. But although he only gets one, it's a lobby crunch from 3 separate angles. And complexity bounce right back.
All right, kind of sick, actually. Here we go. Straight back into the action. You saw the golf clap last time around. And Snappy was celebrating. No golf claps this time, Vince. There you go. This is actually quite nice as well. We get a little bit of the pop-up. You can see the in-game chat. All right. Oh, mate, that's hilarious. You can ban the snap tap, but you can still have some funny chat. The Wu-Ting profiles being traded. And the gameplay commencing. So Madden down early. Obviously, with the weaponry you've got here, it may be something a bit more shock and awe, try and get the weapons out of their hands, but Elige, the big man flanking maneuvers, Vince, going for it again with the backstab round through lobby, and the nade is so meaty. Oh, it's chunky like an overfed cat. Really quite large, and this play could be even bigger. 3 frags to collect for Elige. Oh, nearly gets away with murder, but they tidy up at least. Hauzerk should be able to connect onto the last man, shut down some paiN. So say should being the operative word there, as he turns on Tim with a tech, Vince. Now this is a little bit more worrying, actually. He's down towards the B bomb site. You're thinking this one's an easy walk in the park. Could be a windy day for Complexity. 2 versus 1, some paiN looking to make some money and maybe make a play.
He tries to fake the bomb out, but that's allowed him to bridge the gap, tighten the noose. How audacious is that, by the way? Elige has done the exact same play 2 rounds in a row with the MP9 into the lobby crunch, and that time just with the A1S, pushed all the way around outside, snuck round the back, and had the same level of impact. Here he is again. He's living in the head rent-free right now. The Falcons are constantly going to be looking over their shoulder for the boogeyman. And let's be honest, often that is the case with Complexity. Is Elige you have to be careful about.
He's nasty, isn't he? Nasty on the server. Takes no prisoners. This Complexity team feels like they can really hit with a wallop when they warm up into these games. And like we were saying earlier as well, like for Falcons, mate, it's been a long day already. And you're just being thrown into the blender, Vince. The Elige branded blender. It's got steel tips.
Oh, Elige woke up today and chose violence, mate. He's having none of it. 3 rounds in a row, pushing round the back. And this time, they even tried to stand there and wait for him. But he knew they were on an eco, so that MP9 is able to print some cash. And after losing the pistol, Complexity find themselves 3-1 in the lead, just really trying to enforce their will against Falcons. This is a problem a lot of CT sides have, though. They are so passive, playing in such orthodox positions and not really being willing to push the initiative, that they just become stale. They become very easy to read. So it's good that Complexity is starting a half out like this.
Oh, okay. He's gone for it a few too many times on a flank. So this time he switches it up with a ramp rush, but Magisk, clean connections. He's low, 19 HP, but the 2K was sublime. Let's see where it goes from here then. Looks like bombs down up towards Silo, so in a bit of no man's land. Madam's on the rat bag. Ah, that's where it is, down on the ground at least. I mean, potentially recoverable towards Squeaky. Just depends on Madden's flank in the late round. I mean, you're not going to find too much. It's going to take him a lot of time as well in terms of clearing all the angles to get round. And then he's got to play off the back of Magisk. Minute on the clock. Utility-wise, Vince, it's only the one Incendiary in the back pocket. Not even a Molotov. So 3 seconds of potential aerial denial for Falcons. And Grim, if it's like what we saw earlier in the showdown, he's been looking pretty crisp with the taps. See if he can clean up on this.
He's gonna get mollied out, but be careful what you wish for. Takes down Magisk, who was pretty low. And now Madden sprayed through, nearly got it done out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, and nearly closed both sets. Jeez, that's gonna be frustrating, but Complexity missing out on a complete misstep, a 1v3 in the end, and they nearly let it slip.
Man, yeah, that's rough, bro. That was actually really clean, Vince. I like the way they played that on the response. This was the first TK that we saw from Magisk as well to open things up towards ramp. Yeah, all right. God, scary rounds, really, aren't they? As much as Complexity are taking them. There's moments where everything gets a little bit scary. Back down to the Tech9 paiN train. You got to run through the fire and the flames to get out towards Hut though, and they are being cooked. Grim, he's in the back garden, summertime barbecue, and he wants Falcons well done.
Oof, Grim. Straight up 1v1 against the P250 comes out. Worse for wear. But fortunately, the rest of his teammates can close the door. I love how aggressive and how rapid these rounds have been, Jackie. Both teams just running at each other, head first into war. 5-1 the score for Complexity, 5 on the bounce. They're now on fire. Down to Falcons to see how they're going to come back into this. Max round loss bonus is theirs. Still early days.
Yeah, it feels like we're just getting into it. Some weird rounds already. Elige getting away with some crazy shenanigans on the flanks, some near misses on the clutches. Couple cheeky moments. 7th is live though, minute and 30 on the clock. Push back towards outside this time for Falcons. Their natural habitat. JT looking for the peak over the top of main roof, and you've got the assist from Floppy as well. Floppy's been looking pretty good. He's going to be tested though, Vince. The magnitude of them walking towards him. Quick 1-for-1 trade up from the stairs, hits the head onto Sun Pius, but Madden replies. Fadeaway spray from JT gets a bit of chip damage off. Madden's got the angle. He should win that fight, but he doesn't. Goes down. Snappy replies inside an event, and we've got a 3v3.
That should have been a clean win as well, but May just catches Grim on the rotation. And additionally, by the way, Grim did 80 health in damage to Snappy afterwards. Tons and tons of impact, but the Falcons still maintain the advantage. Every opportunity to win from this point. HE gonna tap down Snappy to a 5 HP margin. He's the only player now, Magisk, that is healthy on the board, nails the headshot. Another player that's really stepped up his individual performances as of late is Magisk. And Holzer caught from the side from Dupree. So death from 1,000 angles, and finally Falcons, for the first time in 5 rounds, have tasted success.
Limited success though, bro. That's going to be the rough part, right? Is it took you so much to get back in. Rounds are great. You can need more than this. This has to be the start of a better half for them overall, not just one flash in the pan. You finally break the streak off the back of taking the pistol. Since then, it has been a slippery slope. Outside push early. Elige has been switching it up, relatively dynamic. Outside of the 2 pushes we saw towards outside, every time it's been a slightly different angle, playing up close. This time behind the box towards the T-Red. Just the one player, though, looking to counter him. He's got into a good off angle as well. Madden will find it, so Elige down. Floppy, paranoid now about potentially pressure being put on Secret, but he's got to defend the ramp, and that's a beautiful tap. Lovely swing, and even falls back further. Halzerk assisting as well.
Hit and run, huge. Oh, and he's landed the headshot as well on Snappy. Here comes the cavalry, the backup in the form of Grim. Floppy take a bow, perfectly holding ramp, falling back. And although Elige died for free outside, it didn't end up mattering. So it's a one and done for Falcons. They're going to try and pick up the pieces again. It's really good to see Floppy having these kinds of impacts, man, because it feels like not that long ago he was touted, he was hyped as one of the best NA talent out there. As they highlighted on the desk, he's not had a fantastic year going into CS2, but he's starting to pick it up again and kind of start to reach those heights that we expect from him.
No, it's really nice, dude. Like the shot round ramp side where he took the little fight. Such a short window of actually being able to hit that one. Falls back, keeps it going as well, softens them up. Nice round. Brutal stuff as well. I did like, by the way, how TC's using the standing desk today. And it kind of looked like, you know, when you're in airports or train stations and you got like the guy that'd be sat behind the info desk, sort of standing up and peering over the monitors. It reminds me of that, you know, it's like Elige is looking back. He's like, excuse me, where is the pharmacy? Just take a left. It's around the corner.
It's kind of the coach's job to some extent, right? Like, excuse me, where's the win, coach?
you just go down the road and then take a right-hand turn, you'll find the win at the end. Oh, thank you.
It's not been required too much so far, Jackie. I think it's safe to say Complexity looking good. Oh, that flick from Holzerk. Dupree sent cartwheeled off the top of the vents. Hell of a shot from the Norwegian, and he's got another where that came from. Elise through the smoke as well, and Team Falcons are being dismantled.
Oh, mate, they are playing with their food, Vince. This is brutal to watch. One by one, they walk into the big Halzerk. He smites them down heavy. Hit him with the scope and leaving him broke, and Magisk's the only one that remains. A minute of uncomfortable time left on the clock, with a Galil and a flashbang being the only two pieces he has to work with. And no fights are going to come for free here. He was ready for it on the swing. Really clean on the follow-up, actually. Takes down Halzerk. How much more have you got for us, Magisk? He's been looking pretty crisp in the game. It's only been him, though, that's been hitting some corkers. And now Orn is lonesome with 30 seconds. Can he make it messy? Close range engagement doesn't overextend and peek into too many angles at once. Grabs the AK fully loaded clip, but he's the one that gets spent by Floppy.
Exquisite round from Holzerk, though. That first flick, just seeing a couple of pixels. They're taking the head clean off and then following it up with a second shot as well. This is the shot, though. That's not easy to do. It really isn't. He made it look easy, and then the flick again. The grenade coming in with the assist. And he even got a third. Beautiful. A player that comes up under a little bit of scrutiny and maybe lacking consistency, but when he's landing those kind of heights, he's a terrifying prospect to go up against.
On it today. Halzerk absolutely bonneting them every time they peek into him. Just the one man, though. No room for the trade. They don't look to overwhelm the AWPer. And they're posturing off from deep round towards ramp, going back to lobby. Best case scenario, you go for the upper hit. Hope you get the bomb down, make some money out of this one. Set yourself up a little bit, maybe to bleed a couple more rounds out of it, Vince. But you look at the grand scheme of things, you need at least 4, surely. Something on the board to give you a starting point in the next half. And it's not looking good right now. 7-2. Minute on the clock, re-smoke goes up, but they've already walked out. Going in through Squeaky, Floppy, up top angle, but Grim's doing all the work down below and makes it look easy. No shenanigans here for Falcons.
Ooh, Grim, a 4K. Another player that's been stepping his level up. Lovely. Yes, against an eco, but still, you can only kill what's up against you, and he did that in style. There's flashes being tossed in, Molly smokes the whole 9 yards, and he still stands his ground and delivers with a lovely 4K there. Dupree, not happy. When you're 8-2 behind on the T half of Nuke, understandably so.
Soul crushing half of them, really, isn't it? You know, bro? Like, you get that pistol, you're thinking, all right, yeah, this is going to be sick. Good start to the day. We can recover off the back of the rough opening game we had outside of Blast, but yeah, anything but a blast for them here in the showdown. Having the fun sucked out of it for Falcons. Ooh, hello. Snappy on the move in through main, though. He's seen the barrel. Cleaves through the corner. Rips the head off of Elige. It goes both ways, though, Vince. JT now knows about their angles. Tries to make the moves, but Snappy shuts him down. 5 versus 2. One of the few rounds we've seen Falcons look so dominant.
Goes out, though. Can't let them back in. Madden down to 18, but still able to muster up the strength for the KO. Tons of cash. And there is only one more round after this, so Holzerk could very well feel compelled to go in. Could be a case of trying to hold off the AWP from trading hands, though. Not sure if some players would even want to elect for it on the T side of Nuke, how things have been going. But it does mean that Falcons will get bare minimum of 3 on this half. The issue comes in, and it has been discussed, that their CT stats on Nuke, not great. Their CT side on most maps, not fantastic. And that is the side they're going to be traversing into.
Oh, here we go. Snappy nose. And he takes the nose off of Alcel. All right. So no AWP safe. Not really the end of the world, though, for Complexion. At least for Falcons, it's a round. Elijah with motive. You see how he's feeling about the game. And said in the past, obviously, he prefers to just get it out rather than hold it in, as it feels like that affects his game more. So you always see him erupt if something happens. But overall, Vibe looks pretty calm. TC seems happy. And you would be, Vince. You're leading pretty largely. Still have money to work with as well going into the last round. So it's not as if losing that AWP for Hauser is a costly deficit. paiN will don the scope on the T side. We get to see a little bit of it here. Ooh, head-to-head on the AWP. Both of them firing out the warning shots. It's a quick drop down for Hauser. Breaks his knees. But can he recover in a round? Dupree trying to bait as well with a jump up.
Smart play, but he's all alone. He needed that overwatch to be provided from paiN, who was going down secret, missed his chance, peeks back out again, and Halzer's having that all day, every day. Oh, Falcons reading off different scripts right now. And Grim, unfortunate timing, but still does damage to Snappy. And considering it's a 2-on-4, I don't think his life is going to be in vain. JT with a spray, looking good for Complexity to secure a 9-3 half here. And a very flat T side here, Jack.
They might be called Complexity, but it's simple to say they are dominating against Falcons here on Nuke in the first half. The Snappy's down. Complexity will pick that one up and look to steamroll through the first map.
What even happens here? Bro, find a timing. Oh my god, not the knife.
What? No! All jabby, no stabby.
Yeah, you hit the right couple of shots, then maybe it can work out. Shush is the lead at the start of the round here. And it's a 4 versus 5 very quickly. Tessus would love to pick up that deagle.
Oh.
All right.
What's just happened there? I looked away for a second and he's fallen off the map.
You just wanted that sense of freedom, I guess.
You don't see those too often. Now, we saw Nuts yesterday with the AWP quite a lot. I feel like he's going to...
He was flashed.
Okay. That's wild. Up against the MAC-10s, the Galils. Horzak had this kill. As again, Horzak, he always has his moments like fall back, take the advantage, but he always has to have one more peak. And we will see a very disappointing round.
Just Kino content right here, Henry.
That's peak.
He just has to be aware of the risk that he's taking, right? He might want to go and try to peek connector and sit behind triple, maybe 1 second away from that. And feeling comfortable. Yeah, what? Oh my god, it's all 7 deaths.
Yeah.
I just bought glasses and I feel like I have an astigmatism again.
Bit trying to keep this one fast. Is anybody watching? Looks like they're busy. Hands on the nades, chucking it into the exec, and Naf backs up into Bit. Oh no! As he gets killed,
He was
the
a
nade
landmine.
falls. Martyrdom.
Really unfortunate there for Nafly holding an HE out at the exact same time that Bit comes to the bottom of Banana. But, you know, even with that kill, just a kill alone.
My brothers, I'm sorry.
That's tough. Not big. We're just as aggressive and kept up on the aim front.
Production went scrawny and launders. Production went...
Okay. That's what he said. Make a meme. I guess that's what we get.
Oh, wow. Now, can you replay that?
Grayscale backwards.
Give me some sad music. It's past Henry and Anders' bedtime. UMac getting into position.
MP9 watching him.
Surely Naf can't win that one, but I mean, his SMGs have been crazy lately.
Oh, the timing is beautiful. So yeah, you could definitely sense the excitement here for Na'Vi coming into the match.
Whoa.
Not as much for JL, who waited there for like 25 seconds with his gun out.
You break it, you buy it.
Some good moments. Some looks back at the past and a very pretty picture here. Oh, look, man. It's a nice little family environment. Everyone's smiling. Very different on the other side of the coin, though, Vince. You know, TC and Grim hanging out. He's got the legs dangling. Whereas for Falcons, it feels that you kind of are just slipping away now.
Yeah, also in Madden's background, you see some bags starting to pack them already, Jackie, after that first half. Might be time to peace out, boys, after that.
I didn't expect that one, but that's pretty good. Oh, you made me snort. You've done me on that one.
Mission complete.
They pack the bags. Right then. Well, can they throw the backpack at them? Maybe there's bricks in there, Vince. Backpack full of bricks. And Sun Pius, he hits JT over the head with it. Probably quite painful. Snappy, though, down on the bomb site. Looking to make moves on the USP. 3 versus 3. Bombs being planted as Grim will get those digits punched in. And Hauzerk, he's got the Benjamin Franklin in his hands. And there's going to be some dead presidents from him as he's down on the ground. Ooh, Elige, though, still cooking, Vince. 1v2, could make the play. And Snappy denies.
Some great fragging there from Falcons. You know, maybe I've underestimated him here. Snappy with the smile. It's still early days, of course. It is a best of 3. I don't know what that was from Mages. I don't know what that was, mate.
Oh, he's been possessed.
Scene from The Exorcist all of a sudden.
Yeah. He's never been the same since he started playing CST.
There you go. Bit of hype.
No, dude, because the thing is, this happened last time. They won the pistol, and Snappy did the golf clap, and then they didn't win a single round for 5. So, I don't know if the clap's good. I don't know if I like the clap.
The golf clap into complexity, scoring a birdie. Huh?
Wait. Okay, you're on one today. What's happening?
Dad jokes, mate.
You've had some funny juice this morning.
Some funny juice?
Yeah. Makes you really good at comedy for a short space of time. It's like, what's it? Michael Jordan Water from Space Jam, when they all became really good at basketball for like an hour.
Such a banger movie, man. Super, super good. Wasn't that stolen from the other basketball players?
Oh yeah, I think it was actually, right? And then they slapped a label on it. But it was like, what were they called? The Monstars. That was it. That was the bad villain team.
Oh, UMP. All right, Alzerk's got some success with it. Rushing downstairs. They know this, though, Falcons, so Snappy can hold in position for the time being, but he needs a little bit of backup. There's going to be tons of T's spilling outside, and he misses his shot completely. Fortunately, though, Madden on long-range MP9 is going to put that to use, and it's down to JT in a 1-on-3.
That one would terrify you, mate. The tracers just whizzing by the back of your head. It's like when you see a spider late at night. You go, oh. That's how JT's feeling. Spinny Deagle, though. +10 to damage. There we go. Straight to the brain. Gets himself the Galil as well. Watch this, Vince. Man's about to clutch. Bomb goes down. 1v2. He's going to take the fight on ramp. Sniffs him out. JT finds the follow-up. Some Pius down in the dirt. Magisk with 10 health. The last one to betray. Oh, he's so close to the mark. But Magisk denies it in complexity. Do not take their 10th.
It's such a great effort from JT, though. Yeah, I think that says it all. Snappy nearly had a heart attack watching that unfold. And it's going to have pretty strong repercussions on the economy as well. Like, you're on the CT side, you're losing 4 players here. That's going to catch them up eventually. Post-plant in as well. And you'd feel the worst for them if Madden hadn't have landed that double spray. Really good effort from JT, though. Unfortunate in the end.
Yeah, the visceral reaction. You thought he won it. I don't know, man. It's one of those rounds. JT, he has those moments. As soon as he hits the Spinny Deagle buff, you know it's coming. Unfortunate for him. Obviously for Falcons, though, other side of the coin, Vince, right? For the game itself, it's really good they did win that round, because you would have been on a rubber dinghy rapid towards a rock. Rubber dinghy rapids, Vince, they're not very good when they hit rocks. They're plastic. They pop.
Yeah, that's a good, pretty quick way to die, I would say. Bad times for everyone involved. Snappy, though, could be bad times for him. He's about to be imposed on from 5 Ts, all pushing down ramp. In fact, pardon me, it's 4. JT on the periphery of the map. And he's baited as if he's gone through the window. They're trying to catch them in a weird position transitionally, but they're not falling for it. They're not diving down on ramp. They're actually going back to lobby again.
About 50 seconds left in the round. 5 versus 5. Dupree up close towards the vent with the MP9. Magist looking to back him up as well. Gets on the right-hand side of the angle. Spotted. Stereo frags. 1 on either side. Hauser and Grim open up the bomb site. The crowbar for complexity. Can Falcons somehow recover it? Not looking good. Snappy gets slain, and Madden and some Pious is all that remains.
Yeah, they're looking to try and save these 2 M4s. Galil spray from Elige on point. Shatters the windows and shatters the dreams of Sun Pious. It will be double digits. Complexity, the favorites coming into this game, showing us why. And this is typically a map they struggle, an 11% win rate on Nuke. In fact, pardon me, 14%. I did them dirty on 7 maps played. Still not great, though. And yet they're coming in here and they're making this look comfortable.
Terrorists win.
Scary stuff. Complete opposite for complexity, but for Falcons, you can see it's getting to them. Snappy especially. The ups and downs, dude. The golf clap, I'm telling you, something's cursed about it. He needs to adopt the let's go. It's a little bit safer. The clap always goes wrong, Vince.
It does. Kind of harsh though, because like we always meme on players for just saying nice after winning every single round. They clap,
but it works. It works. It does. It's a classic. There's a reason everyone nices. None of this is very nice. If you're a fan of the Falcons, it's rough for them right now. Getting beaten to a pulp, obviously, weaponry-wise, it's not great. You only have the 1 saved gun to really try and step up to the plate with in the hands of Madden. There is a second rifle, though. You grab that M4 off the body of Elige. So 2 weapons back now. Madden's got to make the play. Ooh, the follow-up frag, Vince. It's a dink, but it's not actually the full commit.
Snappy needs to have some serious impact over here on ramp. Oh, that looked like it could have been on. He does tag Holzerk, but it's just 35, and that may not be good enough. Now all T's clumping together, pushing in, 2 of which are weakened. Grim gonna go out first, JT just behind him, and Sun Pious is watching the cross, but he's already missed his first opportunity. He knows that Grim is round the corner. Molotov could force him into position. There's always that wraparound for Snappy as well, but his main linchpin player has been thwarted. And with a smoke in his eyes, he's not going to be able to deny this bomb plant. I mean, surely he goes in for this. If the relay damage comes back in, he knows both players are low, but Holzerk was so quick to leap on top of the hut and shuts any potential down. 11-5 now.
So rough, man, with the body language. You can see it really is getting frustrating with these rounds.
Terrorists win.
Heads up maneuver, though. Good reposition, caught him off guard. Yeah, it's getting to him. 11-5, Vince. Couple rounds away now, and with the money being completely broken, Falcons, is there anything you can really even do going into the 17th here? Most likely scenario, this is going to be complexity moving on, taking match point here on the first map of Nuke. Giving themselves a real good run in their series today. Quarterfinals here at the Showdown as well. And they're rising to it. Elige with the first frag takes the head off of Madden. Just looking to keep this one as clean as possible, and Floppy's in position. The Floppy tripwire. Only the first, but Grim will trade, so no AK secured for them.
A deal and a P250 against what will feel like the world. Complexity on the brink of having 7 map points on the choice of Falcons. And we move to Vertigo next. Which we know Complexity have had their fair share of W's on. Surprising to me, though, Jackie, Dupree's having a really rough game. One of their players, actually, in terms of stats, has been towards the top side. A lot of people were unsure as to him joining the Falcons back a while ago, but I think he's proven his worth and then some. But he's had a rough one here, and it's about to become that aforementioned 12-5 scoreline. They're just going to have a buy into the next. Might as well just roll the dice and see what happens with this Deagle. You never know.
No spin on it. And that's why he doesn't hit the one Deagle. You got to warm up that Deagle, Vince. You know, you're spinning the Deagle, it gets all the dust out of the barrel. Gives you +10 to damage. It's very important that you spec into the spinny Deagle.
Always freaks me out, though, because when you're spinning that, at some point the gun is pointing towards your own torso. So,
well, you can accidentally damage yourself.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? You could possibly just shoot yourself in the chest.
Imagine that's the trade-off. It actually does. Like, if you time it wrong, yeah, it's +10 damage, but you could blow your own face off.
Exactly, like a 10% chance you just wreck yourself instead.
Yeah. Don't give Valve ideas, mate. They will. You'll see it next update. I'm gonna have to make a patch video on it. The Deagle can now shoot you.
This is the last chance for Falcons. There is no safety net anymore. You have to win out 7 times in a row on a pretty weakened biome. You can see already there's only 2 smokes remaining. You've got no AWP. It feels like Sunpice has had the AWP like 1 time in this entire match, which is so grim from his perspective. Snappy in the meanwhile, though, being forced out of position, but they do have the sideswipe in from Sunpice. The bait switch working out, but now he has fell down to Holzerk's hand.
The Hulk hands of Halzerk hit heavy as those fists deal damage. But the double M combo, Magisk and Madden, trade back. And now there's just a duo that remain for complexity. Grim on the walk-up doesn't expect Dupree, laying low, crouching like an animal in beast mode, and the Falcons will pounce. They survive for at least 1 more round.
Playing for a bit of pride right now, perhaps. Could see complexity looking pretty relaxed, pretty comfortable, as you'd expect with a lead of this vast size. They can come straight back in with a buy. To be honest, they can afford to buy in the next round as well. Sure, Elise will be down low. Everyone else should be okay. So there's no easy way forward for Falcons here. It's going to have to be consistent big performances, and it's Elise that snatches the life away from Madden outside. Sunpice wants to try and get some kind of avenging kill in play, but needs to make sure he doesn't put himself down that tightrope as well.
It's got to be such a flawless half from this point forward for Falcons. And already going down a man. Yeah, it's not going to be happening on this one, is it? You're buckling. Madden and Sunpice thrown to the blender. Outside becoming an abattoir, and it seems like Elise is the butcher. Pulls out the blade, slices his way through Dupree. That is a filthy shot. And Falcons left hanging on a ledge now. 50 seconds. Time is basically just a formality for complexity to finish this one and lock in Nuke as their win. Magisk left on 20 health. Snappy with so much to get done on the lurk round from ramp side. The site taken over as complexity. Mark A is their domain. And Snappy is down and out. Floppy finishes him. Magisk the last to fall. Try as he might though. Hits one back. JT slain. Pepper and bullets round towards Squeaky Vince, but in a 1v3, surely it's done.
Delaying the inevitable, isn't he, realistically? Second he peeks outside the main, he's going to get shut down. There's a double stack as well on different levels of verticality up on the box. And there it is. Halzerk puts the full stop behind a very solid Nuke performance. Complexity take it in style.
Can you hear me?
Complexity, it was too easy. It was too easy, Pimp. It was way too easy, Pimp. Complexity just trouncing Falcons on their own map pick. And we're going to swap roles right now. Pimp, what were your first impressions of why Complexity were so dominant in that map?
Well, I think, to be completely honest, that every single player from Complexity that you wanted to show up that's not named Elise showed up. And I think that's a pretty good sign for a team like Complexity as well. I think in all fairness, Falcons, I don't know what it is, man. Whenever I start to feel like, okay, maybe they're starting to come together. Maybe it's getting better. You know, I listened to the Dupree interview. It sounds somewhat, you know, confronting in the sense that, yeah, we know we have issues, but we're getting better. We're working on it. And then I start to believe and think, okay, maybe they are coming together. Maybe they are becoming a better team. And then I see this performance and I'm thinking to myself, hell nah. One of the reasons why I think that, Maui, is round 14. And I don't want to take anything away from JT, but it's just so... I guess it's very telling for the story of this game. It's a JT almost clutch against Snappy in a great position, finds one kill, Madden playing great off him, and you think to yourself, all right, they got this one under control. JT at 17 HP in this moment. There is absolutely no way that this round is supposed to be as expensive as it gets. And I guess this shot with the Galil, absolutely outrageous. You know, hats off to JT, and he becomes dangerously close clutching this one. It's just a left eye peak right here. That's the difference. However, that means that there's no economy on the Falcons side, and from that point and onwards, you can see it on the round history, they just lose 3 rounds straight out and lose the game. So for my money, it takes nothing to crack the back of the Falcons, and when it cracks, there's no way back.
That's why they have the highest average age of any team in the top 15, top 20. Just yeah, can't uncrack that back. No, I think that the thing that I was talking about in the pregame kind of felt prevalent here. It just feels like Complexity are a team that understands that you need to be the aggressors, you need to play on your own terms, whereas Falcons too oftentimes are on their heels. Even in that clutch, I guess I feel like the way that some of those individuals play, it just doesn't feel like it's weird. It's like at the beginning of a round, you probably need to be a little bit crazier, and at the later portion of a round, you need to play off your fundamentals a little bit more. And I feel like Falcons almost have it backwards, like they want to be random in the late round. That's why they all died one by one. And then in the early round, they just kind of take duels seemingly without setup, and that's kind of what caused them to lose to 9Z earlier today, where I saw people like Magist just pushing door for no reason at the very beginning of a round. And then I see in that kind of situation versus JT, they are all just kind of standing apart from each other, so no ability to trade. So yeah, there's a lot to work on for Falcons here, and yeah, their woes continue.
I mean, one thing is losing, but losing in this fashion where the game is never even competitive or ever close at any point, to me is a little bit disappointing. However, I want to focus on the positives, and I think there's a lot to dive into when you look at Complexity. Floppy being one of them. You highlighted him coming into the game, saying that he's been under a lot of scrutiny, and I think for good reasons. He has been pretty poor within Complexity for quite some time. He has started to show off a better version of himself, and I guess this nuke performance in terms of raw impact he found on the server, it was another step in the right direction for Floppy.
His ramp hold was fantastic in this game. I feel like one of the only times he died ramp is when they actually were going for a push play and he just got spray transferred by Magisk. So Floppy, again, yeah, I think that he's really coming into his own this season. I think it's really obvious that they're trying to set him up more because they could all sense and feel that the pressure was getting to him, that if they leave him on an island over and over and over again, he's going to find himself vulnerable to opposing teams' executes. And now they're trying to put a little bit more emphasis on that side of the map, and I feel like that rounds the team out so nicely because it's allowing him to reinvigorate himself with some confidence, which is off the shoulders of just some good setup. And the thing is, to Complexity's credit, they always start rounds really well, even if they don't always get the kills.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. As we spoke about it already on day one, it does feel like it's a team that's set up, you know, in the right way, and then sometimes the individual decision making is a little bit lackluster. However, I take your Floppy and I race you with Grim, and I think those two players are probably the two names that's been mentioned the most when people were like roster changes, right? If we were to change anything within Complexity, it's either Floppy, Grim, or both. And I think both of them are trending upwards right now. I know it's an online game, I know it's against Falcons, I know it's just one map, but I feel like I'm seeing more and more from Grim as well, and that plays into my notion that I was trying to paint the narrative coming into the game, that for my money, Complexity are trending upwards. Whether or not that's because the bar was set so low after the break, you know, with the EWC performance, with the group stage in Copenhagen where they lose to Heroic with a coach, I don't know, but I do feel they play good Counter-Strike right now, at least per Complexity standards.
Right, and I don't know if Elige put Grim on refrag or something like that, but I find that his pure mechanics are now transferred over. He was a mechanics god in CSGO, I felt like, and in CS2, you know, I saw glimpses here and there. I'm starting to see better spray transfers, better peaks overall from Grim. I feel like that's always been, when he was having even a rough time, say a year or two ago, it was usually backed up by the fact that if he gets into a raw aim duel, he can sometimes bail himself out of a bad situation. That wasn't even really the case in CS2, and now I feel like it's happening again. So at least sometimes a poor decision will be backed up by some great firepower on his end, and I gotta give him props for that, because at the end of the day, that is all just hard work, and we gotta get everything up to speed though for Complexity if they want to actually have a chance to punch their ticket in to the fall finals.
Yeah, I would love to see more of that, Grim, to be completely honest. We all remember what happened, is it a year ago, a year and a half now, when he was in Complexity before Elise joined them, and he was the star player of the lineup. He was the one dragging them through the rough period, so to speak. Halzerk, a player that has re-signed his contract as well with Complexity, also played well, and I think that's the way I want to build this narrative for this segment. We're not talking Elise, we're not talking JT, the two safe cards within Complexity. Now we're talking the three other guys, you know, who's been under a lot of scrutiny. So when you have your, I guess, on paper, three weakest links playing well, that bounds pretty well for Complexity, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I feel like we could have gotten a highlight reel of literally every single person on Complexity for this game, because they all performed so admirably. And Halzerk, I mean, this was a game where I feel like his decision making was great, his positions were all on point, and he was the trademark trait of an opper who's really just thriving is that they're where they need to be before 2 seconds before they need to be there, and Halzerk was doing that this game. He was outthinking Falcons, and that's pretty impressive given the fact that he's against a bunch of major winners.
And that leaves us with a couple, yeah. That leaves us with a problem now for Falcons. We're heading into the second map. We're heading into Vertigo. It's a map that Complexity have picked, and a map where I feel we're always positive when we say Complexity and Vertigo. You made the argument yesterday as well, Mauro, if I'm not mistaken, that they're one of the few teams that still pick into the map after the update. So where do you see Falcons' chances of coming back into the series after losing their own map pick so severely?
I think this is nearly impossible for Falcons, if I'm being honest. I feel like Complexity, I don't want to jinx this one for Complexity fans out there, but I really do. Yeah, I know, honestly. But I do think that Complexity's T side on Vertigo is just devastating, and the GG bet odds reflect that. 1.24 favorites for them, and they always just seem to know when there's a point of vulnerability on the map, because when the CTs want to throw down a smoke, like Magisk on an anchor or something like that, Complexity say, screw it, we know we can pop right through this, and then they do it with such ferocity that it overwhelms players like Magisk.
And that's been my issue, right? Because I agree with you. Magisk, the past month and a half, has actually been the best performer for Falcons, together with Son Payas, but especially on Vertigo, he doesn't feel that comfortable in that B anchor role. He hasn't really had the highest output, especially on the CT side. So do you think that's something JT and Complexity right now are going to test out quickly?
I absolutely do, Pimp. I think that JT is going to test him out, and I think we're going to find out just how hard they're going to test him out after a quick break.
Alrighty, Maui. Let's see whether or not you're right. We are indeed jumping on a quick break, so I'll see you soon.
Vertigo is where we gotta go for map 2 in the series here between Complexity and Falcons. If you're just joining us here at the Blast Showdown, it was rough for Falcons back on Nuke. 6 rounds, Vince. That's all they were able to get. 6 rounds. Can they turn it around here on Vertigo, or is it going to be Complexity taking a win in the quarterfinals and moving to the semis here in the space of 2?
If you are a stats type person, it is a pretty bleak picture for Falcons. A 41.7% win rate on their CT side. And this is a map we know Complexity very strong on the aggressive side of things. So for me, they're going to have a solid start here, Jackie. If they go down early, I do fear the worst, but it is going to be Snappy stepping up first to get one, as it's just a shooting gallery back and forth, but it's the CTs coming out ahead with Sun paiS nailing 2 headshots.
Oh, here we go then. Can they stop the flop? Oh! Man tries to turn, looking for the backstab onto Magisk coming over the bridge, but he will find it. So no big clutch round there. Instead, it's just what Falcons needed, right? What the doctor ordered in reality. Some rest and relaxation by taking the pistol round and at least getting that, Vince, a start, rather than things just bleeding over from the previous map. The Falcons overall, though, I think it was pretty worrying that we didn't really see any of them play their best CS. Outside of maybe Snappy and a couple of rounds, he had some good moments, but the team itself felt pretty flat. You got to bring that back now. I want to see some paiS doing some of the old school cool on the AWP as well. Only one time was he able to bring the scope out over the entirety of Nuke. We hope when he gets some cash flow, that'll be a different story here. Complexity with a slight reinvestment on the Tech 9s and the 1 UMP for Hauzerg.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jackie, I think the 1 round Sun paiS had an AWP, they actually picked it up off a corpse of a Complexity player. So, from Hauzerg's body. So it was really just a very difficult, rough, turbulent half. And Complexity, interestingly, have a 44% win rate on pistols on Vertigo. That's even with their high win percentage on both CT and T side, which suggests their second and third rounds are very potent indeed. So Falcons need to tread lightly as they've been forced away from the top of the ramp. 50 seconds left. With Complexity having nobody in any separate angle to watch for the flank, they're going to have to push forward here. Going to try and deal with this sandbags position. Snappy gets one, but Elise and Hulser both come through with kills of their own, making this a really costly and scrappy round now for Falcons, but it seems like they may have stabilized.
Elise, can he make it any more costly than it already is? The tap shots with the Tech 9 ever so slightly off. The micro looked pretty good, like the adjustment on the actual aim. You can see how close he was to hitting those. Doesn't quite deliver, though. So a few weapons is all they lose. Could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, that was looking like it was going to shape up to be a really difficult sort of nail-biting 2v2 post-plant. So an important double kill there from the site. Dupree kicking off much better than we saw on Nuke as well, up to a 3-0. After finishing the entire first map on just 6 kills. A player that really does need to shine here if Falcons want any chance of taking us to a third map, which would be Anubis.
With the opening tag and the HE in. A lot of damage done. Good headshot. And the cavalry arriving. Don't give those Deagles an opportunity to punish here. The 3 Deagleers on the western front waiting for the peak. Snappy potentially looking for the backstab as well. Just depends on the timing. But for now, it's pretty easy cleanup on the front of the site. So they get through that. No casualties either. That's what you want, Vince. Couple clean rounds, bit of momentum. Actually built some money for once as well on the CT side because it was super rough for him on the last game. First map of Nuke. Never felt like they could really take a sec to breathe. So at least here, you've got 3 under the belt. Could be a good start. Complexity, of course, going to be looking for answers early on the half, though, and actually have weapons to work with now going into the 4th.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That would have been the game plan coming in. They know they're starting on CT side. Just get that fast 3-0. Build up surplus cash. A nest egg if things start to go wrong. And madden has kicked off this rifle round, taking out JT. 0-4 so far. He was fantastic in their first matchup at the Fall Showdown. Struggles a little bit here. HE up and over. Holds up, forced out of position. 2 players peeking him. He's just going to try and keep them busy here while the rest of his teammates start to make moves over on the B side. But bypassing that smoke is dupreeh. It's a strong position. They're trying to deal with him, but it's so hard to pierce through that smoke. And he's doing a lot of damage through there himself. Elige feeling worse for wear.
dupreeh repositions as the smoke fades. HE goes in, follow up incendiary as well. Buying a bit of time. Meanwhile, Snappy, Molly in his hands, peek towards the ramp, looking for the info. Denies a late wrap back towards the A site. It's awkward for dupreeh. The movement, throwing him off. Kit drop cold on the ground, and Sunpius next in line with the MP9. In Complexity, they link back up. Strength in numbers here, looking to go together. Elige on the walk up, and then the totem pole boost. You peek in together, but the MP9 absolutely feasts. And they're both gone. It's now only Grim with 20 seconds and living up to his name, Vince. This is a grim round to be left in.
I love that smoke they tossed in there, though, Jackie. Allowing Sunpius to play up close while a second player is just putting bullets through the smoke. Such an uncomfortable round for Complexity. They've just been smothered, just choked out, asphyxiated down on the B staircase. Smokes with dupreeh. Sure, he got caught off, but he tried to pull back to the side because he knew they had no more smokes, mollies, or flashes to play with over there. And his angle is easy to just dissect and try and push forward to. So this is an awkward one. You hate to see it if you're dupreeh, but it's fine. They had many more players. You can see what he was going for. The frustration is palpable, but this is the play here from Sunpius. Afforded and activated due to the smoke. Elige totally caught off guard.
Few pistols and a 1 AK then. Any noise to be made with these bad boys? Grim on the peak. Taking a lick of damage, brought down to 75. Him and Floppy that have Kevlar and helmet. If it gets any worse, could pass it over. He's been looking good mechanically though. So holding on to it isn't the worst shout in the world. Snappy wants the fight, wins the duel, straight through the smoke. AK pretty far back. HE might actually help him. It's going to blow it down to Floppy so they rearm themselves.
Uh-oh, Sunpius. There we go. There was just a split second there where it was looking like he could get caught out as well. Good spray with the AK, locks it down. This is so much better. From the hand of Falcons. Building that confidence, now putting some doubts in the back of Complexity's mind. Throughout this tournament, throughout Fall Showdown, they've pretty much just been leading the charge each and every single one of the maps. They've been having great starts, pulling away, constant big leads. Now they're being forced to sweat this one out. They've yet to get off the mark, yet to really get any success. Floppy and JT, both on 0 frags. Collectively, they only have 6 kills in 5 rounds played. They've been getting absolutely bulldozed.
That's the thing about Falcons, Vince. Those claws have crushing power of over 300 PSI. And we're seeing it. It felt like they couldn't really get a good grasp on the game on the first map. But the claws have certainly come out here. JT, though, frustrated. He strikes back against Madden and opens up at least some room to breathe towards the A site. Everyone grouped up, looking for a clash. Snappy is low as well. 20 HP on him. Alzerk has the AWP. They overextend. He's going to be ready for it. Actually pushes ahead through the smoke. Heads up maneuver. Even getting the tag off. Not the full commit, but you like the confidence on it. The response back from the CTs is an educated one to go for the boost, but Elige adjusts his crosshair so quickly and hits the head of dupreeh.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if on the cam dupreeh's had a bit of bit of an angry reaction to that one. He really should have done better as JT comes and he cleans up the rest. Snappy can do little on his 20 HP other than save. We very well may see Sunpius with an open play now, though. 8.4k to his name. Maybe that is the answer to a brief, momentary lack of success. But yeah, dupreeh, he really could have finished off Halzuk quickly there. Seemed to be a labored spray on the sandbags. So finally, Complexity tastes some victory, some success. But will it be short-lived, Jackie? Because they've got to get consistency. A one and done here is not acceptable.
Terrorists win. These rounds as well, Vince, they're so sick. The man on your screens, JT, when he goes in and you see him actually like hitting some of those devilishly good shots, it's so fun to watch. This was a crisp response. Yeah.
Yep.
You got it, bud. You called it. Beautiful sequence though, Vince, man. Like, you can see mechanically how good this whole team is. And it is funny that like when you get in a lot of the interviews, everyone's saying, yeah, we're trying to get like everyone on refrag. And Lee's just like, yeah, I get the whole team doing it. They've all got their own routines. Some of the flicks, bro, you see it. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Like the adjustment shot he's hitting, even just for the sense of it, of how fast he's adapting. You can see the visualizations there for Elise. He clearly knows his angles super well in terms of how he's seeing them. And then also just the mechanics for it. But JT, bro, I mean, we spoke about it yesterday, right? We were saying like coming into CS2, he just skyrocketed in terms of looking like he adapted and was super comfortable early. I don't think that stopped Vince. It was like every time we see him, if there's a round where you need someone to find like a 2K entry, somehow he just pulls it out the bag, just makes it work. But that's one round. Like you say, bro, you need more than that. You know what I mean? It's one. Let's see where it goes from here. Won't get too excited just yet. Round 7, it's a 5-1 split. This is a map that they should be incredibly confident on. JT back in the sticks again towards the ramp, looking to kick up some dirt and go for the entry. Hit a beautiful 2K previously. What's he got for us here in the 7th?
Taking that entry fragging role for his teammates, trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Snappy's going to apply it back on directly to the throat of Elise. If you can neutralize and evaporate Elise and any potential impact he has, that is definitely one way to conquer Complexity. We saw, and Pimp mentioned this, that multiple of those players that weren't called Elise did perform on Nuke, and they're going to be called upon to go above and beyond one more time. JT won't have any impact in this one, though. He also found and fragged by Snappy, who continues his impressive hot streak to Vertigo. Floppy with a little bit of success on the return, but tons of damage to Halzuk. Dropped down to 6 HP.
4 versus 3. Some pious. 46 health. Smoke's going off on the site. Hauser with the last of the utility throws the flashbang over, and that's the mark to go in. Grim on the Galil gets gory, but dupreeh battles back with the M4. Some pious looking for the wall bang, but Madden finds the full frontal assault with the M4. Bullet to the brain, and Hauser, it dawns on him. 10 seconds, all he can do is save. A good adjustment shot. Strikes against dupreeh, but you've got to bail. No follow-up round. No chaining them together. It's Falcons back to their winning ways.
We talked about consistency and rolling together some rounds, and it has not happened. Complexity firmly placed back into the dirt, and Falcons just keep burying them, man. Like, constant hits on the A side. And they're just being pushed back time after time. Snappy, so eloquent with his positioning. A dynamic round again. It just feels to me like Complexity can't breathe. We've also seen like pretty much no mid-control whatsoever from them. It feels like that may need to change to try and at least fake as if they want to hit B, try and get some rotations in so they can capitalize in transition. It's feeling a little bit too straightforward right now, and Falcons are reading it perfectly.
Even going for the walkout on mid. Taking map control off the Complexity. Grim. Damn good. It's a nice connection. Good opening frag. So 5 versus 4, this time in flavor of Cole. Favor, rather. Flavor of the round is good for Grim. Tastes like strawberries, Vince. Ooh, snappy. Get a bit of a dink back off, so Elite with just free health. It's going to be a late round finish. Elite walking off the ramp now. He's going to group up with everyone else. You're going for that late B hit. Utility's still there. They've got smokes. Chuck those on over. Can Pius find an opening? No, beheaded. Here we go.
Exquisite shot. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. They get the opening pick, which is a thing they really have not enjoyed at all. I was looking at the stats there. Grim is 0 and 4 for opening duels so far in this game. That is only their second opening duel the Complexity have won on this T half. So they've not been able to play around with rotations, not been able to make Falcons sweat a little bit and second-guess themselves in their very static positioning. Complexity may have started this half slow, but they can still pick up the pace. Snappy and Madden will be looking to try and save. At 6-2 the scoreline. A didn't work, Jackie. They went to B. They found some success, but it's not necessarily something they can bank off because it really did come off the back of getting the opening pick through middle, courtesy of Grim.
And that's the question, right? Is how many times are we then going to see Falcons go for a similar play with their posturing aggressively towards mid and giving Grim an opportunity like that? Fair play, though, for Floppy. The shot onto Pius makes a world of difference. Really crisp connection. Oof. See the POVs here as well. Getting to him a little bit again, Vince. It seemed like things were obviously a lot easier first few rounds. They're grooving into the game. Longer it goes on, Complexity starting to find solutions. Limited success, but success nonetheless. A lot left, though, on the half. And a second pause used for the Falcons. Snappy chiming in here, giving his input. You can see with the body language, though, man, it feels like there is clearly some sort of disconnect. Maybe not quite knowing what the answer is for a few of these rounds.
I think it goes to show their respect as well of Complexity, because you know a team of Complexity stature and some of the individuals that have yet to get off the mark really on Vertigo, the likes of Elige. Floppy landed a beautiful entry there, but he's been a bit quiet. No one over 4 kills. That you know that you're kind of against a sleeping giant, and eventually they're going to wake up. So that pressure really is palpable. You feel like you've got to get as many rounds here while they're weakened. HE's tossed up and over, going to force Pius out. Shoot gallery for Snappy, but it's the IGLs that both douse themselves with a kill. An even trade. The Complexity will be happy with that. Again, it's going to thin out Falcons just that little bit more, and they got tons of time to utilize that.
Magisk back towards quad. Goes for the cheeky information peek. How's that clearing it? Pre-scoped up. JT walking in unison. Looking for the info. Meanwhile, Incendiary thrown over. Good use of the Molotov to clear the angle with a backstab. Bullets being shot over, but no connection. 2 frags for the T's. Add another one on top as Grim grabs free and Madden is down. Pius with 28 HP. Forced to walk his way through the round and just wait for it to expire, and it's not going to be a free save at all. Floppy pops him.
3-6, but that is post the timeout. Saw them in debate. Lots of words from Snappy there on your screen. And it still yielded nothing really in return. Complexity slowly crawling their way back in. And really, you'd have to say, if Complexity come back and tie this up at 6-6, 5 rounds to kick things off for Falcons, 3 of which, of course, off the back of the pistol. That's definitely going to play in the back of Falcons' mind, thinking, we had a 5-0 start, boys. Like, how have we let this one slip? How have we not crushed this half? They still can take a 9-3 lead. They still have this under their thumb, but they're being sprayed down from Elige, and Halzerk just pivots in with a kill of his own.
Halzerk as well with a HE blows away Pius. Shrapnel pays us on that one. And Magisk and Snappy. Ooh, you've got left. Magisk out at middle. And Complexity, they found the pathway in towards the open bomb site. B is absolutely barren. And with the timing, they can get into the site, plant the bomb, have post plants to work off of. If Falcons were hoping, maybe there's a chance you catch them on the rotate, deal some damage, soften them up enough that it could be a winnable round. It's not going to go easily for them. A little bit of self-inflicted damage back onto Grim, but the site is taken. And make the most of this one then. Magisk on the walk-up, instantly clocked by Grim. And at that point, Snappy realizes it's not worth going fishing. Give it up, run back towards the site, hold on to just the M4 and the armor. And you can imagine Vince, off the back of losing this round, he's going to be all snap, no happy.
No, I think that smile is turning into a frown very quickly indeed. There's no golf claps to be spotted here, and there will be no saved M4. It smiles on the faces of Complexity as they pick up a third in a row, pardon me. And they're starting to turn their fortunes around with those entry frags as well. It's completely against them early on.
Oh, it's the classic. You see with the hand motion, it's the instant, what can I do? Like, what can I do? Oh, mate. Yeah, like, the thing is, I'm right there with you, Vince. You know, we're seeing those rounds initially coming into Vertigo, and you're like, oh, it's the classic. Complexity dominate on Nuke, then they go into Vertigo, and somehow it all goes wrong, go to a third map. But Falcons, from the strong streak they started with, it's really slowed down. And now, obviously, the money's betraying you. The voices in your head's starting to get louder and louder as well. You feel like things are going wrong each round. And what have you got to work with? Couple upgraded pistols, 2 Deagles. But they've got a Grim. And the Reaper walks out on middle. Looks to take down a few of the CTs and will slice his way through 2. Madden on the Deagle's done some damage back, though, and he's going confident. He's bold, looking for the headshot. No clean connection on that one, but they've armed themselves, Vince. 2 AKs saved. And Madden on the Deagle could be room for an upset on a round.
Man, those were 2 sick Deagle shots in mid. It's put them into the debate now, the conversation to potentially win this round, but Magisk has fallen down. For the 6th time, just the 1 kill to his name. Hulzerk up close. As an AK picked up, you don't want your AWP up close like this, and it's gonna get punished. Madden comes through, and Dupree gets the last kill. Madden with a 4K. Snatching the life and this round out the pocket of Complexity.
With just the Deagle in his hands, Madden proves that he's the man of the round. That is beastly, mate. Replays on these bad boys. Snapshot onto the cranium of Elige. And then the 2-tap to finish them off. And Snappy, now he erupts, yelling at the top of his lungs because they needed a round like that. It is the difference of this potentially being a half that gets equalized to now you actually having a solid lead to work with. 7-4. Big ticket item coming up, though. Last round of the half. It's either that 7-5 or an 8-4 split. And there's weapons to work with. Grim warming up the top of his head with the fire on the ladder. And Sampaius wants to bring the heat on the scope. Once again, aggressive on this. It's a similar angle, but he'll hit it this time. Grim done.
Well, into a 2-2 formation on Complexity. Elige may get one, but Dupree's there to counteract, and May just gets too aggressive, gets punished. Sampaius, though, with the shot, the quick fire, scope onto Floppy. Keeps the player advantage for the Falcons. And that previous round may have been the power play that reignites and gives Falcons that second wind to soar high. But Hulzerk has other plans, boosting up JT, who comes in with 2 and just snatches the life away from Falcons once more. Snappy in a 1-on-2, going to be trying to bait his way in. HE down. Trying to mask his approach. But now he knows where both players are. The spray is good. He's already tagged up JT. Just one more bullet will seal the deal. Missing out somehow, some way, and has to switch to the sidearm. He's got time, and he's got the kill on top of it. He'll take this down for an 8-4 lead.
The post-mortem connection as he shoots the bodies and defuses the bomb. Snappy. Huge round for the Falcons, giving them 8 at the half.
Concerning lack of faith in this map in their pool. They've started picking, a map like Train over this at times. This is a big nade. This spam to follow. Max is a genius. 3 kills. That is so beautiful. It even gets a 4th. Go for the ace, and you're going to get it.
We've had a couple. I mean, that round from pit where he gets the triple spray down. Oh, hold the phone. Rain going to be charging right through. Boomich on the other side. The MP9. Oh, it works so well. He even gets the last bullet shot there, taking down Twist, and he's back with a quad kill. That is outrageous. I'm just excited to be watching Olaf play, actually. 20 seconds and a little bit of a smoke to try and create some space. He's going to go for it, but it's low percentage, and it is an ace at the end.
Going into FaZe's coffers. Oh, double smoked. Big mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, although they're coming right through and they're going to shut down Rain.
Oh, no.
Oh, my Lord, he's just took down 4 people in absolutely no time flat. It's Daps alone on the other side. What an absolutely absurd performance here. Now sneaking through on the other side. Daps is waiting, and one more headshot. That's going to be the most ridiculous ace for quite a while. Would use the Molotov back there, although if they did, that obviously would be a godlike decision. We'll see. Here's the fight early on. Flamey's still alive. Simple's waiting, biding his time. There's one good kill. Another follow-up. Big double for him, and a 3rd one to add on top. What a monstrous quad kill. Taking down 4 people. Back in it. He wants the ace. Let him have it. He's almost crossed into it. It's just Kenny left. He's a bullet away. And he's right back there. Simple trying to see if he'd get it done. And oh, there it is. The last one is in. The pistol ace comes through. And that must be crushing to G2.
It really messes with him, and they're going to pick up the pace. FaZe is not going to slow down.
Oh, Naf, the only defender here, the smoke. And he's just in the angle. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going. Oh! It can't be real. Didn't see anybody landing the triple right through the smoke. I've never seen anything like it. And now, at least they're going to get the bomb plant, but FaZe are being robbed once again. Naf, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Naf, have you no mercy? He's going to pick up an ace in the round. An unbelievable performance. Oh dear, if either Jax or Hunter goes down, that's it. That's a disaster. Jax is on his own, and they know exactly where he is. He's trying to escape, trying to reposition, just to make it a little bit tricky, but he's going to have to get at least 2 more kills here before this round is even close, and there's one of them hiding inside the smoke. He might be a genius. He's taken down Masutra, and now the pistol's out. What a godlike play from Jackson. He's still baiting them out, continuing on top. What a god! That's the ace from Jax. I've never seen anything like it.
A game that started so good for the Falcons. Got a bit scary in the middle, but towards the end, Snappy pulling out a clutch that felt like it never should have gone his way. It gave them a dominant half overall, Vince, and puts them in a position now where maybe, just maybe, they can bring this series back, take us to a 3rd in the quarterfinals.
With every chance. We've not seen Complexity play at those very high, electric, dynamic rounds that we witnessed on Nuke. Key players not quite showing up. Elige, 5 kills in the first half. It's been a while since we could say that of the man. A victim of his own success, perhaps, but you really notice when he's absent. Now Complexity need this pistol. So desperately require this. Otherwise, it may be a bridge too far. Falcons getting aggressive. They got tons of utility, looking for the execute over on the B site, but they're going to be boosting up. JT and Magisk. Going to see head-to-head. I thought he'd been baited out by the fact he got tagged through that wooden panels, but instead, it's Dupree that sets himself alight, and now Floppy has to try and hold the line. 2 kills come in, Grim helping him out, and Floppy, another one for the man. He has done an exquisite job, a stellar job of locking this sound down, and it's going to be Elige to pick up the pieces. Complexity looked like they were cooked, but Floppy had other ideas.
Can't stop the flop on the site here. Oh, mate. Huge, huge plays. He's been so good with the USP today, Vince. It's been wonderful to watch. And that is a sore pistol round to lose for Falcons. For The Complexity fans will be happy with that one, though. Get themselves straight back on course early here in the second half. Falcons. How much confidence have you got with the bar you're bringing to the table? Mac 10s and Tech 9s up in the face. Hauser, he wants to make this round a fable. Takes away the first man instantly. Some pious down and out. Elish eating nades as Snappy slays with the Tech 9. Oh, there's the follow-up as well from Magisk, and even Snappy doubling up for 2. Problems arising for Complexity now. You take the pistol, but you lose this conversion round. The money's in the bin, and Falcons will take 9.
Bro, Complexity putting themselves into maybe the worst possible start on the CT side. This plays hell with your finances, your economy, your overall standing. And on the opposite side of the map, now it's a 2-on-3. I'm sure some of that damage will be relayed, knowing that at least one of these players is low. They still have a chance in this, but they've decided to pull the plug. JT says, nah, not today. Let's hold on to our weapons. Let's try and bounce back. Oh, that's a huge scalp to take if you're Falcons, man. And it's just off the back of just a straight-up rush. The Tech 9 shots looking on point. Snappy, again, though, the amount of impact this guy's had on Vertigo has been unreal. 13 kills. How many opening picks? How many multi-frags has this guy had?
So ridiculous, man. Like, he really is going above and beyond in so many of these rounds. It's like the worst case scenario as well. Take that pistol. You think, oh, here we go. It's way back into the game. Everything's going all right. The longer it goes on, it gets worse and worse. Money's going to be absolutely rotten. At least you save those 2 weapons, but you're going to have to make so many concessions. It's not going to be easy to get straight back into it. And it will get to you a little light desk slam. Just a little one. Okay, so the 2 guns that were brought over from the previous rounds, basically everything you've got in terms of firepower. Surrounding that, it's a CZ for Elish, 5-7 on Grim, and Hauser with a Deagle. But they might get murked before they even get a chance to show what those pistols can do. I mean, the Mac 10 of Snappy out on mid, claims 1 and makes some money, but Elish showing the CZ can still be impactful on the swing.
It's a clean kill for Elish, and he upgrades to the AK. That's a huge passage of play in this round. Smoke to the entry point, or the exit point, depending which way you look at it, from the T's perspective at least. And Elish is going to give Magisk his final exit in this round as the bullet goes straight through his skull. Now the rotation can come through the back as well, where Elish can hold them in position. They've got time, they've got a little bit of utility between the 2 of them, and they're both healthy. So Complexities still need to navigate their way through these murky waters. They've given themselves a sturdy life raft in which to do it. And I think Elish has just spotted the elbow around the corner. He knows exactly what's coming up. He was waiting, anticipating. And those predatory instincts kicked in. A 3rd kill for Elish. I think it's safe to say the Giant may have just woken up.
No putting him back to sleep. Gets the opening frag with a CZ, arms himself on the AK. And causes problems. And for some pious, this is just a round that you've got to give up. No 10th. No easy springboard. The metronome of rounds between Cole and Falcon swings again. They take the pistol, you get the upset. They come straight back in with just 2 rifles, none of them even finding room to play. Just the pistol and Elish's AK making the moves. And now Falcons feel the brunt of the damage once again.
I swear, man, like I hate to see Dupree sad, but he's such an emotive guy. Like it's fascinating watching how he reacts to these. And you can see the coach immediately just comes over. Zonic puts his hand on the shoulder, knowing Dupree throughout the years, of course.
I mean, at least it's someone you've shared that relationship with again for so long, so many different teams as well now. Yeah. Crazy, bro. But you see, like, the shakes on him. It's getting to him. Rough rounds to lose. 10 frags to his name, JT. He was looking to climb to 10. Goes down, though. Snappy. Wow, we've been singing his praises, but again, this is a ridiculous individual performance. Those 2 frags, you've basically done it. You've come in, cracked open a bomb site, and won it single-handedly off the back of those 2 connections. That is a crazy round from Snappy.
That's just absurd. Absurd. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see that again at the end of this round, but I mean, he has literally just flicked the light switch off. If your complexity, feeling like you're getting back in, you know, you've just won off the back of pistols, a CZ, some 5.7s, and then Snappy, the IGL, the guy that's rock bottom of the stats in every single way possible. He's not the guy that you're looking at to dig you out of a deep ditch, and yet here he is, performing out of his mind. Ridiculous couple of entries.
Sick, man. Really, really huge round. It's the individuals, Vince. It's one of those games where it does really feel like it's the individuals on a round-by-round basis that are just winning it out. It's not the team-based CS right now. If Snappy has a round, then it's theirs. If Elige has a round, then it's theirs. Everyone so close as well, like on a knife's edge of frustration. You can see the tension in the room. And 4 rounds is all that hangs in the balance between them both. I mean, at least there's weapons to work with on either side now. Everyone actually has firepower. Elige looking for the opening peak, supported by Hauser on the left-hand side, peeking down the ramp. Pepper sprays them, lots of damage done. Dupree left on 43 HP, but Sampaias takes the round into his own hands. Good for 1 before he's taken out. Grim moves in to replace the position that's left open by the death of Halzerk. Meanwhile, Elige is still finding impact, and it goes down to Magisk. 1 versus 3. Tons of time on the clock. The Poseidon in his hands. Can he somehow wash over Cole in this round and bring it back?
It's been a drought for him in terms of frags so far. He's got a minute left, though, to conjure some storm clouds, perhaps. Ollie down onto the scaffolding, just trying to burn out one of the angles. He can focus his attention elsewhere, pick up the bomb as well. So the first tick has been checked in, but he's made noise. They know exactly where he is. And that will be his death sentence signed. Elige with another quick fire double. Gives them the advantage, and they run away with it. It's so impressive as well, by the way. I think it was Dupree that was sat there waiting, listening for Halzerk's magazine. He could hear him expend so many of those bullets, and then he pushed in to get the frag. But that's where Elige was sprung into action. That's the kind of power play, the kind of guy you're looking at to get his hands dirty and bring you back into rounds.
It's a hero game in CS right now. One player has to step up every round. That's what's winning them. Round 18. Distance between the 2 squads getting smaller and smaller. Distance between Elige and Falcons on ramp. Also getting slimmer here as he wanted to push up on it. Finds no one close. Goes back. Resmoke to buy a bit of time and burn it off the clock for Falcons.
It's a meaty nade. Unconfirmed damage. It's going to be another boost. We saw this in the pistol round. Worked out for them back then, but the rifle's a whole different venture, and Floppy is watching for this very angle. He's anticipating this. Oh, he had the right idea, but he's going to try and close the gap. It could backfire spectacularly, though. 40 seconds left. At some point, Falcons need to make moves.
Second by second. Falcons getting ready to put the pedal to the metal and go for the play on the B-bomb site. Floppy. He's had some crisp rounds. What can he do here? Flicks up on the first, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Magis makes the play back. Elige again. Assaults with the AK. Hits the head of Dupree, and JT steps up as the next in line. Divine AK work. Good for 2. Swing back from Elige, and they clean house on the hit at the B site.
Damn, as much as Elige has stepped up his game, I think the same could be said of JT. He had a very slow start as well, but he's landing multi-kills. Huge impact. asked the question before, Jackie, a couple rounds ago, how many opening duels and multi-kills has Snappy got? The answer is 5 opening duels in his favor and 4 multi-kills with 95 ADR. The IGL leading the chase. But this is where they start to run into problems. When things start to backfire, do you have a second or third player that you can rely on?
We've seen it before, Vince. We've casted these games where Snappy is the beacon of the team, and then it all starts to crumble away because no one else can step up. And it feels like that might be what's happening again here in the second half. Damage, sure. Weapons taken out their hands, yeah. But the round, no. Not going the way of Falcons there. Snappy was the first to fall off the back of the initial firefight. And that gap that at one point looked pretty substantial, it's now basically gone.
It's just faded. Faded away slowly. You go back to that Snappy round as well, by the way. If it weren't for that, you could be looking at like an 11-9 score in favor of Complexity right now. That could have cartwheeled them to success. It's the only thing that's holding Falcons in this matchup. Magisk takes a bunch of damage early on, down to 54. He's already plummeted. 2 players with no utility left with 1:30 for the T's. They have no Molotov except for in the hands of Sunpius, so dealing with positions like sandbags is going to be a real pain in the backside. If you try and execute over on B, throwing a molly to the back girder, it's going to be a problem.
They've been testing their luck at the ramp. It either works really well or Elige just cleans house. That's been the 2 timelines we're living in. Backs turned, walk up close. Got to clear the sandbags. Elige waiting for the play. He's going to hear the footsteps and knows that he can strike. No one's clearing him. Luckily, Sunpius on the reply finds the shot. Near miss from Halzerk as well. The bolt action not delivering as the AWP falls down to the ground. Halzerk slain off the shot of Sunpius, who's having a big round now. 2 frags and 2 players left for Complexity. Make that just 1. JT with a bullet to the brain. Dupree shuts him down and Floppy is forced to save it. Falcons finally get to 11.
I got fully baited by that flash. Didn't even affect any of the T's on the approach there. So Floppy's mission to save the A1S so that they can get a solid buy into the next one. 11-9 now to the Falcons, and there were opportunities. I mean, I even called it. They weren't able to molly out sandbags. Elige, I reckon, is probably pretty tilted that he didn't get at least 2 kills from that. He expects very high results from himself. Not to blame him for that round loss whatsoever, but he had a chance. Here it is. The first kill, you kind of expect him to get the second, but Sunpius was so quick on the draw. Lovely shot from him. And then Halzerk, as you highlighted, he had a chance as well. And Sunpius just bested him. Immediate, instant headshot. There's a slam again. He's not having a good time right now.
The Halzerk slammers. And it could get even worse than that. If they concede the next few, it'll be a whole nother map Complexity you have to scrap their way through. Halzerk, AWP in his hands at least. It's a signature weapon for him. The Norwegian nightmare that lives in the back of your minds rent-free when you give him an opportunity to play an angle he's comfortable in. Always so much establishing pressure on the defaults from Falcons towards ramp. CT side setup for Complexity has been changing it up. Every few rounds, they're trying to keep you guessing, so you can't clear the common angles. Halzerk on the walkout, though. Loses in the head-to-head of the AWPers. So potentially back-to-back impact rounds for Sunpius with the plays made. Elige, are they going to clear it? Same position once again. The double HE is perfect. It forces him down to the ground. They know that they've now got a clear sight to work with. And for Floppy and JT, it's the same situation again, Vince. You've got to save.
That's the problem with sandbags, man. Like, if you have no presence out on the scaffolding side on short to at least be able to trade back for like a 1-for-1, it's really easy pickings. You can double nade as they did just there. Molotov is going to completely ruin Leash as well. And you got to say as well, Holzerk out in that position, it was a great shot from Sunpius, but you expect him to get at least one kill from there. You said it yourself. He's in a position he's comfortable with. He had 2 supporting teammates to make sure that he didn't get rushed down or forced out from flashes and smokes. But still got nailed. Sunpius really coming alive. Floppy, in the meanwhile, last player left, trying to save, but he's been encircled and he's been fragged, and that is going to have significant repercussions into the next round. A few players can buy, but 2 are down below $2,000.
It's not even frustration now, is it? It's just deflation. You're realizing, in reality, what you're facing up against. Not the cash you want. In a position where if you lose this round, that's it. Third map has to be played. First tactical timeout being used for complexity. You see TC at least trying to get some of the energy back into the camp, talk it out a little bit. See if there's any room to adjust. Having the back and forth with JT. And yeah, it's unlucky, man. I mean, one of those rounds where, again, Elige has been sniffed out. They know the angle. Third time, you've played back-to-back towards the sandbags. They don't clear it a couple times, but not going to make that mistake again. It's not that expensive as well, the investment of the 2 HEs just to force him out. If he's not there, it's not the end of the world. If he is there, we saw what happens. He gets blown away. Quick check on what the Arsenal's looking like then. 2 weapons of actual stature. 2 silenced M4s. And you've got a 5.7 in the hands of Grim, MP9 for Halzerk, and lastly JT with the CZ. Limited utility as well, Vince. So a lot of concessions made into this round. Hell, if it goes late, I mean, not even a kit to talk of. So things are going to be pretty rough for complexity. Falcons, if they can lop the head off here, that'll be 13, and we move to Anubis.
Oh, and they stacked A, and JT's making moves away from B. He's like, that smoke, please keep them at bay. But Team Falcons have a great read of the situation, and they're just going to pummel it down right here, right now. Could be the last play of the map. Anubis beckons. And Falcons already in a position to get the plant down for free.
Bomb has been planted. Digits punched in. And time ticking. A 6th man on the server for Falcons as the pressure's applied for complexity. 1 man steps up to the plate. Elige delivers the killing blow onto Madden. JT strikes with the CZ. Sunpius is panicking, and the shots are not landing. Snappy, he's done so much, but they call on him again. Strikes with the AK for 2, but can't finish it. Complexity survive another round.
Ooh, by the skin of the teeth. Smiles on the faces, though. A far cry from Halzerk smacking his desk. Get a masseuse out, man. Give Snappy a back rub. Dude is carrying this team so hard right now. Beautiful double from the CZ of JT, though. Keeping the map alive. And that's not the first time that we've seen them get success on their CT side with a really rough, scrappy sort of half-buy eco. This time, of course, they put all their pennies and cents into the round, but remember back to that round where the CZ worked in Elige's favor. That got them straight back into this. So maybe this is the catalyst for a second win. 3rd and final timeout called in regulation by the Falcons. And it would need to come out of regulation into OT if Complexity want to get this one done in 2.
All right. You withstand the first test. Doesn't make it any easier, though, does it really, Vince? It's still the exact same position that you're left with. It's got to be 2 rounds, flawless, no mistakes. Weaponry-wise, it's a little bit easier, but like you say, man, it feels like when they're at a disadvantage with the firepower, it's where they do their best work. Halzerk on the AWP, though. The scoped assassin. Waiting to see if anyone's going to come walking out towards ramp. The early ramp setups from Falcons have been what they've been going for time and time again, but here it's a triple threat towards middle. They go for the boost over the top. Grim, what's the vertical flick looking like? He's trained those bad boys. Good adjustment. Tags onto Dupree and even postures off. Meanwhile, at the B site, it's Floppy with the spray.
Magisk has nailed JT though, so Complexity can't get too aggressive. Don't get overzealous in this. We still got Snappy alive. paiN between the two of them. They've got 35 frags. Power duo of this team right now, but a very good start though from Floppy with that spray, doing a lot of damage. Grim somehow surviving as well. I was expecting him to get wide swung on from the 2 or 3 players still in mid, but maybe just a bit of paralysis crept in. And speaking of which, we got 2 pesky T's slowly and steadily snaking their way up on the side. Oh, lovely entry from paiN. This round's back and open for debate once more. 30 seconds and smoke goes down.
Hauser looking to smoke them. The adjustment from the sniper off target and the bomb being planted. Snappy, he's done so much round in, round out, and this is another one where he delivers, and Floppy is all that remains for Complexity. Anubis is about to entomb them. As Complexity go down, we move to a third.
Falcons answer back by picking and taking away Complexity's own map pick of Vertigo, and they do it in quite the fashion where they were leading throughout the vast majority of that game. I know at the later stages of the game, we were thinking, we were maybe hoping, we were sensing that a comeback was coming in for Complexity, but it wasn't meant to be, Maui.
I feel like I'm the unluckiest analyst ever sometimes, man. I feel like everything that just flipped the script on what should have been a very straightforward game had to happen here. Complexity had a bad T side, Falcons had a good CT side. I was talking in the pregame about how good Complexity's T side should be. I was talking about how bad Falcons CT side should be. I mean, like, everything just kind of went the wrong way, okay? Everything went the wrong way in this one, and it was to Falcons' benefit. And so for Falcons in this one, they were definitely thankful that Complexity, after gaining some momentum, really messed up round 11, round 12.
Yeah,
zoom into round...
Yeah. Dive into it, yeah. Round 11 first and foremost. You see it on the B bomb side. Complexity in a winning position, but you're not fancying the way they're playing it.
No, not at all. I really feel like this round, by the way, to remind people, was practically just pistols for Falcons, and the post plans from Complexity sometimes they just tilt me off the face of the earth. They have me ripping my hair out so that I look like Grim and Elige, man. Like, it's just crazy. I can't understand how they decide to play these sometimes, because you have, look at this one. Snappy's far away from the site, and instead of using the smoke, holding one side together, they just swing one by one. And this is what I mean with Complexity. The game planning was good. You got onto the bomb site. You did all the hard work. You found the man advantages. And then for some reason, it's like their fundamentals just crumble in these waning moments of a round. It seems to happen to Complexity more than any other team. And I don't know what the situations are that really force them into these positions. But for some reason, I feel like they simply need to go back to the basics and say to themselves, where do we need to stand? Who needs to be the first point of contact? How do we play our numbers advantage and positional advantage to the strongest way possible?
Yeah, and I understand, you know, why Complexity and why some of these individuals are tilting FaZe off the earth, because it's been an issue for a long time, and I 100% agree with your sentiment right here, Maui. And I've said it before, and I'll happily say it again. One thing is, you know, setting yourself up and getting into the 3v3 scenarios, but it does feel like it's the individual decision making in between the players. I even when you're saying it like you are, you know, we need to envision what are we doing in this scenario, who's gonna peek on what contact, etc., etc. But it's a skill, you know, as a player, it's a skill to be able to communicate in a pressured scenario. It's a skill for some of these players to take initiative. So the snappy 1v2, one of those two players gotta take charge of that round and control the other guy, and it just feels like it's two chickens. None of them are controlling each other. One peeks out, the other one is hiding, then one guy peeks and the other one is hiding again, and it's, you know, had it just been one game and one round and one case and one scenario we'd pick out, we'd be like, yeah, it happens, you know, and it happens for everyone once in a while. But I feel like this has been an issue for Complexity for pretty much throughout the entire history of the lineup. I feel like if they had the mid-round decision making, you know, at the same level as their opening round decision making, then maybe Complexity would be a complete different beast to deal with. However, doesn't take away anything from the Falcons, and they did play well, in particular Snappy. We got to touch on the in-game leader right here. From an individual standpoint, he was playing good, he was having productivity on the server, but I think the calling as well, you know, allowing Falcons to get back into the game and get back into the series is something we need to compliment Snappy for as well.
One thing that I'll always praise Snappy for as an individual is that his first bullet aim can be so accurate, which is also why you don't want to peek him when he's forced to retake a bomb site. But no, seriously, some of these highlights, like, look at how fast he's just able to put crosshair onto head. It's pretty absurd, actually, and it really actually allows him and Falcons to sometimes pull rounds out that they otherwise really have no business winning, or at least inflict some extra damage. Yeah, some of those kills are just so quick, and like the calls overall for Falcons, I feel like they were solid, but when Snappy's able to actually punch in and put up some actual numbers too, this team is actually then starting to threaten to be the roster that people expected them to be when they first formed.
And I think that's a good point, because we have been looking at Snappy's individual performances, and especially over the summer break, you know, we saw on group stage here in Copenhagen, wasn't playing great. I think he even said it himself, he has to step it up, you know, he's not on the form he wants to be in, and I feel like we've seen that progress from Snappy. It was better at Cologne, definitely better so far here at the Blast Showdown. So you're talking about a team that is slowly but surely coming together. A player that has also stepped it up massively as of recently is paiN. I know we set the bar high for him, or I guess I'll correct myself. He set the bar high for himself last year by playing fantastic Counter-Strike. It does feel like we don't have paiN back to his best, but we're getting closer and closer. And I guess for a team like Falcons right now, that is essential if they want to do anything anywhere.
Right, and for paiN, I feel like in this game especially, it felt like he was everywhere. He was using different guns. He actually outdueled Halzerk with the AWP at one point as well. He was just getting all the important kills, and I'm not really still sure exactly what it is. When I think about Falcons as a whole, paiN has his ups and his downs, but again, it's just that we see these glimpses of how good Falcons can really be, but it feels like it's so rare that they actually keep it through for an entire series, and I feel like that's something that if they want to take down Complexity, show it again. Show it for 2 maps in a row, because that seems so frequently not the case for them.
And where does that leave us? You know, we're heading into the 3rd deciding map. One of these teams will be eliminated before they head into a potential final game. Map is Anubis. It's a map that both these lineups are playing an awful lot, and I guess they have similar success rate on the map as well.
Right. I still will kind of harken back to what I was talking about in the pregame for the entire series, which is that I feel like one thing that has really benefited Complexity on this map is that they're starting to really enable Floppy. They're starting to push into A main a lot more, throw flashes outside into the rugs area outside of A main so that he can take some swings, some fights. And so if there's any part of the map that I'm going to focus on to maybe be the difference maker or the X factor in this one, it's going to be if Floppy's able to just be a disruptor to Falcons T side when he's on the CT side.
And I think one of the interesting things about Falcons on this specific map when it comes to Anubis is a high CT round win percentage. You see 58% of the rounds they play on that CT side, they win. And I guess we agree that Anubis is still a T-sided map, you know, in most cases. Looking into the statistics as well, we've been after Madden for quite some time as well. This is by far his best map within the Vitality jersey. So as the GG bets odds are rolling in on your screen, Maui, I want your professional and honest take in the sense of where do you see this game going? Is it going to be Complexity that have to showcase they're the better team, or do you think Falcons stands a realistic chance of taking this series?
I feel like this will be Complexity, but it's going to be close. I mean, both of these teams are pushing each other right now. It feels like Falcons are actually shooting back in a very serious way. If I had to go for the final score pred, I would actually go right down the middle, 13-11 Complexity.
Give me one player to look out for on the Complexity side.
Oh man, okay. Beyond Floppy, I think this is obviously a great Elige map. I mean, he's just like, he is the standard for controlling middle.
Alrighty, well, we're about to see whether or not that is going to be the case. Complexity will take on Falcons on Anubis. It's the 3rd deciding map in the first game of the day. Winner will progress into the grand final of their side of the bracket at the Blast Showdown. We'll be jumping on a quick break, and when we come back, it is to find and catch the action between Complexity and Falcons.
Anubis it is then. Last map in the series. Only one team can survive the test of the showdown here and move on, like Pimp said, to that qualification semi-final. The last game you'll have to play to try and grab yourself a spot at Blast. Oh, Vince, they both fought hard. Some ups, some downs for these two teams, but this is where it all ends on Anubis. Complexity taking on Falcons one final time in our opening game today.
It's easy to get on Complexity's back and, you know, say, oh, have they not won this one out? But honestly, Falcons to bounce back after being wrecked on Nuke. Got to give them credit. And it's that man again. Had a steamer of a last map, and he's off to the races again. So very quick, but Unleash with those Julies, putting it down range, keeping A under control. He knows that mid is under T presence though, so he has to pull the plug and get back. This effectively would be Unleash against everybody, but they're actually wrapping around the back of the beat site right now, and that's into the hands of JT.
Oh, JT couldn't handle it though. Goes down. P2000 footwork from Hausert, good for the first, but we're left in a 2v2. Grim swings. Hits the head of Dupree, but the bomb's already been planted. All on Snappy. 1 versus 2 with a Glock. Posted up like a gangster, but Alicia's coming in with the Julies. The Wild West maneuver. Snappy clears the left, but the snapshot's not quick enough. Complexity take the pistol.
That was so chaotic. Such a roller coaster of Alicia's going to get under heavy duress, and they decide to push into JT, who falls down. Plant in. Yeah, those are frustrating ones. And the third all-important map. You can basically scratch the last two performances. It's all down to this. And Complexity have it under their way to kick things off. That was the kill where I thought the floodgates were going to open. And it was going to be a comfortable one for Falcons, but Complexity had other thoughts. Oh no, we saw the goal clap again, Jerky. What's happened?
It's a damning sign. Whenever you see that golf club come out, like, I don't know, man. Bad things happen, Vince. It's a bad omen.
Oh, he was so baited. He was so baited in. Sun Pius was rapidly behind the baskets. A 2-for-2 trade, but it should open up business for the site. Very fast rotation, and the HG behind it as well, though. It's going to force the Falcons back. They got so much time left on the clock, 1 minute and 20. They don't have to force their way in. They can try and find the CTs as they transition back across and look for information.
Another round that hangs in the balance. It's always the most dangerous position to be in CS right now. You win that CT pistol and then it comes crashing back down on top of you. Just under 1 minute on the clock, 3 versus 3. You've got Madden towards midside with a mat 10. Alzerk could be sideswiped. He's the sole defender at the A bomb site. If they go in free camera, they'd have a pretty clear path, but it's JT that's going to get checked. Ooh, Madden hits it. JT down in the dirt, and they unleash the heat towards the B bomb site. Grim, given a 1-for-1. No trade potential, but Magisk at least equalizes on the response. Hausert up against 2 low HP Falcons. The Molly's going to burn for a few more seconds, denying his pathway in. Now he has an opportunity to strike. They peek in. Magisk reads it, and they equalize, throwing the cash of Complexity away.
The second time that JT's been caught in that temple rotation and isn't able to muster up a single kill in the process. Nice attempt from Grim, but like you said, there was no counteractive play in. It was basically him against 2 separate 1v1s. Eventually succumbed to the pressure. And it will be a force buy straight back in on Complexity. They have the 2 Deagles. Got that CZ in again from Elige and the 5-7 alongside the MP9 for Grim. The Falcons picking up the pace already. Snappy's trying to make some maneuvers too on the shadow side. Sprayed down, but runs into his own molly and burns alive. Dupree, though, with a quick fire triple.
And this is a clean one. Mop and bucket in the third. Whereas for Floppy, It's just about letting the round tick on by now. 5-7 in his hands. They shouldn't really overextend too much with where the cash is. It's far worse you give him a gun than taking the low cash you know he's going to have out of his hands. So Falcons shouldn't extend too far into open waters. He'll hold on to his armor and the 5-7, but the round itself towards Falcons.
Terrorists win.
Starting off with the advantage again will be the Falcons. That's a beautiful spray transfer. Just another day at the office. Thumbs up for...
So reclined.
Yeah.
So far down in the chair. Oh, no.
Minus 72.
You can't be doing that, mate. That's disgusting. Oh, it's a bad day for Elise.
Yeah. Oh, man. And he's about to get pummeled when he comes through the smoke as well. There it is, the spray down from some pious and Mages. At least like, cheers, mate. Thanks, Alzerk. Nice one, bro.
Can you imagine if he actually did just snap? You think it's funny? You think it's funny? You've just stabbed me. No, I didn't mean it, mate.
Oh, first slamming desks, now slamming his teammates. Outrageous behavior.
Just started screaming at him. I can't believe you've done this. You've ruined my day now. I'm not playing. But Alish, we need to win this to qualify. No.
I suppose any potential saving grace is it was an eco round. If that's in a rifle round, you're even more tilted for sure.
Yeah, it would have been a bit worse, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically a throwaway round. Didn't work out for them. To be fair, even on full HP, that still wouldn't have worked out for them. They ran straight into 2 players in a crossfire. However, they've all built to this moment. It is just a FAMAS for JT, though. Not ideal. Lack of kits as well. And coming under heavy duress already over on the B site.
Ooh. Grim with one, but there's Rapids trade back, and it's some Pious, Madden, and Snappy that work together in unison. The Falcons, on their first real test, a rifle round where both teams are fully armed, well, they look deadly. They clean up on all contact. And how Zerk and Floppy are all that remains. Hanging by a thread and forced to play for the save, really. If Falcons come towards you, maybe you take weapons out of their hands, but going for the round is not a possibility. So Falcons on the T side of Anubis here in the third map will lead by 3 rounds. Moving to 4 now.
If your complexity, not pushing the panic button just yet. It has been a rough start. There's no doubt in that, but this is a T-sided map for the most part. Both teams do their better work over there. I think it's the nature and how they've lost some of these rounds. The fact that Floppy is still to get you off the mark, and he was one of those players. And I completely agree with Maui as well on the desk. He was like, listen, he's a guy to look out for here on Anubis. Well, so far he has been shut down. He's not had a chance to really spread his arms and show what he can do. So although the panic button maybe not pressed just yet, their finger will start to hover over it if they can't convert one of these rifle rounds that will be coming up. This is going to be more of a half buy. 2 M4s in play with Deagles and an assortment of pistols. But this next round, Jackie, after this, is going to be so very important, assuming you don't win this round.
Yeah, it's already showing signs that something's changed for the Falcons. Zerk again with a default Molotov coming over, burning him out of position close towards the doors on mid. The rest of the pressure's being applied towards the extremities of A main. Complexity, you've tried to fight for this a couple times, at least on the low eco rounds. Now it's Floppy of the M4. Wanted to play ahead of the smoke. Walks off for now. Response back is to walk out and get info towards B main. Dupree is the late lurk. Timing on it's a bit interesting. Just as he recoils away, the flash goes over and they go for the peek out. Meanwhile, at middle, we see a trade of blows as well. So it's a 4 versus 4. slipping in through camera. Floppy spotted by Snappy. Another man down, and JT grabs the AK.
Safe to come in here, but there's also Dupree. The flanking players of the CTs are going to become the flanked if they're not careful. JT, always in danger. He doesn't realize it just yet. But Dupree getting closer and closer to snatching his life away. Magisk is going to deny that from being a possibility, and now Dupree's flank is for nothing. But it's completely fine. The Falcons will be off to a 5-1. And now it's a case of just trying to hold on to these guns for that next round.
Terrorists win.
The Falcons on fire. And Complexity massively cooling off. Feeling like Ice Age 2 in the building right now, Vince. It's worrying, mate. You can see it really is getting to him as well. Completely different in terms of the reactions. Hitting him heavy now. Head in hands. Rounds in the bin. But at least weaponry back on their side. 4 M4s, the 1 AWP in the hands of Hauzerk. Only a single frag on the board at the minute. Can he turn his fortune around here in the 7th? Bit of a change of pace as well of how Floppy's playing it towards the main. Nice pre-nade early, goes over the top, 40 HP taken off of Sampaius. The step in the water, that's the audio cue. Sampaius strikes off the back of it, knowing his angle towards the pillar. From pillar to post, the ring around the rosies. Oh, looking to make Floppy fall down. And he will eventually. Molly towards camera as well, but they've already beaten the timing. They're in the bomb site, but it's so messy. Running back towards upper. The attention taken off of Elise. JT with a trade. 3 versus 3.
What the hell just happened? So
I don't know, mate.
All those rotations. Jesus. You could have put Bunny Hill music over the top of that one. And now Holzer was going to hold the line before he shut down in the back. So many backstabs. Assassins across the board on both teams. And I was talking before about how they're not going to push the panic button just yet. Well, if they lose this round, they absolutely will. And Snappy and Dupree, both alive, both healthy, in separate angles of aggression. Grim is smoked off. They have the kit, but already about a quarter of that timer has slipped away. JT making moves up in shadow. Grim's going to try and bait out this position, and he gets what he's looking for, but they need to try and shut down this player as fast as possible. He's wasting so much time right now. And although Snappy's gone down, it's down to Dupree to clutch out. And he's done enough. He's denied this round from being a possibility. Falcons will take a 6-1.
Terrorists win.
Oh, Falcons. Running away with these now. Even in the messy ones, Vince. Even in the absolutely chaotic rounds. They're somehow finding solutions. This was the awkward opener towards the A site. So many bizarre moments. The walk around from the pillar, the step in the water for Floppy. They beat the timing on the push down, then JT goes back towards heaven. All of it kept you guessing. Now, if you remember back on Vertigo, it was so late into the game that Complexity felt the need to take their first tactical timeout. They were feeling pretty confident for a good majority of it, even with some of the rounds that Falcons were taking away from them. Here, you're calling it in early, and fair enough. You've lost 2 rifle rounds. You've had enough time to see how it's going. It's not coming down to a matter of let's just keep going. We're 2 frags away from winning it. We'll make it work next time. You actually need to adapt now. So they're going to have a chat about it, figure out what needs to be adjusted, go back in with the rifles as well. Hauzerk doesn't have the cash to afford the AWP this time. It'll be the M4 picked up as well. That Grand left in the back pocket. Maybe a heads-up decision then instead to go for the mobility. And this is why he wanted to go for the quick play out through middle and see if he could take the fight straight to them. It works for the opening moments, Vince, but it's going from good to a little bit risky. At least JT equalizes and Floppy wins out on the push this time.
Rido's managed to wiggle his way through the smoke, but he will be entombed by a leash. Adam with the freebie. They know exactly where he is now. Player poached up on the site. It's going to be JT. The bomb's dropped way back at spawn, as you can see there. The good news for Madden is he has time to play with. There's an AK just underneath him if he wants to trade up. May not have seen it. I can definitely appreciate the aggression from Complexity, though. They've been sitting back and just absorbing punishment for so long, but they decide we're going to live or die by making our own decision, controlling our own fate. And so far, it seems to have worked out for them, but there's every chance that Madden can still clutch this one out. He's fully healthy. He has the smoke, and he may get the element of surprise, but there's two of them pushing him right now as he runs out to the open. Oh, my goodness. He tagged Floppy. If that's a headshot, he is dead. Nice try from Madden. But hot off the back, off the timeout, Complexity have doubled their round tally.
These rounds are so terrifying. That's another one where Falcons, man, mere inches away from once again breaking the back of Complexity. But they needed that. They really needed that. So a second round on the board. The aggression with the different buy. How's that going for the push out? Taking that mid control and fighting down towards the water. This time to Pre, going to be pushed off as B main exchanges hands very fast. They smoke up the front lip as well and throw the deep nades in. This is going to have you guessing where they are. You have to waste utility and time to clear this out. And the HE goes shallow. So you're going to be paranoid about maybe there's a player inside the smoke, could be off towards the left. So nice smoke and mirrors distraction for Complexity, forcing Falcons to invest not only cash, but time as well.
Pace round though for both teams. Jostling for position, the importance of this map. Tangible to go through to the qualification match. Elige, oh flash, pot flash, beautifully by Snappy. And that's a 3v pick. Onto one of the talisman players. Holzhook shoots down the middle, missing both players, but he won't miss a second time. And he knows he has to fight his way out of this one. Entombed between multiple players, he's been put to jail once more. And Magisk is going to dial the digits in. That should be enough for a Falcons 7-2 lead.
I know Anubis is a T-sided map, but this is getting a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Complexity. What's happening? Round after round, we're just seeing Falcons being able to make moves that are winning them. So much momentum. And it's getting scary. Been pretty back and forth over the course of the series, but here at the final bookend, the last hurdle for Complexity, they are falling short. And it's Falcons that are starting to leapfrog over them, looking like they're going to be able to book that spot to contest and fight for a chance to actually make it through here in the showdown, go to the final. It would be a hell of a feat for them to make it to the 4 finals.
Don't do it. Oh, he thought about it.
Yeah, he was weighing it up. He was weighing it up.
I saw that, Holzhook. I'm proud of you, though, dude. You didn't smash the desk. I'm proud of you. It's progress. Oh, man. But it's very much a regress in terms of the economics on Complexity. Back down to a FAMAS and MP9 and M4, couple of pistols. Like you say, Jackie, yeah, it's T-sided map. The stats don't lie on that one. But it's not a 7-2. It's not in how the nature of these rounds have come down. That, for me, is a concern, and Complexity typically a team that they can't get in their own heads. They can start to get a bit quiet.
And they got to be loud in a matchup like this. You have to command respect in these final few rounds. Floppy. It felt like he got away with murder, but Sunpius takes a pot shot back that connects. The chrome cannon blowing him away. So the weapon isn't secured, and neither is an advantage in the battle of attrition. Information is all they get on the B peak. Elige, up close, MP9. He's got to overwhelm Sunpius here. Molotov goes deep, but it's all a ruse. They're not harsh committing to the play. Instead, backing off to support their teammates on the flank towards B, with madden opening the back door onto the bomb site. And Elise now strikes. Oh, it's rough. The quick switch to the AK isn't fast enough, and madden sees the lurk from Grim. Falcons with 3 players make their move to A. And this half, Vince, it feels like it has just got Falcons taking it all over it. I mean, how do you even find a way back in here? Even getting enough of a buffer of rounds for complexity now, it's going to be nigh on impossible.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it has to be the last 2 rounds of the half-plus pistol, right? Like, there's not much more room for error. A lot of those hot hands from the first map, way back on Nuke, where they slapped Falcons across the face with a 13-6 win. Those hands have cooled down somewhat. Floppy's still yet to really fully get activated outside of the A main. And dupree's been having so much space outside of B. Time after time, like, just has plenty of opportunity to poke and try and find weaknesses. Alzuk may be called upon here. Floppy takes a bunch of damage through the smoke. They don't want to give away that the AWP is here, though. No speculative shot forthcoming. Second smoke put into place. But these smokes have been tossed down early, though, Jackie. There's going to be a lot of time after these clear for a potential execute. And Holzuk's missed his chance. It's going to cost Floppy and himself their lives.
JT with a walkout once again at the B-bomb site. This time he delivers, hits the head. Ooh, Elige also picking up the pieces. Magisk has been mullered, and it's just St. Pius and madden that are left. 45 seconds on the timer. The 11th round. Like we said, a round that complexity need through and through. Could still be theirs if they can just close this one down. St. Pius pre-scoped on the walk-up. They know about the angle that JT is currently lurking in. Back towards the pillar on the platform. Sniffs him out, finds the first quick response needed. St. Pius hits it, grabs the AK, bomb going down. The choreography of Counter-Strike good for now, but he's about to be tested. They walk back in. Grim, up close. He's got a kit, so time isn't the issue. They need to play off one another. Elige looking for the peek out deep CT. Spray goes wrong. Falcons crumble. Elige grabs one of the 2 rounds complexity need.
That'll be a very small reprieve and sigh of relief. But they know the job is not done just yet. Holzuk traded out from that HE. And JT getting aggressive as a result of it, knowing he had to try and force some space open for his teammates. St. Pius has had a good series, man. He was razor sharp back on Vertigo. Dropped himself 18 kills with a 1.28 rating. A bit off on the spray there, though. Some aggression down on the con, but it's a 1-4 trade. JT does at least answer back. And Elige always trying to play around the smoke. Just walks straight through it. madden gets punished.
Last round of the first half then. Hangs in the balance of a 3 versus 3. dupreeh being able to make a move out through middle and get the peek down on camera side. Mate, there's room for him to do something special here, but he doesn't harsh commit towards the A site. Instead goes for the lurk. Back round on B. Magist hasn't overcommitted either. If dupreeh can find a way in, take down JT without losing too much health, Magist can make his move towards B. And there's still a pipeline for the Falcons in the round. Clears out Dark first. That's the point of rotation for Magist, so it's better to know that that's clear. As he peeks towards CT though, he's not ready for the backstab and JT finds him. Magist has looked crisp, but can he do it in a 1 versus 3 for the half?
Being flanked as well quickly, and it's Floppy with the AUG going to shut him down for the defuse. So Complexity will trail come that second half, 8-4, but they've given themselves a fighting chance.
And look at how confident. He's like an evil villain at the moment. Look at that smile. Look at that smirk.
All right, Zonic. Oh, it's Deagles. Okay. Right. Okay, Zonic, the Deagle King. From way back in the day. Ooh. Oh, simple. I thought that was Zonic to get it. It felt good. It sounded like a Zonic headshot.
It's a rough start, but he's just shaking off some rust. This will get better as we go on.
Right. Here we go then. Simple, probably up there, the best with this particular weapon. Zonic probably
with all of them, really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem here. Simple. He'll be happy to do this. You casted Simple in a 1v1 tournament most recently, right? The Omen Challenge?
Yes, and there's Sonic.
There it is!
#1 on the board. All right, now it's on. Okay. All the pressure on Simple, of course. We haven't touched on that. He's got all of it on him.
Oh, you can see those boxes being deployed.
Oh, no.
Sonic, no, not like this, no, get back, get back, get back, no!
Get away.
No, not like this.
Oh, dear.
No, he can't get back up, Jason.
Oh,
he can't find it, he's getting, there he's done it! He survives. He avoids the humiliation of the crater, but he goes into a headshot. It's Sonic, 2-1.
It doesn't make any sense.
How has he done that? He almost falls off the ledge, but he pulls it off. This is unbelievable.
And the box almost taking Simple out here.
He is sweating at this point. Simple doesn't know what's happening.
He got it again.
It's going down. This could be one of the most historic upsets of all time, Jason.
This is absolutely spectacular.
I've never seen anything like it.
Coming in out of nowhere, subbing in, and he's shocking the world.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Counter-Strike in its purest form, the 1 versus 1 Angel, and Zonic is thriving in this environment, looking for another kill, damage inflicted. One more bullet will do it. Can he get another frag here? It will be absolutely unbelievable. If he pulls this one off, it'll be a 4-1 lead.
You have to imagine Simple's just getting more and more pissed off. He's almost got him down.
One more.
Simple, a little bit afraid now as he backs off, and somehow Zonic is avoiding all damage.
Oh! There it is. Simple will pull one back.
Shake it off.
But remember, all the scores, every kill accumulates to the grand total, right, Jason? So
yes.
Every time he's actually finding frags in Zonic, he's doing his team a service. It's not all just a 1-0 conclusion at the end.
Well, another chance. An off angle. He's not going to mess with those surf ramps any longer. Simple out in the open. He's found it. Patient with the shots.
You can see the look on Halzerk's face, going to show visually how the previous half of Anubis here in the third map between Falcons and Complexity went for the team, Vince. Not great. Couple rounds, that was all they could muster up. Falcons overall, they were taking the clutches, they were taking the consistent rounds, and they look like they're inches away from being able to lock this down and bypass Complexity in a 2-1 victory. 4 rounds of difference, second half pistol going live. If Complexity have any energy left, it needs to be brought out right here, right now.
Yeah, they were put to the sword round after round, and they've lost the first player. Liege counteracts, and now it's going to allow the T's to really try and rip forward, but Dupree gets another 2, and Snappy, finishes off the rest. Falcons just immediately ransack, desolate the oncoming Complexity players. And if there was a lifeline before, Jackie, it's starting to just slip away. Ebb and flow with the waves out of hands control. Complexity in real trouble.
Yeah, it's rough. It's real rough. The run in the showdown, it could go out with a whimper, not a bang. And the confidence is beaming for Falcons down towards Dark. They swing, and Pius and Dupree deliver again, and they make it look easy. No chance for the upsets, no chance for some crazy plays. With the pistols, they just put them down in the dirt and focus on the real test. The upcoming rounds where there's rifles to contend with.
Snappy's got to be in the debate for player of the match, assuming that they get across the finish line now and there is no sort of shenanigans afoot. The impact this guy's had has been so huge, especially on Vertigo, keeping them in the game in the first place. Was an eco round. Let's keep that into consideration. They're going to have some rifles now. There's just no buffer of rounds behind it, Jackie. It's like you have no safety net. You're basically walking across a tightrope, hoping that a strong gust doesn't just knock you straight over.
That's the bit that hurts the most. It's 6 rounds of non-stop perfect CS, basically, you have to play if you want to equalize this one to give yourself a fighting chance. T-sides, you can set the pace of the game a little bit. That's the added blessing. CT, you've got to defend, play a bit more passive. Here you can be far more proactive. Take the fight to Falcons, warm up. We know some of the aim capability, the mechanics of the complexity players is what sets them apart. We've seen Grim looking good, Floppy having his moments, JT and Elige both stepping up. JT on the, Hauzerk on the AWP rather as well. And he's been allowed to get into his groove. It's been pretty impactful. CT side and Anubis, it hasn't been there. If they can redeem it, it can still work. I mean, they've got space into this round at the very least. Round 15, you take a lot of pressure on mid. It's going to allow you to control so much more of the map on Anubis. And if Sampaius doesn't expect it, Elige could find the pick. Sampaius reads it, though. Doesn't even take a lick of damage, Vince. Dupree down towards Dark doesn't need to make the moves, as Magis with a backstab finds Floppy. And this round goes from potential to possibly nothing in a matter of seconds.
1 kill. 1 kill from the side of complexity. And what fully encapsulates this entire map performance for me is that play that you just touched on. Sampaius wide swings, kills Elige with an M4 versus an AK without taking 1 point of damage. Across the board, they are just winning all of their duels. Against complexity, a super star-studded, mechanically gifted roster, they have just not shown up to the server so far.
Soul-crushing to watch, really, from the performance they've had over the individual maps, the individual rounds, culminating onto what feels like a bit of a damn squib at the end here, at the end of the series. Elige, Tech9 to the brain of Snappy. Late nade from Magist's good for the trade back, and Dupree in a prime-time angle to punish. Spray's good even. Hits the head of Floppy. Your only win condition now relies on Elige having a hero round. He's got to put the team on his back, have a life game right now. It's the only way you're going to find this one. Support of Grim. Tech9's there. They've got the bomb. Still time. Only added blessing is there is still time on the clock. Sampaius is towards the A site. You've got Magisk middle. Double up on the B bomb site as well. AK-47 Empress in his hands. Let's see if he'll impress us here with the quick taps and give Falcons match point.
A flashback that's going to actually blind Grim out in the open. And Elige, his task just got a whole lot more difficult. Spraying up there. Magisk stands, delivers the headshot. And complexity already have 1 foot out of this tournament. They are on the brink of elimination. Falcons just destroying them at every single turn.
All right. Here we go then. Those 2 rounds of buffer. Dead in the water. Task even harder now. It's got to be absolutely flawless Counter-Strike through and through. Exchange on contact JT. Skewers. Man from Denmark. And opens up onto the Falcons. As a reply back though, you lose your talisman in Elige. No longer alive to shine in the round. Hauzerk. He'll snipe back down onto Dupree. 3 players remain alive for Falcons then. Winning out in the trades at least for now. Grouping up as well, going for the late wolf pack towards the A site. That's Snappy's domain, Vince.
It's like trying to clear the cobwebs of the smoke. See if he can entice a couple of these T's into his web. But that Molotov actually doing the complete opposite. Forces them away into the hands of Madden. Up on the 10 kills so far. Had a couple of clutch moments throughout this series. Haven't seen him fully shine bright just yet. Maybe this is his moment. Maybe this is his time, or perhaps not. Halzerk nails him. Is it too little too late, though, from the Norwegian sniper? These are the shots that could have been landed on that CT side, and Sunpius had a whiff, had a chance, a glimmer of posting up the clutch, but that's going to quickly get snatched away as he's neutralized. And Snappy goes looking for some exit frags. It's a lot of money, though, on the CT side right now. He may want to go for this one. And why the hell not? He's so confident in his own abilities. There's just not enough time. He's neutralized one of the AKs bare minimum. So it's going to force another replenished purchase. And they've got so much rounds as a buffer. No need to throw this AK away. Worth a huge amount on the CT side. But that's one elimination point saved. 7 more to go for Complexity.
Terrorists win.
It's all well and good getting one, but got to repeat that time and time again now. So much harder when you know what's looming over you as well. Sometimes some players, some teams, you can rise to that occasion. Well, you know, qualification, potential, last finals. It's right round the corner. And if you can just withstand this test and one more game following it, one more series after this, it's there for the taking. They've got to make the right moves. 5-12. One round at a time. One foot in front of the other. Magisk bringing the org out. The Spartan of Falcons. But Snappy's profession is to strike at middle and get the opening pick. Floppy down.
It has looked a bit like Warriors versus Bakers, hasn't it, so far in this game at times? But maybe there is some way they can conjure a way back into this. It's going to be without Floppy. Hasn't had a lot of impact on this map, and that's probably being kind. Grim in the meanwhile, though, trying to peer over the protruding smoke. Doesn't spot anything at the back on the plat. That smoke now starting to dissipate and fade. Molotov tossed in. Sunpius goes looking. Oh, that flick. Halzerk have no chance. Snatched away the life. Obliterating the oncoming tees. Sunpius is doing it all alone. But he needed Dupree to activate there and help him out. Madden now last man standing. And Falcon's going to nail it in with a 2-1 win over Complexity, causing the shock.
Yes, indeed, causing a shock and causing a big upset. At least the fashion it happened in, I don't think many people would have expected. Falcons by far the better team on Anubis, and for some reason Complexity couldn't get it going at all, Maui.
I felt like Falcons actually came into this one with some pretty good prep. Felt like the plays that I was talking about, the aggressive Floppy plays, were completely nullified. I mean, Floppy not having a great map for himself. And I really think that Falcons, you know, there's a lot of brains on that team. And to their credit, they used them on this one. For sure they did. Because every single time they tried going for an aggressive play on the CT side, it got caught by multiple Falcons players waiting for it, and then on the T side it felt like they just continued with that momentum pretty seamlessly.
Yeah, and it gives me a weird feeling, I'm not gonna lie. Now again, I was trying to talk Complexity. I was trying to say, listen, it's the team that is getting better again. It feels like they're trending upwards once more, and now they lose this game to Falcons. And I know it's online, I know they're sitting at a boot camp, but as far as I'm aware, the only reason they stuck around in Europe after I Am Cologne was to play this showdown. So you must think that it's been a huge focus point for them to make it to the fall final. So for Complexity not to make it, that's a big no-no, and I guess we'll speak more about that. Whereas for Falcons to make it into that final, I think that is a step in the right direction, and a very convincing W as well, as you see by the round history.
Right. For them to actually get revenge against Complexity for the challenge, the Yongchiping result, that's obviously going to help Falcons out a lot in terms of their mentality. I know they're playing another tournament at the same time, so hopefully they're able to power up. I mean, the thing is that we look at this Falcons lineup, and it's like there's some glaring issues that have been really so present when watching them, and I saw none of that in this third map. And so getting all the pieces working, getting everybody firing at all cylinders, and maybe a cheeky, snappy, strong performance can lift them over the line.
I was just about to say, I want to give some props to Snobby, obviously, for having a great series overall. I think Son paiN as well stepped up when it mattered the most here, especially on Anubis. So I think some of those, some of those players that's been singled out, Snobby being one of them, not living up to the individual standards that was required of him. Son paiN dropping off massively after his time in Inter. I feel like some of those things are starting to move in the right direction now. So for Snobby to play well, for Son paiN to do well, for Falcon to get a comfortable win. I mean, I know it's the showdown. I know it's an online game. I know most of these teams are boot camping, but how much stock do we put into a victory like this for the Falcon side?
That's a good question, because I think that they actually now are probably nearly the favorites from their side of the bracket to actually make it through. I think if you really wanted to break down the numbers, it would probably be VP. They're probably the ranked highest in the world, I would say. So yeah, looking at that, the thing is that VP still have to make it through big, but I would almost just give them credit like this. A lot of people picked M80 over Falcons, thinking that there could be an upset victory there. A lot of people picked Complexity over Falcons, and so this is actually Falcons pulling off an upset. And now in what could be the final between Big or VP, they're just showing some good signs. That's kind of how I have to put it. I feel like the strategizing has been good. I feel like they really have understood at this point very clearly what their big flaws are, like their CT side, and they've gone back to the drawing board and said, okay, how do we address these? And with the people they have, the experience on all of everybody's shoulders, they're actually starting to show that they're a little bit better. I'm not going to go crazy with them just yet, though.
No, and as you said, looking at that bracket we just saw before, they are facing the winner of Big and VP for a game at the fall final, and I think with the performance that we saw today, none of us can say that they don't stand a chance, to make it to the fall finals, and I think that in itself would be a huge step in the right direction for Falcons. Complexity, where does it leave them? As I said, how much stock do we put into the victory for Falcons? How much stock do we put into the elimination of Complexity? Because I do tend to feel that they're trending upwards, and I want to speak them up, and I want to say that, listen, it's a team that still has a future together, but it doesn't take a lot for me to lose that fate, if you know what I mean.
I mean, the problem is that I just feel like the way that Complexity lose is such a similar script every single time. You're in advantageous positions, someone might overstep, over peak, and I feel like to me, the game planning and everything is well-founded at this point. I think that's something that I almost can just safely say. It's just that when so much of your success is predicated on having really strong openers, a very good game plan, then at that point, it doesn't really come down to the individuals, and I feel like that's where, for me, Complexity has kind of fallen behind now, where late round situations, I don't really know who I can trust anymore. And I think that's a really big blight, because I like a lot of the Complexity players, both as players and people, but I just don't know in a 2v4, 2v3, who is ever really going to bring it back, other than Elige.
Yeah, I was just about to say there's one guy we can probably trust in regards to that, and there's one guy who have been showing up time and time again for Complexity. It's also the same guy who now decided to turn up for a loser interview with James Banks. It's your man, Elige.
Elige, this is probably not what you expected, and I think being one of the favorites for this side of the bracket as well, and how well things started off with this nuke, right? You go up 13-6. We come onto your Vertigo, and I just want to try and find out from you what you felt went wrong on the T side, which actually is normally something you're a lot stronger than what you showed at. Where was the problems?
Well, I think that we just gave away a lot of rounds that we kind of like rushed a little bit too much, and we had like really high percentage of winning them. And honestly, I don't think that it was like too much of them just like forcing us into bad fights. It was us kind of just rushing ourselves too much in the late round.
Was that something you tried to slow down? Was it something you were discussing as the game was going on?
Well, it's hard to really like fix that issue, I'd say, when it was happening. We did discuss exactly like how we wanted to like keep on going towards A, because we felt like we had like a lot of openings there, but we weren't really getting like the multis, and they were getting like the trades all the time when we were going towards A in the beginning.
And then when it comes to this Anubis, it is certainly a good middle ground map for you guys, but you get the pistol, then you get upset after that, right? The force works against you, and then it's the string of rounds that start to go wrong.
Yep.
Was there something you noticed as to why you couldn't fight your way back into it, where you couldn't get something going?
Well, our money was really bad the entire time. Like you said, honestly, we were kind of just getting like steamrolled. They were just like taking duels against us and just like beating us. They were kind of just like rushing at us like in the very beginning, like towards B, and we weren't getting any of the trades. We weren't like stuffing them at all. So they were just getting like really clean duels, and they were kind of just like taking over the game, and we couldn't really find like a way to stop it in that part. And we ended up getting 4 rounds, but if you don't get the pistol on the second half, then the map just becomes really hard in MR12.
Yeah, for sure. And just looking at the fact that you're on boot camp right now, I know you guys have been grinding like crazy since the second half of the seasons has begun. But what's next for you guys now you're out here at the Showdown? Are you staying on boot camp for a little bit longer? You going back home to try and reset a bit?
Well, this is week number 6 in a row. So we're going back home on Monday. Get some off time.
Nice.
Just you need the rest part for sure when we've been gone for so long. So yeah, we're gonna go back home for like 9 days, and then we'll arrive at EPL a couple days early. And yeah, it's just all focus for EPL after a couple days of rest and NA.
All focus for EPL for Complexity and the boys in there. That makes sense. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated from the Showdown, which means their chances of making it to the Fall Finals in Copenhagen no longer exist. I think Elise is very well-spoken, articulates himself well in these losing moments. And as you said, Maui, it almost, gives me the feeling that it's a broken record. It's the same issues, the same line of thought every time. I don't really blame Elise for that, but where does that leave Complexity?
He correctly identified exactly what I saw. The fact that the late rounds are where they really break down, and yeah, I mean it's a deserved break to be away from home for 6 weeks at a time, which is the reality of being a North American player. So hopefully they can recollect themselves for EPL. They had a very good showing last time. I think they reached top 4 actually at EPL last time around. So that could be a good event for where they find a bounce back and maybe find some individual form, carry it on. Because with the exception of this third map, I think they played some decent CS at the Showdown, some decent CS so far at Cologne even, but just not putting together that, just not getting over that final hurdle. It's like they keep tripping on the last 10 meters of the race.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing to do. I mean, if you want to be Complexity, you want to go to the biggest tournaments, you want to win trophies, maybe even then you can't trip that much. However, we're going to trip into a little break, and when we come back, it's going to be with the second series of the day. FaZe taking on a team that has been playing exceptionally well as of late. It is paiN.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days, we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
That's right, all these teams are still fighting to get inside the Fall Finals in Copenhagen, taking place in late September, and we're getting closer and closer to the culmination of exactly that here at the Showdown. FaZe will take on paiN Gaming Maui in a game that puts them one step closer and only one game away from booking a spot at the Fall Finals. I guess it's needless to say, FaZe are the heavy favorites, and why don't you tell me exactly why that is?
Well, come on. You just really can never count out FaZe in any tournament that you're going to see them in. I mean, they always have a chance to lift the trophy, and I'm talking about the biggest tournaments in the world. The only real caveat is that they are really beasts on LAN, and I think we kind of know that there have been some times when they're a little bit faulty online here and there. But I think that if FaZe are even playing to, say, 90% of what they're capable of, then they should be cleanly winning this series, and that's because they are a star-studded lineup who is punching way harder than a team like FaZe on a day-to-day basis.
They should, and they have been for almost as long as we can remember, but we did see at the Fall Groups 24 that they weren't up to par. I think we saw in Cologne signs of something better. Something that worried me was Kerrigan saying that he's now, you know, micromanaging the team more. They're maybe going away from their old style and trying to implement a little bit more of a strict style within the team. So the way I see it, either FaZe is about to implode and explode for that matter as well, and we may never see this FaZe lineup ever win anything again, or they're going back to their roots and going back to where they were once good, you know, and where they were once contesting for the trophies. So where are you feeling, you know, in that, you know, laneway right now? Are you going one direction or another? Do you think we're seeing better times from FaZe, or do you think that this is a team that could implode relatively soon?
I feel like it's actually really important for a team like FaZe to be humbled early on in the season, as they hopefully will ramp up towards the later events, hopefully the fall finals, hopefully the world finals, what have you, the major itself. And so I think that right now FaZe are still in that sort of stumbling period, but an event like the Showdown is one where they know that they should be winning this. There's no excuses. If you lose this event, if you're FaZe, you really have to make some serious decisions, and you got to make them really quickly. And I don't think anybody wants to make those decisions. I think the only decision they want to make is, how do we win this game and what bomb site are we going to?
Yeah, and I definitely agree with you, and I think the players themselves would agree with that sentiment as well, Maui. We caught up with Frozen heading into the game.
And how important is it for you guys to make it to the full finals?
Well, we got ourselves into this pickle situation, you could say, where we lost. Yeah, and I mean, now we just, we have to get back. I mean, we lost, and yeah, I mean, there is no world where we are not there in my eyes.
No world where you're not there. Okay, I like that. That's very confident and very positive from you guys. Do you feel like these games, right, like against the one against the Rare Atoms and this one against paiN, though, are beneficial for the team for testing things out and kind of working through what you're going through?
Yeah, I think you put it well. I think the games are there to, test things out, because I mean, it is true we are in a slump, and it is true we are, finding ourselves now lately. So we are trying some things, and yeah, I mean, it's feel like it's a good playground where it's official, but at the same time you can also try out some things. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And is it also part of trying to make sure you're having some fun while doing it as well? Is that kind of important for you guys, given the situation?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like having fun while doing what you love. I mean, I feel like that should be there almost every time. Sometimes it is easy to forget, I feel like, this little thing. But yeah, I mean, we're trying to enjoy, I feel like, as much as we can, even though, we are having a rough period, maybe. Yeah, just having the high spirits.
And any concerns today going up against paiN? Because, yeah, okay, they took down Cloud9, but in general, they've struggled against European opposition for quite some time.
They did. I mean, maybe they did struggle, but I as well know they, maybe they had some scalps on some tournaments against some teams. So yeah, I don't think they're a team to underestimate, but I mean, we should win this, That's how I look at it.
I love that confidence from Frozen. I'm not gonna lie, he speaks the truth, almost saying that he respects paiN. It's not a team they should underestimate, but if you're FaZe Clan, you're expected to win. If you're Frozen going up against paiN Gaming, you're expected to dominate. And I guess that's exactly what happened when they brought Frozen into the lineup to replace Twist. You expected to get a player that could dominate games. Do you think Frozen in FaZe so far has been the success that we all wanted them to be, or has it been okay, or has it been disappointing? Where are you standing on this one?
Let me just correct the narrative for everybody. Okay, Frozen's been really damn good for FaZe. It's just that the team hasn't seen success, okay? And people are conflating his ability with the team's lack of trophies that they're lifting, acting as if for some reason he's what's causing it, but he's doing his job, okay? I feel like there's been, perhaps you could say that there is some chemistry issues with the team overall. He doesn't play exactly the same as Twist, and so some people are having to learn a little bit, some new tricks. But that being said, he's been doing great as an individual. There's no question about that.
I would tend to agree with that. I think one of the narratives that is conflicting that, and one of the reasons why people may ask those questions, is Rob's decline in performance as well. And if that has anything to do with Frozen coming into the team, do you see that correlation between the two, or is that more so a Rob's issue himself?
I feel like when I watch Rops's POV nowadays, his game sense, for whatever reason, is not as sharp as it has been. I know that some people think that maybe he's having an uptick. I think that's what you wanted to show on this graph, Pim.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people are arguing that Robs is slowly but surely coming back, and there has been games, where he's looked better. There has been games where he's found more productivity and found more impact. But if you look over a long period, you compare 2024 to the last period as well, he hasn't really been any better. So I'm not sure if he's moving quickly enough in the right direction, to be completely honest. And especially considering they are taking on a strong team today in paiN Gaming. Maui, you said to yourself yesterday that they struggle to beat European teams, let alone beating strong European teams. So what is it that makes us believe, or what should make any viewers out there believe, that they stand a chance today against FaZe Clan?
Hey, they got the second game of the day buff. Okay, that's something that's actually helped out a couple of the teams so far that we've seen at this event. They're playing in other events. I feel like some of the individuals are really starting to find their form right now, and it's all kind of happening all at the same time. This is really the perfect constellation for the side of paiN, and I feel like what they did earlier to BB team actually has shown that they can start beating European teams. They beat Cloud9, they beat BB team, and now I'm enjoying what they're putting forward. I think NQZ had a massive game on the op earlier, and I think they're going into Anubis first on this one, and he bodied them. He was just supporting a lot of the time, but his rifle looked really good in that one too.
And I think there's been one of the conversations that you're looking at the support cast of some of these players, Chaos being one of them, playing exceptionally well. You look at NQC going against Brokey, of course, and he's done incredible well for himself. But it does feel like, you know, when Big Zera is, we saw that yesterday when they were playing in the first game, if he's the one at the bottom of the scoreboard, then you're in for a good one if you're paiN Gaming. Do you agree with that sentiment that, you know, given their level and given where they're at right now, they're kind of looking like a strong team altogether?
Yes. I mean, Lux, Kawez, Snow, they're all finding their form right now. And for a while, it did feel like Big Zera was maybe doing too much for himself. And the GG bet odds right now favoring FaZe as we have it. But in terms of just the form that the other players on paiN are showing, that's what makes you think this upset is possible, because Snow even is finding some form right now. He also did really well in his earlier match today, and he's usually just kind of a lurker left to his own devices, just an anchor on the bomb site by himself. Almost think of him like you would of Skulls, but he's actually performing better. He's doing incredibly well on those sides of the map, and so I feel like FaZe are going to definitely have their work cut out for them on Anubis this first map.
No doubt, no debating that FaZe are the heavy favorites, but I'm curious to see if paiN can do anything about it. We got Jackie and Vince on the mics to drag you through the game.
Thanks, Pimp. Thanks, Maui. This is, hopefully, Vince, going to be a very exciting game to remember. A hell of a quarterfinal that we've got here with the way the bracket has panned out in terms of the draw. And obviously, like they said on the desk, man, paiN, they've been surprising. They've been taking wings. And Vince, I think FaZe, with some of the slow starts they've had, there's room for this to be a bit of a nail biter. So let's find out. We're going in with FaZe versus paiN on Anubis to kick us off.
Especially with it being Anubis first as well, Jackie. I think this is actually a great opportunity for paiN to kick things off with a W. They've played it 27 times, whereas FaZe have only played it 4 with a 50% win rate. But their 2 losses, to be fair, have been against Spirit and Vitality, 2 of the best teams on the planet. So it puts us into a very interesting position here. CT side for Big Zera as he looks quickly through middle, but the sides, there's multiple players there. I'm going to back off. There are Julies in play as well. 3 sets of them, in fact.
That's a lot of Julies. 6 guns between 3 men. NQZ. Can those carnivoras do some damage up close? Ooh, spam through the smoke, gets his back up, and he panics and replies. That sends him straight into the face of Snow. Brokey bests him though, and he upgrades back onto the Julies, trying to use it against them. Lux on the 1-for-1, falls to Frozen. Cowhead's going to be spotted. It's all about the trades, Vince, but we're down to a 3v2.
A 3v2 and Karrigan's in a real pesky position here. This is going to be a difficult one to unthread without taking a casualty. He is alone though, actually. I expected a second player to be with him, so he's basically just sacrificed himself to the CS gods, hoping and praying that Rops and Frozen between the two of them can get the job done. Rops, oh, he's missed out on his chance. He's been punished down there. And although he did damage to Big Zera, Frozen will pick up the pieces. In that 3v2, that's way too close for comfort, Jackie. It should have been a close case. Instead, it was up for debate.
Okay. Spicy pistol to start us off. With some shenanigans already made. It's nice from Frozen though to clutch it towards the M. He'll be able to take that one to the bank. Reinvestment from paiN's back out. Big Zera donning the scalp. Double MP9 with 257 surrounding it as well. Up close towards Dark. Rain looks for the early info and attempts to try and take the space off them. Molly's not enough on the spread. Lux actually doubles up with both. The fact he gets away with 2 and grabs the Galil is going to be pretty impactful. NQZ with the timing. Walking his way out, Vince, on the hunt towards B main. Spots Carrigan, but loses the fight.
Peppers Carrigan down to 15, though, in the process, so weakens him up. Issue is that Lux and Big Azera find themselves in a very similar position. Koaz, who was one of their best players in their previous game against Cloud9 that we had the fortune of casting, he's still alive. I want to see if he has another performance like he did yesterday. Frozen, in the meanwhile, the man with 5 kills to his name. Still healthy, still alive, still kicking with the AK. Koaz around the periphery of the sights, drop the low. Carrigan, and the bomb spills out into Con as a result. Scout shot connects, but there's no follow-up damage, and Frozen catapults himself up to a 7-0 scoreline. Surely there's no way that Lux wins this round. He'd have to catch Frozen off guard and get it killed clean. At 24 HP, a stray bullet, and he's a dead man.
Frozen's ready. Smoke telegraphs it. And Lux hoping maybe someone would walk down. He'd be able to make a play off the back of it. Just keep them on the bomb site for a bit longer. So slightly lower. Frozen might not be able to rotate off quickly enough and go down to the bomb. But that's not what's happening here. So another round for FaZe. They take the first 2. Anubis, one of the few maps in Counter-Strike 2 that wasn't changed in terms of the bomb radius going into CST.
Cracking start here so far. Really been on point. 4 kills in the pistol round. And full circle here with a couple. That's put paiN on the back foot. Snow yet to get off the marks. Had a bit of a rough one. He was very good as well. A 17-year-old young talent. Showing a lot of people that maybe were skeptical about his individual effort. Played great against Cloud9.
Got the case hardened, so let's see if he's going to be a tough nut to crack on this one. Nade round the corner on the ricochet, pretty hefty actually. Brings him down to 69 health, and Rain looks to go in. Finds that with a Mac Daddy. Money made for Rain. And that's the ideal outcome. Nice flick to the head of NQZ. Not losing any weapons here would be the dream scenario, but Kawes has other ideas in mind. He's got an idea about the flank from Brokey as well. Had a quick glance round towards camera. Heading back towards T-Spawn. About a 40-second save on it. So if he doesn't find anything else for free, Robs looked like he was going to be walking into his demise there, but wins out on a duel. Stops him from saving the AK. Only 1 player down. Not the worst round in the world. And for paiN, this is where now the real game starts to begin, right? You start to think about actually playing out these rounds with some weapons in their hands, Vince, outside of losing everything away in the first pistol and the following connections. They've got money now. NQZ brings out the AWP, and then 4 silence them 4s.
I mean, really the perfect start if you are FaZe. A team that is sometimes slow to get off the mark, especially online. Quick fire 3-0 with every opportunity to break down the economy before it can get built up. You heard from Elysian in his post-game interview the importance of stabilizing the economy on the CT side, and there's so many players. It's raining men for NQZ, but there will be no hallelujah. Instead, he's dead and buried. paiN, in the meanwhile, have 2 players left, and I mean, we're already in a position, Jackie, they might just be thinking about saving it. Realistically, what else can you get done in a 2v4 with pretty much no money?
It's not ideal. Don't really have much to work with, no firepower, no trade potential, and you've got Kawes and Snow walking in. What effectively would be their demise as soon as they're spotted. That's the first man gone. So yeah, even just the 1 rifle save It's not much money. You're going to have to dig yourself out of this really slippery slope you've fallen into. That's if you even keep the gun alive.
And with this much money on deck as well for FaZe, you better believe they want to hunt him down. They're getting ready. The pack mentality as Brokey's going to join Rops. Pushing through A main. Rain getting aggressive. Through on mid. Frozen just stays with the bomb to make sure there will be no shenanigans afoot. And Koaz encircled. Oh, that is a rough spray. That's a grim one. 4-0 lead for FaZe. In complete control.
FaZe just passing with flying colors, really, aren't they, right now? So paiN CT side not looking great for them. It's early doors in the series, early doors in the map even alone, but you're wondering where they'll find their first. Push the extremities if the holds aren't working. That's the call, but the HE is going to be absolutely disgusting. So much damage inflicted as the shrapnel slows down paiN, and Rops, he brings the fight straight to them. Rain on the reposition, good to best big Guzera as well. And it's only the brains of FaZe that was severed. Carrigan goes down, one weapon forced to be rebought, but another round in the back pocket.
One of the paiN players there's like, I don't want to be filmed. I don't want anyone to see this dismantling right now. Question is, Daki, how many more rounds before Frozen dies for his first time? I probably just jinxed him. But how many do you reckon? Did he survive this round?
I would hope so, mate.
Got that nade as well. 70 damage. Nearly 80, and there's another one. Koaz down to 1 HP. He's not seen anybody.
Mate, this is so brutal. Actually so brutal. Yeah, FaZe have come to play today, haven't they? Just hitting you straight in the face with paiN. I get you're feeling it. It really is your name right now. They are in paiN gaming. And Kalez with a single point of health. Lucky to be alive. Frozen the Immortal. Ooh, NQZ. Oh, man. I mean, he even gets the tag out, Vince, but it's not what he wanted. The nade at least will be enough to shut down Robs.
Pushing behind the smoke, though, with that first kill. Like, when you see an AWP, you're not expecting an AWP to be playing alone in that kind of a position. That seems like a very odd play to me. Maybe a bit of desperation creeping in. Either way, Carrigan coming down now. Has the backstab. NQZ is next on the chopping block. And that axe comes down razor sharp. Snow is 0 and 5 thus far. And it doesn't look like that's going to change unless an exit frag is forthcoming. FaZe off to a brisk, rapid 6-0 lead. And Frozen still yet to be put down. 9-0.
Frozen can't die. FaZe can't lose. These are all facts right now. Carrigan takes a bit of a spray down from Snow, but he's still standing, and they just keep building this lead bit by bit, just brick by brick. Oh, it's an interesting angle from Brokey. Different placement on the webcam. I appreciate that one.
Yeah, get the cinematic angle. You can see his face and the game simultaneously. Nice shot from Brokey there. And a second one as well. NQZ a bit slow on the draw, though. You saw that player come out on A main. He tagged him. It cost him an extra grenade. And then I think it was Big Azera pushed through the smoke and got punished. Doesn't feel like a team that's brimming with confidence right now, which is surprising considering how good paiN have looked lately. Sure, within the confines of this map, they've been butchered. It's been very one-sided. Extra molly in, allowing Carrigan to be the filling of that Molotov sandwich. There's an expression I didn't think I'd say today when I woke up this morning.
Molotov sandwich.
Sounds pretty enjoyable, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you like spice, maybe. It's like the sort of thing that you get at like a bodega, but they warn you, you know, it's like you have to sign a waiver. Really spicy, it's up there on the Scoville scale. Only comes on brown bread as well. Whole wheat, Vince. Whole wheat.
Oh, they're walking into a stack. This could be paiN's first success. Multiple SMGs and pistols littered around the B site. And Carrigan goes headfirst into the trap. And it is sprung. 35 seconds coming up on the clock. An important position for coeST to fall back into. If he dies, it could give them a fast track over on the A site.
Hang on, though, because there's one important factor. Frozen is still alive. Wait, there we go. Finished off. Finally, the man goes down. See, that was the win condition. He hadn't died previously. Now he's finally put into a coffin and finished off, and Rops has to run riot into the site. AK in his hands, blood sport, ready to rumble. If they give him the 1v1s, that will be problematic, but no time on the clock, and only a single pickup on the snipe from Brokey. paiN. We wondered when they'd give us their first round, Vince, and here it is.
Hey, no pain, no gain, man. It may have taken them 6 tries, but they eventually got there. If they can back this up with another 3 or 4 on the half, then they've got a chance. They've killed the Immortal. They've shown that he can bleed, and so that should give them a bit of confidence. Zera has been Molotoved out of mid though, but he's going to leave a molly, and the HE is a parting gift. A double nade stack, that's 100+ damage. In the blink of an eye, and they're going to try and finish this one off. Zera with the spray gets 2. That's more like it from paiN.
Find your first round and then keep trying to chain them together. That's what they want to do. Rain on the walk up, free dark spot. He's got the fire serpent, but can he spit that venom? On contact. Molly down, gonna burn a bit of time off the clock here. Snow gets the re-smoke off as well in case someone else is lurking round towards B main to assist the duo that's trapped down in dark. In reality though, Brokey, he's further back towards the water, has the AWP and the bomb, and the rest of the util to make a play with. There's the molly, back towards the pillar side, forces Snow round towards the right. He can't peek how he wanted to. Goes both ways though, with both of the nades blocking off time and blocking off the path. So we're hitting that 30-second mark. FaZe have got to make a move soon, and Snow looks to assault them. Peeks back in, Brokey good for 1, but too little too late, and paiN withstand another test.
I'm seeing signs though from Brokey, man. Like he individually had a really poor performance at Cologne, especially in their quarterfinal match against Saw. But you're seeing even in these rounds that they're losing, he's getting loads of flicks. He's been on point with the AWP so far. Could prove to be deadly. Big picture. Obviously we have Inferno after this map, whatever happens. And if we need it, we'll be headed to the plains of Mirage. That's a long way to go though. Zera trying to puppet master his way into a 3rd round.
Time to discuss before they once again go back into the fray and carry on in the gladiatorial matchup we've got here between paiN and FaZe. Shrugging off the bad times, figuring out what needs to be changed. All right then, 6-2. Live once more. The AWP on AWP combat can continue as well with NQZ and Brokey both having the weapon in play. Nades exchange down towards dark early. Classic default utility to block off the push. But peeking behind the smoke side. Brokey was looking for the pick, but doesn't find anything for his troubles. Exchange of bullets towards middle as well, as that opening smoke will fade away.
Cool little small details. So you can see there that Brokey, he wanted to keep looking down on Shadow in case they were pushing the canals. And his teammate, which is Carrigan, was tapping mid to make sure no one fell out of window and dealt with him. So it allows Brokey to hold in this position for longer, scout for information, and now they begin to explode outside of A main. I say that, but the smoke is going to slow them down just that little bit more. A lot of the smokes have already been tossed in, though. Just the one remains on paiN with 50 seconds left. And only one incendiary on top of that. This is now where FaZe are going to start trying to find some information. Force their way in. NQZ, though, with the freest of frags onto Carrigan, slow peeking the angle, gets punished.
$30 seconds. Cowboys behind the pillar. Incendiary is going to burn a few seconds off the clock here, leaving down to about 22 on the push. Cowboys does peek and finds the headshot onto Rain, and this is go time for Snow. Sprinting around the back, but Brokey, spider senses tingling, and the sniper strikes down on him. Meanwhile, Frozen, ice cold on the late lurk, the backstab that is going to send reverberations through the round. But it's about the timing, Vince. 4 seconds to grab the bomb. It's too late. He'd have to go for the 1v1 duel, and Lux is too far away. Loses it after time as well. Dropping down, paiN take the round.
A solid oof for Frozen at the end. Through no fault of his own. Was put into a bad position, so slowly paiN are building their way back into this. It was a horrific start, let's be honest. They were getting obliterated. Every single duel goes against them. Frozen was running rampant, killing people at will. Now paiN are picking up the slack. Confidence accruing nicely, and for the first time, FaZe on the back foot, economically speaking. Lux also just nails Rain at range there. It's just pistols, Draki. I mean, this is such a good opportunity. If paiN can get like 5 rounds on this half, I think that's just an overwhelming success considering how this started.
Oh, you'd be happy with it. You really would. Like 4 rounds, I know it's not great, but it's ideal because you can build back from it. Anything more? Yeah, you're going to be over the moon, bro. With like how this was actually playing out, you're losing round after round. It felt rough, right? You're not really winning any of them. Can't really hit your shots. FaZe felt like they were untouchable. Frozen with just walking through a wonderland, round in, round out. Now at least it's nearly equalized. And this is on their CT side as well. It's a different game to what we had in the opening rounds. Back in again. Rain going for a fast peek this time, looking to catch off the aggression towards A main. Trapped. Couldn't go back, but doesn't matter as he'll fight forward and find the entry. Big Guzera trades it. Looking to disrupt the play towards middle. Smoke fades, but so does his life. Not long for this world in the round as Frozen picks it up.
Still plenty of time as well. FaZe don't have to rush in just yet. 2 players. They'll be limping their way across. It's looking like it could end on B. And Rain happy to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Brokey's watching his back. Now Lux getting aggressive through middle. Wants to find that intel. Problem for paiN here is they got tons of cash and we're getting towards the tail end of this half. You need the rounds, realistically. You got 10k plus on NQZ. So rotate in, they come through. Lux gets 1, but it is the weakened Rain. And Brokey will be happy with that trade. Snow, though, shows his hand at range. And both players on FaZe are low. Snow wants to try and come around and help NQZ out. Now, Brokey has them dead to rights. If they peek outside a temple, he's going to snatch their lives away. The timing here, though, could work against him, but he sees the barrel of the gun, and that's giving him up. NQZ now with the shot, but Rops catches him from the side, and FaZe dial in their 7th.
Man. paiN thought they had finally found the winning formula. And we're just going to keep matching round in, round out. But for FaZe, they're going to be content they clutched this one. It was like a optical illusion there, watching them move the desks up and down. I didn't believe my eyes at first. Repositioning. Let's see if the new height will help paiN in-game. As Snow again gets the opening pick. That's Karrigan down. So you sever the brains from the rest of the brawn for FaZe. They look to put the pressure on down towards Dark Spot once more. Lux sees the cross eventually, spots it onto Rain. Rop's good for the double up. And that 2K could make a world of difference. He's low though, Vince. 18 HP to his name. A Brokey on the AWP strikes against Big Guzera. NQZ so exposed on the peek out. Really committing to it, but misses on the flick. It's shallow.
Bomb has been planted. Qua's in a world of hurt right now. They have cut the brains off, but it's full instinctual now from FaZe. And with players of this magnitude and standing, that's a dangerous proposition. Kaz gets the first, needs to pick up the pace though. Has a kit and a couple of flashes to accompany. Tossed up and over. He's taking tons of damage from the nades. Survives on 3 HP. Needs to get the kill right now, and Brokey will deny him. FaZe will lead the first half of Anubis 8-4.
Hey, I'm Karrigan, and welcome to Karrigan's tier list. For sure, Counter-Strike 1.6, S-tier, banging game, the game I grew up with. Source, that's a D-tier, trying to make the game better. Complete Source, no chance. Condition 0, you know, I'll bomb it C-tier just because it's better than Source. Everything else is better than Source. We have a Counter-Strike 2, I'll put that on a B-tier, and then I'll put CSGO on an A-tier. CSGO was a D-tier when it started out. It got really good at updates, went to an A-tier. And I know CS2 is gonna be a A-tier at some point. Ever gonna touch Counter-Strike? No chance.
Back to Anubis we go. Second half of paiN versus FaZe. If you're just joining us, to start this one off, paiN struggled, Vince. It wasn't looking good for him whatsoever, but They found their way through the weeds, found answers to FaZe's gameplay, and at least got themselves 4 rounds. That's manageable. It's a bit of a buffer, and it's a way back in. So this game isn't over yet.
Yeah, 8-4 looks pretty bleak, but it was 6-0 at one stage where FaZe were in the lead, in command, in control. And now they have to try and defend their site. Brokey with the first approach and putting those Julies to work. There was no success from 3 Julies in the first pistol round, but it's a whole different endeavor. And Digazera spotting a weakened Rain will finish him off. But there's 3 more where that came from, and he has no control over the bomb. He's going to have to try and take some time. But also, in terms of bomb drops, it doesn't get much worse than this, man. Like, you're in a close-knit angle with 3 players just swarming it. Best of luck to you, sir. I don't see it happening, though.
Big Uzera. The largest Zera there is. In his natural habitat. The 1 versus 3. What can he do for us? Any heroics, any cinematics? Has to make his move out. Gets contact on the first. Going to throw the smoke. See if he can buy a bit of space and time. They work in together, though, and overwhelm. Carrigan with the Julies dispatches him. So it doesn't get out of hand. And they take the pistol round. So still only 4 on the board for paiN, whereas FaZe on the ascendancy up to 9 now. Off the back of putting the foot down on the hit towards the A site.
A Grimace. They know the importance of that round. Elise said it himself in MR12. When you're an 8-4 deficit and lose the pistol, you're in a very difficult position, to put it lightly. Especially on the T side as well, is where you typically want to break down the CT economy, make it work against them. You got nothing in this round. You're about to walk into Carrigan, but he gets caught with an 8-out and gets punished as a result. It's going to put more pressure on Rox, and he goes down the same way. A complete blunder, and they've been punished.
All right, so not disheartened, not giving up. They fight strong. And this is now a round that looks like it could be theirs, especially with the placement of the HE on the push of Rain, softening him up. They've got nades of their own, and they drop bombs back. Frozen busts open the door, waving the 4-4, cleans up onto 2 of them. And as soon as it looked like there was an opportunity for paiN, FaZe seized the initiative again, Vincent. Clinch that one away. That's rough, but you're going to see your chances, then have it ripped away from you.
I think putting everything into context, if you offered paiN 2 kills on a bomb plant and full Glock round against FaZe, they'd have snatched your hand off. So they can get down about it, but look at the bigger picture. They were in with a fighting chance, and that was more right than they had really to be in that round with. Saw a bit of a shake of the head from Carrigan, realizing the timing just that little bit off. Unfortunate, you could say. The second player not peeking middle and not gaining the information. However, which way you spin it is irrelevant, because paiN now have a rifle round, including an AWP for NQZ, who has been eerily quiet. Typically one of their best performing players. You could even say one of their star players. And he's on 5 kills, but that HE not doing as much damage as I anticipated. That's aimed towards the staircase, and he was just slightly past it. But paiN actually sneaking through the A main side. This could catch them off guard. Rops is basically alone.
Rops is on an island. Ooh. But he's able to downpour onto the first, hitting heavy onto Lux. Carrigan weaving his way through the smoke as well. Snow has no idea. He bypasses the first man. Snow's going to realize, but how do you even find a placement on this? If he walks through at the right time, though, he could line them up. Carrigan spots him. So no chance for the smoke criminal to make a play. Snow dead in the water. And Cowes all on him. 1v5.
The poor guy doesn't really have an opportunity here. He's watching for the flank contingent to come in. No one on his team scratched the surface of this FaZe CT side. A couple of awkward moments in the smoke, but they quickly evaporated. And this half, and this entire map, becoming vaporized in terms of paiN's dreams. their choice of map as well would be headed to Inferno next. The golfing talent between the teams really palpable right now. You can see it firsthand in how they're delivering these rounds, and paiN just don't seem to have that remedying cure.
No, it's different. It is different at the minute compared to what we saw from them previously. It just feels like they haven't really had the opportunity to chain a couple rounds together, get the energy going, hit some good shots, get the momentum on a go. Carrigan's getting more of a buff here as well. He's charging up, photosynthesizing as he opens up the blinds a little bit more, lets some more vitamin D in the room. Whereas paiN, they need something, mate. A multivitamin might help, I don't know. But rounds would be the best remedy. Rops pushes back up once again. Goes down to the flames. Offers himself up as sacrifice. But at the very least, they've got 2 picks off the back of it. Ooh. Stepping in the flames, Snow gives the audio cue away, but hits onto Carrigan and claws them back into, at the very least, a potentially winnable round, depending on the flow of these events. Rain on the walkout, trades on Lux. They've got the bomb. It's a 2v3. Just depends on the spacing, and Brokey finds a way in.
Yeah, that Snow aggression felt very reminiscent to the Mirage triple kill he got yesterday against Cloud9. And they're in trouble. Like, Snow, go kill. Unleash the youngster. Let him do his own thing. Let him get aggressive. Nice dink onto Frozen, but it doesn't really matter a whole deal because FaZe, they're on the brink of taking this map. Not just taking it, Jackie. Snatching it firmly, forcefully away from paiN.
Yeah, they've grabbed it and run away. Halfway down the street before paiN can even yell at them. Bit damning as well, isn't it? First time out used this late into the game, feeling a little bit headstrong, just keeping going on and on and on through the blender. Now realize that maybe something needs to change. We don't have many opportunities, don't have much of a buffer. So they put the brakes on, talk about it, try and hype each other up a little bit more. You can see the claps coming out. And then they want to go back in again.
Well, anyone that was believing and hoping that paiN, their fantasy league, may get a W against FaZe, I think has had a quick check of reality here as they ran into the brick wall. The immovable object that is Carrigan and the rest of his troops. Brokey, 19 kills. Frozen, 18 kills. Both of them have had exceptional performances. And if you just joined us, by the way, Frozen was 9-0 at one point. He was dominating the early rounds. Brokey is definitely feeling himself right now, man. Like, he is playing so well. Barely missing a shot.
Rob's going in with a gut punch. Only bested by the young gun of Snow. You said Brokey's been feeling it. Let's see if he can deal it on this one. Ooh, nutmegs in Vince. Bullet straight through the legs. Big Guzera still standing. FaZe could end the game right here and now and take us to Inferno. Their map pick. That is if they can shut down the 4 that remain alive for paiN. Frozen. He was immortal earlier. Let's see if he can withstand the test of the brute force of paiN.
Oh, Rain, that's the relocate. That was getting too hot to deal with. Spray is rough from Frozen. Classic caster jinx. I talked about how good Frozen and Brokey had been. Oh, rest in peace, camera, I guess. Both of them whiffing that round. And paiN lived to fight another day. That may be more of a curse than a blessing, though, Jackie, because they're expending energy right now, trying to come back into this matchup.
few more of these, couple rounds chained together, and then maybe we'll start talking about seeing if paiN can course correct this one. We get to 8, I'll start believing. For now, just a matter of time until FaZe can close this down from what we're seeing on our screens. And paiN, that's what he believes, puts it into reality with the damage done on the M4. Bit by bit, they're blown down to the deck. And NQZ, with the chrome cannon in his hands, we'll see the reflection of FaZe's name in the game, as it looks like they're destined to take this one. 1 minute and 10 seconds for a clutch attempt. 47 HP for him. A tool belt full of utility and the bomb on his back. Slowly steps his way back round towards B main. Lurking on the bomb site, you got the duo of Frozen and paiN. Frozen with the AWP in his hands, and paiN armed with the AK, down towards Dark. NQZ. If you can somehow take the opening frag without an opportunity for response, there might be room to breathe, but it's being watched, and Frozen knows, hits the shot, and FaZe pick it up. paiN let it slip on Anubis.
I'm not gonna lie, Maui, I expected a little bit more from paiN heading into Anubis right here. I know they're going up against FaZe Clan, and I know FaZe is playing well. We saw that pretty much from start to finish, but given how well paiN have been playing the past couple of weeks, wouldn't you agree that a more competitive game, or at least more competitive rounds, would be, you know, what we low-key expected?
Yeah. I mean, I thought that this game, I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised, I would say, if paiN hit 10 rounds at least, but no, this was a shellacking. This was a decimation across all fronts. I feel like everything really worked out for FaZe in this one. The strategies were good, the post plants were good, the individuals were shooting hard. This is the kind of game where you clearly see why these teams are regarded so differently in World Counter-Strike right now. And the online playing field, I felt like for some people probably even this a little bit, but I feel like once I heard Frozen in that pregame interview talking about that he doesn't see FaZe anywhere but the fall finals, I was like, okay, they're bringing a different level intensity to this tournament than I had expected if it were just some random online cup, for example.
Yeah, and I think we saw that transpired in the way Frozen was conducting himself on the server. Another great game by him, another great game by FaZe as a whole, but I very much agree with that sentiment that it did feel like FaZe, you know, they have a history of coming into the Blast group stage and coming into many of these Blast tournaments and be like, yeah, it's not the most important thing for us, but we'll try our best. Whereas even today, Frozen said it, like, we're coming here and we have one goal, one objective, that is to qualify. Anything else would be a massive disappointment. And you could see that he was playing like that as well. So I guess credit to FaZe for putting up a great showing, and great for Frozen to be playing well, great for Brokey to be playing well. And I guess those are some of your win conditions, right? It almost seems silly to say, Maui, but when you have players of that caliber going off, then what are you supposed to do if you're paiN Gaming?
Right. They just kind of got pushed so far back on the bomb side so regularly that it felt like at any point, if FaZe could kill you early in the default, late in the round, and also even in the few moments where paiN felt lightly advantaged, say like a 4v3, FaZe just always found a multi-frag with somebody like Brokey or Frozen popping off. So not really any opportunities for paiN in this one to claw it back, and on T side as well, they really just got nothing done there.
No, not at all. And I mean, you can argue that with that CT side paiN had themselves, where they managed to string 4 rounds in a row together, the scoreline is 6-4. At that point, you think, okay, paiN Gaming, we have a game on our hand. You know, if you can get, let's say 5, let's say maybe even 6 at that point rounds on the CT side, maybe you can apply pressure to FaZe. But once you got into the second half, FaZe win the pistol, FaZe convert, and from that point on, once it felt like paiN stopped believing in even, you know, making this game a game out of it.
The win conditions, if you're a team like paiN in this, are probably like, we want to have a hot start, we want to make sure FaZe don't get their game plan in motion, we want to make sure we win the second pistol, we have to convert the anti. It's like all of that is just completely out the window when FaZe win both pistols, both conversions, and that's why there's really just unfortunately not much to say in terms of the narrative of this map.
Is it a good testing ground, so to speak, for paiN, you know, to see where they add up against a top European opposition? I know they were in Cologne, but as we spoke about already, they mainly played domestic teams in Imperial, 9C, you name it. Is this a good matchup for paiN to figure out, you know, how far away are we, and what are some of those, I guess, needs we need to work on in order to be more competitive against some of the best teams in the world?
I think that's a good way to look at it, Pimp. I feel like that's kind of all you can really take from this, because the score lines have kind of flipped for the paiN players. They just won against a BB team earlier today on Anubis, and the best performers were NQZ and Snow. I saw that they had a nice little tandem towards the A bomb site where I think NQZ was usually flashing for Snow, who's kind of taking that space towards A main and all that, but they just never could even enact those kinds of plans today. And I feel like this is where you get a hard reset and really just get humbled, and then you have to go over again, okay, why is it that we can't even get our plans into motion against a team like FaZe? What are they doing? What do we need to look out for the future? And so that's it's good that they had this sort of experience, because this was always going to be a hugely uphill battle, and now your protocols and starters for the rounds have really been severely tested, so much so that you have a lot to learn at least.
I think the devil's advocate to that, and I'm trying to set it up myself here. We saw the graphic just before, and I don't know if the production can put it up again with the results from IM Cologne, but they were playing against some of the European teams, and the few times they did it, you see it right here, Liquid 0-2. Against Na'Vi, 0-2. Against G2, 0-2. So they're yet to win a map on LAN against a big or a strong European team. And then I know they beat Cloud9, they beat BB team earlier today, but I guess we put FaZe in the same caliber of team as Liquid, Na'Vi, G2. So is this just a reality check for paiN Gaming? You know, when we try to hype them up, when we say that they have potential to perhaps be a top 10, top 15 team, in reality, whenever they face a top 10 team from Europe, they're far, far away.
To me, they just simply have a very long way to go. You look at these kinds of results, and yeah, they're really good and competitive and strong against so many of the other domestic teams, or really South American teams. And then when they play against European opposition, it's been tough. I think we could even maybe turn the page to Inferno. This is going to be a damning stat. This is a damning statistic that I am almost ashamed to even bring up. The last time that paiN has beaten a European team on Inferno, which is the second map in the series, November 21st, 2023. It's been 9 months since, and that team was Entropic. Okay, and they had to take it to overtime. Okay, they are well behind the European meta, and yeah, sure, it looks good. It looks good right there. That graph is really nice and pretty, but that's it's against mostly teams that are just not European teams. And in fact, like they are really, it's been like they don't even know what it feels like basically to win on Inferno against a non-South American team at this point.
No, and it is a damning stat. However, as you said, they have been finding a lot of success on it domestically. I'm curious to see if the GG bet odds are reflecting what you're trying to tell us right here, Maui, that despite them winning a lot on Inferno, they should stand no chance against a team like FaZe. You see it right here, odds 114 on the side of FaZe. So, you know, it's a heavy favorite duty they're coming into this game with. Now, we spoke a lot about paiN. We spoke about a lot about their, I guess, limitations in some sense. For FaZe Clan, what would be the angle that you're going into this game with? Obviously getting the job done, win the game, and move one step closer to the Fall Finals, but is there anything that we can maybe learn from watching them play Inferno versus paiN?
I guess I just want to see some of the individuals keep doing well. Like, I think at the very beginning of the Blast Showdown, my one player I was kind of looking out for is that Rain has he's just not been a great online player for the last 5 years. And so this is a team that he should be farming. He did all right. He did good. He did good on Anubis, don't get me wrong. But I want to see him just clean up, because if this were a LAN environment, I have no doubt that Rain could easily top the scoreboard.
All right, well, let's see if Rain is ready to top the scoreboard. Let's see if paiN is ready to give us a more competitive map here on Inferno. We're jumping on a quick break, but when we come back, it's with the second map between FaZe and paiN.
second map then in the series between FaZe and paiN. Vince, I think it's fair to say we were hoping for maybe an upset, maybe something kind of explosive between these two teams, but paiN didn't deliver on the level of firepower we've seen them have in the past. FaZe, however, looking pretty clean. Can they keep that up on their home turf as it's Inferno up next?
It was a flat performance from paiN. I don't think anyone can really deny that one, but FaZe showing us there are levels to Counter-Strike. Yeah, you can beat Cloud9, but FaZe are a cut above. And now on that T side, they're going to make sure they get themselves secure and stable early on here, paiN, because they're going to be taking the first point of call, first contact, and that is a clean one tap onto Frozen.
If you're still using the P2 FaZe, you're doing the right thing. If you're a USP user, come on. Get with the times. Grow up. Big Guzera shows you how good it can be.
Just turning into a teacher scolding the pupil, like, grow up.
Get the mate. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. People need to learn. They always take the mickey. They always say, oh, P2000. Look at it. See what a P2000 can do? Big Guzera teaching you lessons.
Slapping face. Oh, what a shot. A 4K, a chance for an ace for Big Guzera. Just give him it, boys. Let Big Guzera have his day in the sun, but he whiffs out on a bunch of bullets after nailing nothing but heads. Let him get the ace, Carrigan. He's deserved it. No NQZ scumbags it away. But there's a smile. That is a ridiculous round, man.
So sick. So I could smell it coming, Vince. As a P2000 user myself, I could smell it coming. Sometimes you hit one of those and you're like, ooh, yeah, all right. This is going to be one of those rounds. Look at it. That's the thing about silencers, Vince. It means that you're going to do something quiet. If you want to get loud, P2000 plays. Big moves from Big Guzera. You love to see it. And those are the kind of rounds that are going to get you a bit more amped up, right? Like, I'm going to be honest with you, Vince, it was flat, bro. First half, from what we saw back on Anubis, they just didn't have the chutzpah to it. They weren't screaming. They weren't kicking. Round like that, everyone's going to be fired up. Big Guzera is that man as well. When he's having a good game, everyone around him rises to the occasion. He leads by example on the server. So a hell of a way to kick it off. You take that CT pistol, you lick your lips, and you see what more you can do. Whereas for FaZe, you got to get the job done with the wrong tools. It's like digging a hole using a spoon.
No, and the spoon is blunt as well to make it worse. And it's a little tablespoon. Yeah, it's going to go the way it was anticipated to. There were two weakened players, but they will both live to tell the tale of round two. And it is paiN at a solid lead to kick things off. And I completely agree with you, man. It was flat. It was quiet. And that's never a position you want to be in when you're looking at paiN, because these guys are loud. NQZ, he's like a cheerleader for his team. He's super loud. We've seen him so many times. We got a chance to cast these guys tons of times over the last year or so. NQZ's always loud. He's always brash. He's always passionate. Saw nothing from him in the last map. Snow, we've already seen on Cologne. This guy's going to scream his lungs out every time they get some success. Also quiet. But can they deal with FaZe now on rifles? This is a big test. They're into a bonus, taking a bit of damage. That grenade's going to do a lot of damage itself, though. Oh, it crushes 3. 100 plus a follow-up grenade as well, and suddenly Lux is limping, staggering his way back to the site, desperately trying to survive, and Carrigan tries to hunt him down, but overextends.
Oh, Snow hits that one. A nice adjustment shot stops Carrigan from running amok in the backline. So yeah, the damage is there. The establishing chip damage that makes paiN more susceptible. But you've got to convert that into a raw, tangible kill. Smoke over, block off the coffins. Rops, meanwhile, lurking towards middle, gets the smoke down, round towards Arch. Keeps the two players on A site guessing when the real hit is developing towards B. But they've got a backup member. An extra man on the CT side, walking up close towards CT itself. Flash over the top. There's the peek from Snow. He wants to go in and get aggro, but Brokey breaks the back. Drops on the rotate, catches NQZ. And Big Guzera, he's not there anymore.
It's a double-edged sword, though. Big Guzera can pop off and tee off, as we saw, going back into the RMR. And the lead up to them, constantly up there, landing big kills, tons of impact. But if there's no follow-up, the rest of the team can't rally behind him. That's where they do sometimes run into trouble. It's still very early on in Inferno, but the opening signs there, that was pretty straightforward for FaZe. Brokey runs and guns leisurely around the corner on B and just cracks the site open by his lonesome. A bit of a warning over on paiN. Already conceding the first map. Need to have a good start here on Inferno.
Clash of the Steel then. Going into the fourth, everyone armed to the teeth like warlords. They've got the guns to play with. Early fight down mid, bits of information. It's Carrigan that's leading the charge all the way up towards brackets. Big Guzera with support, NQZ on the other side. Carrigan just parks up though, plays it cool. Nate does a little bit of damage. Potential for this one to be heard. NQZ takes the fight. Big Guzera knows he doesn't need to swing yet. Doesn't reveal his trap card until the time is ready. NQZ going down. Now's the opportunity to strike double up 4-2. Lets loose on him with the M4. And FaZe down to just a duo. It's Frozen and Rops.
Lightning. Oh, Big Guzera's whiffed. Where's the precision? Where's the scalpel gone? It's been dulled down. They've got the spoon again, Jackie. The blunt, rusted, old spoon. And our FaZe. They've got the shovel out. They're ready to bury paiN. Damage done. Forces Snow away. Out of nowhere, this 2-on-4 into a very winnable position for FaZe. Replenishing the smoke is Snow. And Rops is going for the look. And he's going to go second best against the young gun. Down to Frozen. Stuck in the corner, and Lux will punish him. And Big Guzera will be happy to see that with the kit, they have the defuse. Because he really should have killed Rops out there on balcony.
Everybody gets one. He won't be too bothered that that slips on by him. At least with the round being confirmed. He found his impact earlier on as well. That was his swing round towards Arch side. Crazy shenanigans though. And Snow, it's good to see him performing, no matter where it is, Vince. If it's online, on LAN, you can see that, he's able to actually get into the groove of these games pretty easily. It's nice to see how well he's adapting. And for FaZe, man. I'm wondering, Vince, is this the start of actually a bit of a comeback in the series for paiN? Oh, some of the near misses getting you worrying again.
One of those heavy hitters from the start of Anubis, Frozen. 9-0 at one point is now 1-4. How quickly things change, depending on the landscape of the map. NQZ, you could also say the same thing. It's kind of reversed for him. He was very quiet on Anubis, had barely any impact at all, but early on here, he's been showing us what he's capable of doing with the AWP.
Spray transfer was nearly on the money. Wanted to get both of them, but instead it will just set up his teammate to make the play instead. NQZ with a bolt action, making bread on the maneuvers. And Rops overwhelmed. Tap shots are not connecting. Jittering. Shaky hands, Vince. And another one for paiN.
Sweaty spot palms perhaps, but still enough grip to hold on to the round. NQZ, solid stuff from him again. Pop flashing as well allowed Lux to position himself for that first kill. Could be, man. Could be. You said before, we're starting to see the comeback into the series. I mean, they've put themselves in the best possible spot here. Double nades down, and more importantly, Lux with a follow-up kill. The only AK in play has been neutralized. Brokey will have no impact in this round. And he did force in down to $0. NQZ could be given a bit of a freebie here. A slow peek will be death, that's right. In the plums of rain, and he's gonna fall down. Looking good for the 5-1. A reinvigorated, a resurrected paiN, it would seem, for the time being.
Carrigan, though, he inflicts some pain. And the Dirty Deeks come out to deal deathly blows on the push-up, but NQZ, thrown into the shooting gallery, wants to make some points on this one. Assisted by Snow on the side swipe. Rops, hello. He pulls out the AK. 11 HP. What have you got for us, Rops? Any mechanical madness to pull out? Tapping down with a Tech 9, knows he's low on health, wants to finish him. He's going in to grab himself the gun as well. AWP now in his hands. 40 seconds on the timer, bomb secured. It'd be a free K for Rops if he can land it, but on the peak up, barely, but it's skin of their teeth. paiN, stop it.
I mean, that's a lovely effort from Rops, especially that mid-air shot. But paiN, how are you letting that get close? This was your opportunity to build your economy, now down to one player surviving. Carrigan with some exquisite deagle work. You saw Quaz have a nightmare with his spray. Really nice effort from Rops. Nice shot from Lux as well, though. So I'm talking about NQZ. He wants to get pumped. He wants to get hyped up for his teammates. Every reason to do so right now. Yeah, that was a little bit of a road bump. You can get back into cruise control.
Those individual hero plays being what nearly carried them over the finish line. Whereas for paiN, passing the baton right now of who's going to have a big round. Is it NQZ? Is it Snow? Is it Big Guzera? They're keeping you guessing. FaZe back to basics with a B-site bombardment. Nades for days, Vince. They've got all the utility in the world. Smokes over the top. As soon as Lux gets contact, smoke out. Gonna burn 20 seconds off the clock, and a quick HE for the peak from Snow. They didn't expect it. Bait and switch works well.
Snow's getting battered through the smoke. Finally finished off. There's a Molotov toss down as well. He has to come out to the open, and there's too many angles for him to watch for, but there's Big Guzera. Lux weakens them all up, and Big Guzera finishes off the rest. The assist into triple spray is good. And the Brazilians continue to push forward.
Heard Boomich in the interview yesterday, Vince, saying he knows you've got to keep your eye on these hot Brazilians. That was his words.
Yeah.
For verbatim. And it's true, you've got to. paiN is so damn exciting to watch when they start to get into their groove. We're seeing a bit of it now. Smooth moves. Frozen though. He's going to do the worm up banana. Break dancing. Oh, breakneck speed as well for the double up. Nice taps on the Tech 9, but heads to and actually creates space for his team to make their move into the bomb site. The Big Guzera, the boss for paiN, shut down. No show-stopping plays on the back of the site here, and that might very well be enough to give him a second round.
Much tactical about that, just brute force, pack herd mentality, and Frozen with the triple. Double save in with the AK and the AWP. NQZ surviving on 14 HP, but they're going to get hunted down here, actually. Rain is in hot pursuit. He's going to deny Koaz any further life in this round. it's somewhat of a flip of the script, Jackie. Anubis was like a 6-0 start for FaZe. paiN came back, won 4 in a row. And now they're the ones in the lead, but FaZe still hanging on tooth and nail.
Really nice, clean connections here from Prozem. Good use of the Tech 9, man. If you're good with it, it can be so punishing. NQZ, he's damn good with the AWP though. And it's the hero weapon. It's the big backbone of the round here for them. The big game hunter with the elephant rifle. Let's see if he can go on safari. Information down mid, but Rain, he's got up close. Nade around the corner into Boiler. Kawhi's luckily not taking splash damage from that one. So a lot of noise being made. You're showing presence and planting seeds of doubt towards brackets, but in reality, you've got a large grouping of the FaZe boys around towards Banana, looking for a later finish towards B. Well, potentially that's how it looked like it was shaping up. Nade thrown over though, and you've postured off. You slow walk back towards A. Problem is, Vince, this would be the more stacked site to go into, as Kawhi actually has map control inside a bedroom. If you find this frag with a deagle, oh, it could have got problematic, but he's been battered and NQZ trades.
Oh, he must be livid. He was so patient. And then Rops just randomly drops down into second mid. And Kawhi's, his eyes must have lit up. And then they were closed. Could have been a huge moment in this round, but NQZ has found a way to try and track around the back of these T's. 25 seconds here. Takes down the first kill. It's not the bomb carrier, though, so they can still just push to A regardless. And knowing that they're up against basically an AWP and Eco, even though they're a player down, they'll still be feeling pretty confident about this round. Planning safe for Rain. It's like, get out my way. Let me get this bomb plant down. Does get it with about 5 seconds left on the clock. But now that AWP has turned into 2 rifles alongside it. They have no grenades, though. They do have a kit in the hands of NQZ. Perhaps this round's not done just yet. Excuse me, Snow? He's just nailed him through the wall. And now Rain has to try and weather all these players. They're not going to anticipate 2 here. And Rops with a clean spray. Now just needs to deny 1 more player, and it's a done deal. What an effort from paiN, though.
Mate, if we, I don't know how feasible it is, but if we have the replay from Snow's POV, what did he see? What did he see? Or did he just go for the shot? That's disgusting. That's absolute filth. This was pretty nasty as well. Yeah, fair enough. Like, you would be fuming. Man literally went for it off the back of the feeling, Vince. Expected to clear the angle and batters him. Headshot as well. Fair play, Snow. Oh, that's gross. You can see, like, visceral reaction to losing the round with how close you were. But considering the plays they had to make to get into that one, like, fair enough, man. I mean, FaZe, 3 rounds now.
Yeah, I definitely feel Kawhi's frustrations at FaZe at 3 rounds now. And they have Rops early on, just peeking down on Arch. He spotted nothing just yet. Unbeknownst to him, Pit is clear alongside Balcony. They're stacking 2 players on the site instead. Blinder of a shot from NQZ. Rob's going to be tossing in the HE as well. They know that they're going to be encircled in just a few moments' time, so Snow really needs to come alive from the library and shuts them both down. Librarian wants silence on Inferno, and at range as well, he still managed to survive. Acting as a linchpin for his teammates to rotate back into. The plant now finally going down, but Rops is worse for wear, down at 26 HP. This may very well fall in the capable arms of Brokey, who had a stellar first map Can Rops get any kills though on his way out? Just spotting heads, darting across the side, trying to keep them at bay. First kill goes his way. Smoke down may do more harm than good for the CTs, but it has allowed them to divide both players, and now Lux is going to try and just tap through the smoke, but Rops is playing around it majestically. Oh, Lux, you can try and shank all you want, but that's a dull blade, and Rops wants none of it. And it's going to be FaZe with a fourth, and paiN can't convert.
Brutal round. Brutal round, mate. 3 of them going in for the retake. You're thinking Rops might just hit the shot as they come around the corner. Instead, it was more about the distraction, wasting time, making it uncomfortable. Brokey with some smooth moves as well. Makes a lot of difference for them and actually puts them now into a really good position to actually squeeze an awful lot out of it. Here on the first half of Inferno, Lux is the only one with a weapon. Everyone else down to pistols. Taser in the hand of NQZ as well. My man wants to switch it up. It's the old Classico, doing his electrician impression inside of the apartments. See if he can overcharge her to replace some cables. Meanwhile, Lux taking a ton of damage. That's the free info. You hear his feet sizzling. Carrigan takes the fight, and the hero AK is now cold on the ground.
There'll be no illumination from Lux in this round. Instead, it's a dull state of affairs, and FaZe are mounting a very significant comeback into this map. Looking at the very real possibility of a 6-6. I thought that was Rain for a second, pivoted round and landed the second one tap. It was Rops. It's not going to happen, NQZ. We will not be seeing any players ride the lightning today, it would appear. 6-5 the score, Jackie, considering that paiN were in prime position at 6-1 in the lead. Quite the turnaround by FaZe.
Yeah, it's a different game. Really different game from how it looked like it was going to start going, especially back from what we saw on the initial map as well of Anubis. This is more what we wanted from the series, for my money, man. You know, this is sort of a close, scrappy rounds. Overall, going down to clutches. Oh, nail biters. That's what I was hoping for, and that's what we're getting. NQZ, though, he wants to bite down with the full brute strength. Smashes his way through Rops and removes him. Snow and Carrigan, both down to 16 HP as well. It's a green around the gills. Carrigan, fighting with confidence. He peeks back in and punishes Cowes. Rotation called for, but they don't know about Rain. Carrigan's reaction's not on point to shut down Lux. So again, it's a trade. A 3 versus 3 that favors the CTs as paiN are able to pick it up, but the flame's still burning. And Rain, after the Molotov takes them down, he's left in a 2 versus 2. Brokey, his duo in this round. Time on the clock, working in their favor. The molly goes down as well to block off the rotate round from brackets. And Brokey's looking for the attack. He's waiting for the push in. Graveyard being controlled as well. Both of them double up, Vince, there. They're going to go in through balcony. They should be ready for this.
Oh, he's missed out on his spray. Comes back in though, and Rain gets the double. FaZe secure the comeback. Going into second half, it'll be 6-6.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just rush short. I didn't buy nades, by the way.
Flash close, side. Inside.
Dead. Dead. I'm planning.
Together?
Yeah, ready?
1,
3,
2,
2, 1.
Woo! Jesus Christ.
They're looking, they're smiling, man.
I'm blocking shorts instead.
Alright, I'm coming long. I have HE.
I have flash if you play smoke it.
Long once. Ching. One low. Both long. I'm moving behind us. Okay. I can smoke default after and we can like go to side. Yeah, I think we should do that. I think he's in holes or... Yeah, I don't think he's side. I smoke default and flashing side once. I'm going first. No way! we got it. Was a little concerning there. Okay, one Nico. Well, double net mid instant.
Do you have time now, right?
We have time, I think. We'll find out. It's good to find out, Nico. I won't take bottom. Try flashing long for you. Flash. Too long, two nades. They're going a little bit, I think.
Flashing, I have to move to short side.
They're so fast though. Long. Nice! Let's go. 8 damage, okay. Want a double nade pit maybe?
Here comes the boom then. Second half between FaZe and paiN on Inferno. The game so far has had a little bit of everything, Vince. We had nearly aces with the P2K from Big Guzera, near misses on clutch attempts, shenanigans with some of the shots we're seeing here. And it gets a bit closer. Hands down, a lot closer than what we had back on the first map. 6-6 to be precise, right down the middle. Second half pistol going to go live then. Rops and Brokey pulling out the dualies.
Really exciting first half of Counter-Strike. From a neutral's perspective, it gave us a bit of everything. You know, you saw Big Guzera in the first round in the first pistol with one of the best P2000 plays you'll see. And a real game of cat and mouse, back and forth. Like FaZe were in trouble, but they mounted a clinical comeback on their T-half. And now on the CT side, it's a much slower affair. paiN split up, Bomb actually transitioning into the apps, even though Luck's over here trying to play possum, trying to throw some smoke and mirrors out and force FaZe into a rotation, and it has been successful. Karrigan making moves around, but decides against it. Now he's going to be moving in as Big Guzera claims one.
Karrigan, he's taking the pot shots, trying to stop them from getting their way out from the pit. NQZ digging them out though. Lux with a lurk, pops his head up and whacks down onto Frozen. A massive disadvantage here. 2 versus 4 in the round. The dualies for Rops come out to play once again. Driving in. And he's got backup. You're going to see the peak round inside a pit, but Rops needs to get aggressive with time ticking away. Half cooked on the bomb, got to make his move. A barrage of bullets. It goes through the skull of NQZ. He knows about the next man. He's waiting for the peak on quad side, but he's got to put the foot down on the bomb site. Jumps up with the flying dualies, but time's ticking. He's got no kit, and the round is going to be paiN's, even with the fadeaway frag.
Yeah, he embraced his doom there. Wanted to make sure there'd be no surviving T's out of the round. Went down with the ship and played a melody in doing so. Some beautiful shots from Rops there. Again, seeing glimpses of just the ceiling this guy possesses. But it will go the way of paiN. Whichever way you spin it, both pistol rounds go the way of the Brazilians. And it perfectly puts them into a solid position where they've gone for no MAC 10s. interestingly, full Galils. Now, they know there's a force buy-in from FaZe, but you kind of substitute some of that run-and-gun potential now with these rifles. And any lost players is going to sting that little bit more. Molly down gets extinguished, but NQZ still takes the brunt of that, down to 56.
The Eagle Blaze in the hands for Robs, looking to ignite a comeback here for FaZe in the 14th. They're inside of the apps though. Depends on the timing of the swing. Big Guzera does commit to it first and finds it super cleanly. No damage even done back onto him. The Eagle shot won't connect. So you take down the first man, leave 4 of the FaZe troop remaining, and they're calling for the gamble. Off the back of the noise and that opening info towards the A site, it seems like they're going to gravitate an extra player over. That'll be Frozen that looks to link up and bolster the defense with the M4 as Carrigan holds on B. He's got the 1 smoke, so fair enough. He can burn time off the clock if they do double back towards the B site.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the 5-7 as well, which, considering the smoke's gone down, if they're going to push, it's going to be likely through the smoke. Or with about 10-15 seconds left on the clock. That's where the 5-7 can be huge. Now, they're trying to still keep the bulk of the CTs interested over on A. But now it's down to Carrigan. That flash is perfect, though. It should neutralize everything about Carrigan's position. And in doing so, the post plant will come in, and we will see a save. So a nice job there of just throwing enough. I think it was Lux that was over on the A site that kept them at bay by pushing up quad. And then just dividing and conquering Carrigan for the 8-6 lead.
Recovery on the Deagle at least for Rain, so a small prize there. They'll be able to pass it over to Brokey and the Pip. They can save a 5-7 and a Deag, so maximizing is the limited benefit you're going to get from the 14th round, even with it being picked up by paiN. Could have been worse. Could have certainly been a lot better as well.
It's been a tense match between these two so far. Coming out of that first half, by the way, NQZ and Big Azera had 7 opening duels between the two of them and 7 multi-kills. But Rops alone had 5 multi-kills. Some vintage Rops rounds in this Inferno so far, but they may very well need to lean on him more yet as he sits on 17 kills. Speak of the man. And he is burning to a crisp. Has to move. Koa's going to try and get aggressive behind that one. Pivots out, gets the free kill onto Rain. Does take a lot of damage, actually. Far from free. He paid the toll. Down to 8. He will fall. Now, Robs may get baited out from those sound cues on second mid. And Snow will oblige with the backstab.
Free of FaZe remain. Carrigan sees the weapon he wants to grab. The problem is, if he goes for the cross, you are going to be easy pickings for the T side. Oh, it's the timing on it, though. That's brutal. Just as he passes the nade to his teammate, Carrigan swings and gets 1. They reply, sure. But it feels like that's a frag that never should have happened. Counter-Strike timing in perfect proof there. 3 on 2 then, 25 seconds on the clock, and Brokey bailing. They want to keep both of these weapons alive. And just have the extra firepower going into the next when they can bolster the buy. So paiN going to be able to pick up the round, take a 9th off the back of the plant, and keep these free weapons going.
It is save Ferno. This map has a lot of saves. It's such a difficult site to retake on A. And the same could be said of B. Like, utility is a must. Typically fighting in disadvantageous positions with a player or two down, you just can't really get much done. So completely understandable why FaZe are going for this decision, of course. But yeah, we also saw Carrigan like maybe getting a bit of revenge, because on Anubis, he got caught with a nade out in middle, and that actually catapulted paiN into a couple kills and a post plant with just full Glocks. So you live by that sword and you most certainly die by it too. paiN 9-6 in the lead. I don't think many people would have had them getting close on Inferno, let alone being in the lead at this position after getting hammered and pummeled 13-5 over on Anubis. Great shot from Brokey. Yeah, this is the moment you're talking about. Koaz probably tilted again. Yeah, a big face palm. It's fine. Your team won the round.
Brokey on the big gun. He's been hitting some tasty shots, but this is a round where you really need him to show the level of lethality he's capable of. Nade onto the nose of NQZ. Single point of damage done to him. Frozen taking space as well. Pushes down towards bottom banana. Clears out behind the barrels in the cubby. Still got utility to work with. Another re-smoke in the back pocket. Meanwhile, Brokey's been biding his time around towards Arch. Molly's good to force him out of position. Again, just a single point of damage done as he backs off. About a minute left on the clock for this one. So you've established some pressure towards brackets, and it feels like they're revving up for the brackets hit now. Through the smoke, Cowes finds the shot back onto Rain, and Brokey, he looks to go back in.
Oh, but it's into the crosshair, into the scope of his opposite number, NQZ, who is having no room for mercy or chill, and biggest error, a fully flashed Carrigan who face plants against the wall and then the deck. And there's no way for Frozen to save this M4. A tornado of T's about to blow through the B site. And there's nowhere for him to hide. Nowhere for him to crawl out of this predicament. You would have to be paid with the blood of paiN, and that toll will not be forthcoming. 10-6. paiN Gaming had a huge lead. FaZe bounced back. Feared the worst for paiN, to be completely honest, but here they stand, still delivering, still fighting, and still thriving.
Huge scenes, man. Definitely a change of pace. You know, I was kind of worried that maybe this series wouldn't have the oomph that we was hoping it would have to it. But paiN, for themselves, is a huge result. And for the viewers at home, it's giving us a game to remember as well. Rops really wants to hold on to the AWP here. The big Guzera should be ready for the follow-up. Actually, Rops with the snap adjustment. Oh, 1-by-1. Tutorial here from Rops on how to save.
It's impressive scope work, but ultimately leads to nothing, right? Like, yeah, you've saved the AWP. That's say nothing. That's not true, but just minimal. It feels negligible at this point. The AWP's well and good, but if we're not seeing Brokey have that impact, if we're not seeing FaZe actually brute force their way into these rounds and have success, it doesn't really mean anything. A lot of discussions going on both teams right now as FaZe call their timeout. Backs against the wall. It's good to see Ropey. I've just got two players completely mixed together there. Rops is what I was looking for. It's good to see Rops actually having this kind of impact though, Jackie, because it feels like he's slowly building his way back into sort of like the play that we know he's capable of. But we haven't seen that consistent sort of like approach. I suppose the downside is he's having a bit of a storm of a game, but no one else is really alive and awake.
It's a bit of a problem, really, isn't it? You know, you kind of feel like you need everyone's kind of live together here. Whereas paiN had a similar sort of affair on the first map. Ooh, that's rough, bud. Tries to go for the walk into the apps, but the flames tap in. He's scared someone's heard it, so he walks back. It takes a second tag from it. 2 ticks of damage done, leaving him on 84. Keep an eye on Smoke. Lux in position this time, and that's the flash over the top to make the moves. Works flawlessly. He even gets the re-smoke off with a follow-up molly, so he could get out if he wants to. He's surviving with 32 HP. That's a nice initial sequence, Vids. Good first pick on the board for paiN.
Coming into this round, Jackie, 3 opening duels in favor of FaZe. Over 16 rounds. A damning statistic. Somehow clawed their way into 6. It could have been so much worse, other than some heroic individual efforts. And now, 30 seconds on the clock. Karrigan is going to see action, but not for the first time. He is alone. Completely alone. And although Big Azera may have died, he's done enough to sell this a hit. It's going to be a slow rotation, and they have a smoke for the cross. They're going to make sure there's no secondary component on the site. Rain desperately sprays, trying to deny anyone from crossing, and if he could spill the bomb, that would be even better. Push it through the smoke, and that hero play could have just saved the day. Rain gets it done. The smoke peak is everything for FaZe, and they just about hang on.
There we go. Now they get everything working. We were saying, man, it feels like it is the individuals that are making the difference. And again, on this one, it goes down to who decides to pick up the mantle and put the round on the back. Opening fight looked good for paiN, but Rain makes the difference as he comes in with a blockbuster maneuver at the B bomb site and breaks their dreams, breaks their cash flow as well. It's paiN Gaming. P250s, the Eagles. That's all you've really got as Brokey snipes on the first, pops the head of Big Guzera. That AK will be recovered. It's in the hands of NQZ. But Brokey's already roaming. Takes a peek mid, repositions to apartments. Ooh, jiggle peek on the face, trying to throw him off, but he's got backup from Rops, and Cowes is gone.
Throws in the molly so we can focus his attention on middle, maybe anticipating there'll be a counteractive push. But it wasn't forthcoming. The push never came. Very passive by paiN, hoping and praying that FaZe makes some stumbles, makes some mistakes. But I think they've got FaZe's attention now. Maybe some complacency could have crept in after that Anubis performance, but now they are fully laser focused on these Brazilians. Frozen with the bait and switch with Karrigan has been set up. Should be pretty straightforward here. Karrigan goes down to the hands of NQZ. They're fine to replenish the fallen weapon as they have now dialed in their 8th round.
Bit of momentum back then. Obviously, far weaker in terms of what paiN went to the table with. In this one, you have 1 AK and unlimited pistols supporting it. But for FaZe, round wins are round wins. I'll be happy to take 2 of those in quick succession. Big Guzera forced down to the mat 10, smoke up on middle early. Nades onto Lux, and Molotov's dealing damage to him as well, bringing him down to 78. Brokey was debating going for the peak again on the boost. Top of Rops' head, we've seen it before, doesn't go for it. Break on the smoke, oh, Karrigan. It could have been so messy. He's barely limping out of there, lucky to get away as NQZ fires a few warning shots at him, but he falls back towards Car. He's still alive.
Bit of silence on the battlefield here. Both teams trying to recollect themselves, dial themselves back in, because they know that action is forthcoming with 55 seconds. The question for paiN is which of these 2 sites you want to try and end on. They have typically favored the B site, but this time Karrigan's not alone. This time he has Frozen. As they have the player advantage, they don't have to split up as much. Smoke is down. But they have no more smokes or flashes to play with between the two of them. So Brokey now is going to go in for a rotation of his own. This is looking like it may be too much to ask from paiN. Molly down, forcing out the new box angle, but they still not pushed in just yet. HE in, Brokey's going to push behind that one, try and thin the herd as much as possible before the inevitable push comes in. But there is the spray from Karrigan, but a team damage thrown in the mix. How have paiN got the entries? Completely outnumbered, completely outgunned. And although Rob's tried to deny the bomb plant, it's a millisecond too late. That allows Snow the opportunity to maybe clutch out here, but the damage has been done, but Rain is going to put an end to any of those shenanigans. The fact that paiN got a post plant, Jackie, is ludicrous.
That's crazy, mate. Snow doing so much for them. It felt like it should have been absolutely unfathomable. They get into the position they found themselves in. Snow really trying hard to drag that one over. Hell, even Rops spraying bullets through the smoke, looking for the lineup off the back of the plant. It did eventually come through, but it was a little bit late. Snow doing so much here on entry with the backup of NQZ as well, causing issues for them. Bomb plant on a round attempt, but no round itself. It's a FaZe. They've been picking at the economy of paiN time and time again over the course of this game, and it's Rops that seems to be making issues for them. Gets aggressive, drops the rage cage, rattles them again towards second mid, and Rain assaults as well. 10 to 10 is guaranteed as Brokey hammers it in.
Oh, they paid attention to that warning shot in the last round, Jackie. FaZe were like, oh, hold on, there's still danger left. Don't take anything for granted. All even. FaZe have been trailing the entire map. But just when the finish line is in sight, just within touching distance, are paiN about to crumble, crash, and burn? It's their turn to use their timeout now. Deliberation will be forthcoming. You can see the body language of the players is very nervy, anxious.
Yeah, you can see it with how they're holding themselves at the minute. Even with how many rounds you've now strung together and how close you are to potentially taking the 2-0 in the series, FaZe know that nothing is guaranteed in Counter-Strike. Round 21. It's going to be a formidable round here. Your legacy. In the last showdown. Ooh, and Robs with a bounce back on the nade. At least it didn't deal damage to him, but it is a waste of the utility. No free damage onto the two players that are at the bottom of mid. And he's seen the leg, looks for the pre-fire. 1-for-1 trade though. Blood boiling as he bites onto the boiler. Players turn around the corner. Vince, it's big damage, but it's not a frag. Lux is still alive.
And Rops is so huge. The impact he's had over the duration of this map, there isn't a better player to take down this early in the round. And now they are being conquered on the site. The 3-on-2, Lux hanging by a thread, but he can play more of a passive angle now and just watch for the rotations. Allow Snow and Big Azera to do most of the heavy lifting. And we know that Brokey's a super aggressive AWP, and he has no problems getting his hands dirty up close and personal. But it's a difficult site to retake at the best of times, especially when you're a player behind. And they've got to pick up the pace. Already half of that fuse is gone. They both have kits, they both have utility, but they're desperately requiring that first pick. And I wonder if they're just going to set up for exit frags and let the bomb do the talking for them. In the dying embers of this round, the funds for paiN pretty grim. Multiple players may go down to the bomb here, but FaZe will concede the round. They don't lose any players. Oh, FaZe struggling now.
Three guns remain alive in play for FaZe. It's just the two-man save, but the disadvantage returns once again. paiN leading. Cowes here found that first frag. It was a nice opening tap. Rops, if he got the follow-up on the peek out, taking the battle down towards second middle, could have been a different story. Would have thinned the herd and he could have stayed alive on quad. Didn't have that luxury though. And Lux has been problematic. He's been a playmaker towards Banana time in, time out. And once again, he's looking to find an opening maneuver. Clears towards the top mid. Nade over the top as well in case anyone's on the sandbags. Molly there to force him out of position. Carrigan looking to assist his teammate in Frozen. 2 smokes is all they've got left for defensive utility, but the Flames forces the peak. Lux had to go for the swing. Untradeable, but at least chip damage back in favor of paiN as the nade will detonate on Carrigan, stripping 60 health off him.
Love to play. Tailor-made to draw out the team to the open and let FaZe play on their terms. They get the pick they were looking for. They put an end to any immediate banana control into a B execute. And how many times have you seen this? paiN in the dying embers of the round once that smoke clears. With few options but to push into a potentially stacked site. And Frozen has another one, replenishing the smoke once more. Looking dire straits now for paiN to get anything out, but we've seen that their entries are on point on the site. Bigazera bypasses the smoke. A litany of flashes tossed in as well, and Bigazera finds himself drops out in the open and shuts him down. 15 seconds in which to play with now. They need to navigate their way onto the site, and Frozen whips out the USP and gets 2. Shuts it down by himself. And there's just no time for Bigazera to clutch. Frozen with the sidearm Wild West just shutting it out.
That's gross. The fact he's done it with a USP. Switches to his secondary because he knows it's faster than reloading and resets the round for FaZe. Absolutely murks them. 11-11. The heroics from FaZe, keeping them in the game and starving off the potential of Mirage Point for paiN here in the second map of the series. Again, you've had to cut your losses on a few players for paiN. The Brazilians giving up better firepower or utility on a few of their players to at least have a semblance of a healthy buy. 3 AKs, 1 Galil, and a Deagle, with NQZ opting for a lot more utility to set up the squad. Carrigan takes the advanced position down towards bottom banana. Resmoke goes up to buy time and burn 20 seconds off the clock. Frozen's got a backup smoke in the pocket as well.
That's been such a huge part of the CT side, man. Like, the time and utility management for FaZe over on this B site has been nothing short of stellar. paiN must be so frustrated just sitting behind smokes for what will feel like an eternity. And now they're starting to pick up the pace. And they're going to push straight through. They're going to try and catch them off guard here before anything can get set into place. Carrigan gets isolated, and there's Frozen as well. paiN have the remedy. They have the cure. It's just straight up push the smoke and take everyone out in the process. Take no prisoners. Rain now shut down the periphery of the smoke. And there's not much that FaZe can do about this other than save.
Nothing else to be done. No solution for this problem. So paiN eventually find the promised land of 12 rounds. It took longer than they wanted it to, but they still get here. 2-weapon save, though, would be huge for FaZe. It's the difference of the cash flow being tight or them actually having a pretty healthy buy going into the next. You keep that AWP alive for Brokey. He can drop a weapon over with around 8K in the bank.
That change of pace just unlocking the steel, reinforced steel door that's been put on that B site over the last 5 or 6 rounds. Doesn't have to be special, doesn't have to be fancy. Sometimes a straight up rush will yield massive results. Carrigan totally caught on top of the box, fully flashed. And everything else fell into place. Second time out called on FaZe. I doubt many people, Jackie, after that first map, the 13-5 drubbing that paiN received, would have ever anticipated that this would have gone into potential overtime, but also into a potential 13-11 win for paiN.
A big comeback for them, showing a lot of resilience in the series, being headstrong overall. Brokey, though, bit of a difference maker at times. Massive in the first half, cooled off a lot longer into this one. It's been Robs that's been very consistent for the team. 27 frags of impact. But this is what it all comes down to. Healthy bite. Survive this round, we go to OT. Buckle here, paiN will pick it up. Going to a third map, Mirage will be locked in the showdown.
What's curious, but also potentially worrying for FaZe, is this is with Robs having a really solid performance individually speaking. He's had 8 multi-kill rounds, nearly double anyone else on the server. Is around 120 ADR. And even with Robs winding it back and playing some of his best Counter-Strike, they still can't get the job done right now. 40 seconds, we've been here before. With a deja vu creeping in, but will this tale end differently? It seems it will. This time it's more of a ruse, more of a fake as paiN are looking to try and execute on A.
Robs in the pit. Will he be solid as a rock on this one? And 4. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. There's the uppercut on the first. Double up as well, but NQZ is the killing blow. Rain with a 2-piece. And he drags it through. Overtime, locked in. Not going down with a sinking ship. Stepping up when it mattered most there. He's been delivering consistently throughout the course of the game. And again, another 2K that gives them everything they needed. Rain with the final killing blow. Putting himself on 30 frags going into OT. And FaZe keep their heads above water. Remember, they've got the safety net. They've got that guaranteed map win. They picked up Anubis. Worst case, we go to a third, but they could still pick this up in regulation now. All they've got to do is close it down, get to 16 first, walk away here in the overtime. Cash to work with, Carrigan donning the AUG. Orb back in play for Brokey. And QZ picks one up as well, and Lux up to his old tricks, looking to create space towards top banana.
It's important for paiN to establish early banana control because it could force out 1 or 2 of those smokes and not allow FaZe to hold on to them with 30, 40 seconds left, as we've seen time after time. So picking up the pace just catches them a little bit off guard, as we saw in that previous round. It's going to be echoing in the back of their minds. Double stack on the app side. Flick is off, but Robs seal the deal. And FaZe move a player to the good. Trying to pick up the pace here. Oh, Rain was so slow to react. He saw Koiz's head for a few seconds there.
One HP in a dream, still alive. B bomb site. It's been a hellscape at times for paiN throughout the course of this game. You're going to have about 15 seconds left on the clock when the smoke dissipates as well and gives them a way in. Brokey on the rotate back around. Careful not to get the audio cue over running through Speedway, but here comes the push. Here comes the boom with the H-E towards CT. Opens up vision for Carrigan. The AUG sprays down onto 2. Doesn't realize the position for Big Guzera though, but it won't matter. Frozen on the back of the site. Finds that one. Fins his way through the herd. And again, the B site blockade is what stops paiN from taking a round on the T side.
I wonder if it's a spectator type thing there, where Rain actually didn't see him protruding through the smoke. Either way, FaZe get it done. And Robs has hit his 30 bomb. Brokey struggling a little bit in these last few rounds. Oh, Robs is getting aggressive back in the apps again. We've seen him a couple of times before, but he's taking fire damage, and that gives his position away. The molly just extends and tickles his ankles. And now Carrigan with the Orcs going to try and take the fight to the T's in amongst the smoke as it swallowed him up, and Bigazera will spit him back out. Easy for paiN in this round at least, but Rain is going to keep them guessing, keep them interested as he looks to try and perforate that smoke and claim as many lives as possible. Brokey misses out on middle, and they know exactly where Rain is. The bomb, though, is back at spawn.
They got time to recover things, so cowES makes his move down, grabs the bomb from spawn. They mount their push over towards the A site. Rain, 80 health. Lux lurking. On the back towards Dark Spot. They'll know he's here now. Good pre-fire. Rain reads it well at least. No one else nearby. They've made their move towards A. It'll be quick round through Speedway. Picked up to the AK. Anything to be said about this round with a rifle? You can try and make it costly, try and go for it in the OT with the cash flow they've got available to them. Kit in the back pocket, and the bomb's only just gone down as well. So there is a timeline for him, but it's not going to be easy. And through the smoke, NQZ spots him. Stops that one before it gets started.
paiN packed the umbrella, and they're good to go into the next round, all even in OT. Yeah, it's this enveloping smoke that Carrigan was trying to be sneaky, and it works both ways, Chief. Bigazera has exploited that one, as he now leads the charge for paiN, not for the first time. 22 kills. Not quite the staggering heights of Rops, but he's been getting his hands dirty. And again, he's rapidly up on Banana side. There's not that much to greet him. Frozen was playing alone for the time being. HE tossed in as well, but it's not really going to affect anybody. And Quaz sneaking his way into the apps has got one. Brokey just tries to turn, flee away from the apps, and gets away with his life.
Frozen looking for the info. Quick jiggle. NQZ on the AWP though. He'll see a bit of skin. Strikes against it. Blows the arm off. Even smokes CT for him. Polite on death. 5 versus 3. paiN Gaming inches away from a 4th round. cowES with a rotate. Rain had the read on it. Fast peek, trying to catch him off guard in case he was in the position. Still loses the duel. Carrigan and Brokey severed from one another. Backstab from Banana. Missed shot from NQZ. That's Carrigan still alive. Brokey expecting the flank as well. P250 pulled out. Crocodile tears for cowES. He's down. Lux up close. Forced to peek. Brokey breaks the back with the barrel as he puts it in his mouth. And Big Guzera on the lurk, spraying down. Slows the round. Oh, no time on the clock to make a move, but Brokey pushes in, accepts his defeat. Made the plays, but with no time for the defuse, the round goes the way of paiN.
Oh, 4K, and all you can do is stand and watch the blast envelop for another defeat. Damn. I think a lot of people are expecting, you know, FaZe, their experience, the veterancy they have on their team, wants it OT to really up their level, but it's been the opposite. It's like paiN took it personally. Like, you don't let us win the map? Fine. We'll steal it from you. We'll just brute force our way in. It's a really good effort from Brokey. Like a 4K, solid frags across the board, but it was too little too late. And now on that CT side, where paiN took a vast lead in regulation. Oh, the grenade bounces off Carrigan's face.
Nade straight to the brain. Battle of utility towards Banana. Carrigan, lucky to still be standing. He's almost had his legs blown off. Rain blows the brain out of cowES on contact towards Boiler though. So first pick going to be secured for them. Even with all the chip damage done, it's them that draw first blood overall. Minute on the clock. Rob's on the walk up, going into the scope. Pixel peek for NQZ. ready for the engagement and confirms on the kill. Back to a 4v4. They're going up towards bracket side. They want to go for the all-out A hit. NQZ. It's up to him to defend towards quad. You've got the boost for Lux, round on Arch. Howl in his hands. He's got 2 wolves inside him. That's more than the recommended amount, and he's going to bring the claws out. NQZ strikes on the first. Carrigan down. He's found him through the smoke. Knows that he needs to finish. Softens them up. 2 pickups. Brokey, the last man left standing. On the back of the bomb site with the arabesque. Dripped in gold. But around where he's got to be bold, and it's not going to happen. Lux on the backstab, grabs it for paiN.
2 map points for the Brazilians. Ridiculous turn of events, and FaZe, after fighting so fiercely to take us to overtime, are potentially going to go out with a whimper here on Inferno. Mirage may very well beckon. Some lovely AWPing from NQZ in this round, just flicking left and right. Koaz beginning to believe. Rops has not posted up a kill in quite a few rounds now, and it feels like that may be the gas tank running empty on FaZe's endeavors here on Inferno. Snow getting aggressive through the Molotov, though. That's always going to leave a bit of a mark. Double nade stacked down, no one's home. Smoke clears and Brokey punishes Snow. Over-aggressive, put into his grave for the time being. And FaZe, still tons of time on the clock. They've got the pick they were looking for, and now they can just back away. Let paiN utilize what's left of their smokes and mollies, and look to try and execute later on in the round.
Robs to a 30. So impactful throughout regulation. Hasn't been able to find himself a frag at all since we've got into overtime. And that's been problematic for them. Frozen and Brokey, though, that's the duo that causes killing blows here in what could potentially be the last round of OT. But with how FaZe are playing it, it looks like it's just the beginning for them on a new chapter on their T side. You battle your way into the site, leave only Big Guzera and Kawes left. 14th round, inches away from being punched in now for FaZe.
NQZ is 4-0 on his opening duel attempts. Koaz 5-1 in his favor. paiN consistently getting that player advantage and converting. This round, not the same. They lose Snow, they lose the round. They're going to have to learn that lesson for the next one. Do they want to try and get aggressive, take those audacious peaks, take banana control away from FaZe, or play it more passively? We're about to find out the questions that may very well be answered. And the map may very well be finalized and finished as we head to Mirage. It's a great shot. Snow just didn't seem comfortable to me though, Jackie. Like he pushed into the Molotov when it was clearly there, and then afterwards was like, I'll try and push mid, and just totally caught out. You can see the frustration from NQZ. He's not happy at all about how that round came down.
Oh, it's getting to you a bit. Blessing of overtime, at least you do get those extra timeouts to use. Call it in, quick chat. Discussion back and forth, NQZ leaning over. Hard fought so far for paiN, and you hang in the balance once again. Do we run it back? Go 15-15, take it for another spin, OT2. Or can paiN close the chapter on the second map? Take it one apiece, drag us through to Mirage, the third and final in the series. Brokey takes damage early on from the utility of Banana. Strips almost 50 health off him. Luckily, it is onto the AWPer of FaZe. The additional nades left back in spawn. Carrigan goes to recover those. the 5 bits of utility you can buy, so you might as well leave them there if you've got the extra cash for it in a round like this.
So there's our answer. Way more passive, deeper defense on B. Smoking from range and just holding fire. Losing the opening pick against FaZe is very much a death sentence, and they don't want to afford that luxury across without having to fight for it first. Flashbang's going to force NQZ off the angle. But it is the bait and switch, Jackie. They're headed back over onto the B site. Snow still has an incendiary. It comes down to timing. They're sending Big Azera over. Additionally, FaZe are going to have to execute through this smoke. This could be the last play of Inferno.
26 seconds left on the clock. The smoke about to fade. Pre-pop on the molly. Buy a bit of time. Burn an additional 3 seconds off the timer. Snow waiting. Burns it again. You're going to be down to 12 seconds on the clock before you have a clear pathway forward. Boost up on top of first oranges. Digits being punched in, but Big Guzera goes unchecked. The swing round, it's enough to deny. They've got to play for the frags because there's no time to get the plant in. Brokey barely, by the skin of his teeth, he was able to commit to the timing on that one. They stay alive. Their fingertips hold on. A chance to still drag it to a double OT, and Brokey, with his finger hovering over the trigger, he punishes as he pulls down. The scope silences NQZ again, and it's all on CEST. 1v2. Walking back up, the panic on it. Switches to the nade, pulls back to the M4 and strikes on the first. Rops is gone. Knows the location of the last man, but time ticking. It's gonna be ripped away from him. He'll jump on and stick for the defuse. Seconds is all he'll have to play with. It's OT or bust. paiN take it. By the fingertips, they win it.
Ooh. Yeah. This game is just absurd in so many ways. The fact that FaZe came back into it after the slow start, the fact that, I mean, the way the last round played out, all of the ways where FaZe just always make it pure cinema. It's pure cinema. It's just flat out entertainment. For whatever reason, I think FaZe sometimes care more about having an entertaining broadcast than they do actually winning the game, because they find crazy ways to win, they find crazy ways to lose. Rops is having a throwback, rollback game, even after we were saying that his 2024 hasn't been so strong. And we go on to map 3, just as this series deserves, just as every FaZe series deserves, obviously.
Yeah, honestly, you know, I think you set the scene pretty well coming into the game. Was it 7 months ago, 8 months ago since paiN last time? 9 months ago since paiN last time beat a European opposition on Inferno. And of course that had to be FaZe. Of course it had to be FaZe not doing their job, being a little bit sloppy and losing, you know, to paiN Gaming. I think there was a couple of playmakers in the side of paiN Gaming we can dive into, and I think NQC would be the first one. I think he had a fantastic showing, and I think it already started early on in the game. Round 4, I think we should dive straight into it. I don't know about you, but with NQC coming into this game with the AWP, having highlights like these, dictating the game, you think to yourself, that's for paiN to lose, but it just felt like his work conditions were a little bit too easy. This peak is a great example, this one as well. It's a lot of dry peeking into the crosshair of NQC and him obviously punishing it.
He has really elevated his game for me in this season. Last season, I felt like NQZ, sure, he did well against domestic opposition, but at the Copenhagen Major, for example, he was actually one of the reasons paiN didn't ascend to the heights that they probably would have wanted. But this time around, it feels like when he's playing at some of these bigger tournaments, he's never really been the problem. Today already, he had a series that he played earlier. He was dominant in it, and I feel like NQZ's rise in individual performance is spurred by the fact that he's just varied his playbook a lot. I feel like those highlights themselves show the fact that he was peeking in halls, he was peeking banana, peeking down mid, arch, everything. He was doing it all. And that's exactly what you want if you have an opera like this. He doesn't really miss too many of the easy shots, at least I haven't seen it lately. And on top of that, he is constantly making the opponents guess where he's going to be next. So props to NQZ.
Yeah, very much like his ability to be mobile on the map. And then, of course, FaZe, we spoke about them being a little bit sloppy. A great example of that I think we should dive into straight away is round 4, because it was paiN Gaming getting off to a really, really good start in that game. They win the pistol, they convert, it's 2-1, and then they fight back in this instance as well. A nice little double setup right here towards Arch. You have Big Zero, you have NQC, and FaZe are getting into a decent position. They get smoked off over here. I know it's not looking great for them. Then they almost pull it back. You see Frozen, you see Robs, you see that individual quality, some nice kills coming out, Big Zero not hitting the mark, and in a 2v2 like this, you're supposed to win. For some reason, Robs is showing what I would classify as no respect. At this point, just hold this angle. At this point, just do it. I have no idea why Robs is seeking actively the duel and swinging into the CT player when the CT player is 1 or 2 steps away from swinging into Robs due to the bomb timer. So for my money, that was the early sign of FaZe not really giving the respect paiN deserved.
No, and that's where it's so frustrating for FaZe, is that it does feel like they just play to the level of their opposition and sometimes are too slow to give respect, too slow to slow themselves down. And we actually have another one, round 27 here, that we could show regarding FaZe, and just kind of the way that they sometimes are just, they're such a confusing team, honestly. Like, they'll bring back rounds that just don't make any sense. We got Brokey here in a round where he pulls it all the way back, but doesn't give himself the time actually for this one. And I think that there's all this. I think the thing is actually he might have had time. I think production checked the exact like time that it would have taken him to get on it, and he just kind of gave up. And it was actually 7 seconds, and he just dropped his gun and everything. I don't understand what's going on sometimes when you're watching FaZe. But I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, it's entertaining, but it's like, why did you even try?
It's excellence from the productions right there. You know, if it's confirmed and they told us there's 7 seconds left, I don't give a damn whether or not you think you have time to do it. I guess if the alternative is you dropping your weapon and standing like that and acting like a fool in this essence, which is exactly what Brokey is doing, then you may as well go for the bomb defuse. You may as well try, and if you're losing out by half a second, you lose out by half a second. But we've seen before that certain pro players, you know, in instances when you're under pressure, are not really too sure how far it's ticking, right? And it can sometimes be 1 tick from and 1 tick to. So in all the respect, you know, I last week I praised Brokey for giving me one of the best moments in my career, you know, by flipping off Team Liquid in that amazing comeback. Something like this to me is just, I don't want to say it's pure arrogance, but it's just, it makes me mad to watch that. Round 27, it could have been different. It could have been FaZe winning the map, and it could have been Brokey, you know, right now enjoying a night off. But thanks to him and thanks to FaZe Clan, we're moving into what's gonna be a third map. It also came very, very close in the very last round. Let's be honest, that was a bit of a mess again. FaZe is trying their way to come back into it, and it goes down to the very last second.
Right. They got themselves into yet another 2v2 post plant. Brokey even hits the shot. It gets down to a 1v2. And man, Rops was playing such a great game here, but he spots the player out and just tries to tuck tail and run as if he doesn't know that that angle can catch you faster than you can get away from it. Now he puts Brokey in a really bad situation where he's just cornered, and Brokey unfortunately misses the single shot that he had to hit. Okay. And Cows is able to clutch it.
I don't know if production can play this round one more time, because I actually, now I'm getting mad. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we're looking at Brokey potentially messing it up. We see the slow defuse coming in right here. It's so close, but Brokey in round 27 didn't go for the bomb defuse. Maybe at time, maybe he didn't. It is what it is. In this very last round, round 30, if we get it one more time, he's hitting this nice shot. At this point, it almost becomes unlosable. Robs is playing in a very upfront position. It is what it is. I agree with you. Maybe it could have been done better. Maybe he should have taken the duel. But at this point, Brokey rotated from orange into third box right here. Why on earth is Brokey peeking? All Brokey had to do was hide, wait for him to tap the bomb, round over. There's absolutely zero effing reason for him to peek out, give up his position, and give Cows a chance to win this round. It honestly, I didn't want to say it before, but it just stinks of arrogance in a way where you're just turning off your brain, you're not playing Counter-Strike, and it had the most severe consequence I guess it could have. You lost the map.
Dude, I feel you, Pimp. I really do feel you. I'm glad you're letting loose here, because that's kind of, this was also such a massive effort from Rops. You even saw some great rounds from Frozen, and I feel like in those kind of moments when Brokey just drops his gun and production confirmed it was 7 seconds before that bomb blew up, and also just doesn't tuck. It's just kind of like these very, very key fundamentals to playing Counter-Strike at a high level, where I gotta give credit to paiN. Like, they played a really good game, but also those were moments where FaZe are just handing you a gift, giving you your first Inferno win against European opposition since November of last year. It's crazy. It's just crazy scenes.
And I'm curious to see if the live odds from GG Bet right there have changed much. Obviously, FaZe are still favorites to win this series, but I feel like with the way paiN have been conducting themselves, with the way they were playing on Inferno, let's not forget that FaZe have to force a comeback, you know, and fight their way back into it. It's not as easy as it seems. We're looking at Mirage as the third deciding map. I think I need a break. I think Brokey needs a break. I think Kerrigan needs a bit of a team talk, you know, just to get the FaZe guys up and running one more time and play serious Counter-Strike, and then we'll see whether or not paiN have the level in order to match that on Mirage. We are going on a short break, but when we come back, it will be with the final deciding map between FaZe and paiN Gaming.
The difference a few seconds can make was certainly felt throughout this series, specifically on Inferno. And it's resulted in us ending here. A third map, Mirage on the docket, FaZe versus paiN. We run it back one final time tonight. Second game here in the Blast Showdown. One more series preceding this as well. Some crazy Counter-Strike over the past few days, Vince. We run it back for potentially one final time on this one. We'll see what the mentality's looking like.
0.02 seconds was the difference between Mirage and another OT, and yet here we stand. The desk gave FaZe both barrels. Understandably so. A myriad of mistakes have led us to this point, and now they have a chance to make amends. But the plucky paiN underdogs looking to take this game and make it theirs, which would be a pretty big shock. But what we've seen from these two maps, Jackie, is that they can definitely get it done as they start on the CT side. And FaZe with Karrigan, the spearhead of the operation with a P250, making moves through on ramp. All 5 players clumped together. Gonna be fast, gonna be heavy, but as bigazera once again, as he did on Inferno, opens it up with a P2000. A rough spray with the dualies yields the end of NQZ and could very well be a post plan into the first round for FaZe.
bigazera finds one scalp, but FaZe take all of the rest. 4 players still alive. paiN down to just Snow. White out in his hands in connector. But with a Kevlar on his back, throwing that armor away for no potential gain. It's not worth it. Bale's on the move back towards T-spawn, can play for the exit frags. They go round towards the ramp. That's the best bet. He's going to be hunted. Rain looking to test him. 29 HP though. Easy gut shot, could finish him.
It's been a difficult series for Snow, really being catapulted to the very pinnacle of Counter-Strike against FaZe here. Nice shot though onto Brokey. Beautiful flick. Doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things, but he will be able to hold on to his Kevlar. A 0.69 rating coming into our third map with 54 ADR. So it would be good to see him really step things up. Have a bit of a tech issue here, so hopefully that's going to be remedied shortly. But it will be FaZe that take first blood on our deciding matchup. On top of that, I'm mentioning about Snow having a bit of a rough one. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, Rops, after a really solid Inferno performance, dropping a 1.36, and even though it went into overtime, Jackie, he finished the map on 103 ADR. That is impressive.
It was crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. He dragged the team through kicking and screaming into overtime. Did a lot of work for FaZe. Awful lot of work in that previous map. I suppose the question is, what can he do here on Mirage? The paiN, lose the pistol, light investment back in, of course, on that CT side. You've got some utility to work with. Famas in the hands of Snow, 5-7s for Cowards and NQZ. Lux in the MP9, bigazera with a Deeg. Arm to the teeth on the FaZe Clan side. Go through this cleanly. That's the idea behind it. Rob's looking for the lurk out. Smoke goes down. An outstay is welcome. So Snow takes a bit of control. The nade thrown in to clear the smoke, doing a bit of damage back, and Robs gets the info from it. Everyone else postured towards mid-side.
Punishing the smoke on the window. So allow Karrigan now and the rest of FaZe to start to try and end with a crunch onto B. I try and simultaneously push through Catwalk, smoking down on the connector, making sure some eyes are still watching over there while they burst out of the apps itself. Frozen is kind of sacrificed to the CS gods to afford safe passage across onto B for FaZe. And their endeavors have been met. Lux, though, will punish Karrigan, courtesy of a flashbang tossed in from bigazera, and that may bait paiN back into trying to make a real go of this round. bigazera is low, but they have the player advantage, not for much longer. Rain decapitating Lux on the approach, and that probably is the call for a save here on the side of paiN. They're going to back off, keep the Galil and AK in play, and allow CEST to go back in again into the next one with his 5-7 and his Kevlar. A couple of shaky moments, but FaZe get the 2-0.
And the round's really all they're going to be caring about right now. One step at a time, forget about Inferno, get back into the grasp of the game. Just take it inch by inch. A couple technical issues on this one. The gremlins in the computers after a long day. That's why you don't feed the Mogwai after midnight, Vince.
Certainly not. I see the what is that, like a noodle tornado that's going on right now? That could also be a problem. We don't like one of those loose near PCs. Oh, it's gone back in again. Now it's chilling.
It's calmed down. It's calmed down. No, hang on, it's coming back.
Oh.
You know when you've been noodles.
I do love pot noodles, genuinely. I do eat them quite often, but I'm not a fan of the mushroom flavor, I've got to be honest, mate. Classic, the chicken curry ones for me. I don't like mushrooms generally, though, to be fair, so.
Not a Bombay bad boy user.
Oh, I can't handle spice, man. I can't handle it.
Take you out. It's just heat. Heat gets you. Gets me too, I don't know why. Can't handle the heat, mate. Especially in these games. It's been heating up. You can see how some people deal with it as well. You know, you get either the longing stare off in space, just in case someone comes along and gets you dialed back in. The old finger shake. You never really know. You never really know where it's going to go, Vince.
Oh, okay, Snow. Just looking at my soul for a few seconds there. I say NQZ was kind of like in his happy place there, probably imagining a beach or maybe a forest with some rain coming down, something nice and relaxing. Speak of the man, he shall appear. It's a tough one though, because I mean both teams have been through a bit of a marathon. You know, the first map was quick, 13-5. For those of you who just have joined us, it was FaZe absolutely just running away with the map. It wasn't even close, to be honest. It could have been even more one-sided. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, paiN arrive on Inferno, win it in overtime. And now, right at the beginning of our third all-important map, with a chance to make it through to the qualifying semi-finals.
Yeah, a lot riding on it. Very small instances being the deciding factors. Here, I've got one for you, Vince. What has a neck but no head?
What has a neck but no head?
Yeah, that's right. What has a neck but no head? You can play along at home as well. There you go. Production have got it. It was indeed a bowl. That is the correct answer. You've never been that quick on these riddles. I remember once you had one of them. You had one of them pretty fast.
See,
you gotta work on your riddle game, mate.
That's the problem, Jackie. I'm just stupid, mate. there's no cure for that, unfortunately.
That's fair enough, yeah.
I think it was the one where you asked me, like, what's ahead of you, but you can't see it or something. I said the future. I surprised myself with that one.
Something like that. I think I asked you one of them before where I was like, oh, what was it? It was like, there's a man who goes outside and it's raining. It's like absolutely chucking it down, but he doesn't get a single hair on his head wet. Why?
Because he had an umbrella?
No, it's because he's bald. You see, it's because he was bald, Vince.
But wouldn't his eyebrows get wet?
Yeah, but they're not on his head, are they? Well, I suppose they are. They're just not on the top of his head. They're on his face. Your face is divided into 3 segments: chin, face, hair area. Welcome back to the the breakdown of what is hair with Jackie and Vince, but we're back at it. Hair-raising gameplay. It is more what we'll be talking about here. Rop straight in. No hair on the head of NQZ. Dead now. Ooh, all right, double up. Here we go. Rops has had a couple minutes. They've reset the Rops. The robotic man's been repaired. That's what it was. That's what the tech timeout was, Vince. With a new BIOS installed, he's giving it. Takes 2 clean frags. Rain and Carrigan pick up the pieces as well, and it's all down to the big Guzera.
He's not going to be able to keep that antique AK going forward into the next round. But they will have the luxury of bouncing back into a full purchase with M4s. Lovely aim from Rops there on the entries. Picking up where he left off on Inferno. May have been a disappointing result, but he was the standout player. The thing is, with those kind of tech issues, like, it probably does work a little bit more against paiN than it does FaZe. So you just got yourself into the game, you just won an overtime, you're feeling great, and then things start to slow down just a tad. Guzera, though, taking the brunt of that grenade, drops down to sub 50 HP. And if they were thinking of going for an aggressive mid play, they can't really afford it anymore. So he plays on the outside of the smoke, but gets caught by Rain and punished.
NQZ with the snipe. Clean connection back on a Carrigan. Snow made risky maneuvers up close, drops the smoke. Rain knows. 27 HP to his name. He wants to instigate the fight, crouches under the barrel and strikes against Kawes. Snow replies. Molly forces him off the stairs as well and makes it uncomfortable as Lux has to go further forward. Break open the smoke. Looking in towards the site. Bombs now planted. Brokey, Frozen, and Rops. The 3 members of FaZe looking to defend and take another round.
Oh, lovely shot. Snow try as he may over the smoke. Has been pummeled back into the dirt again. And yeah, looking for those exit frags into the save. Much better from FaZe, but we saw them take a massive lead on Anubis. And then the comeback came in for paiN before they pulled the plug once again. So we know that paiN a tenacious bunch of players. And this is a very different start. Rain in particular coming alive here with 6 and 2. Ton of impactful kills going in his favor. And already the CT side of Mirage has been thrown a little bit into the wind.
It's a FaZe with 4. We've been in this position before, though. paiN have had slow starts. It's all about the finish. It's about the momentum going back in their favor, though. Rain stepping up to the plate, certainly, with the 6 kills he's established over the course of the 4 rounds played up to this point. Kawes. Molly's good to force Carrigan out of position. Even breaks the smoke for the cross. Carrigan nearly gets the better of him on the shot. Slips out of there. Bomb still back up towards T-spawn. Pressure applied from 3 players round towards ramp side, and Big Guzera, that's a commit. The HE will blow away. Carrigan barely survives it. 5 health.
Finished off by Big Guzera on the aggression, and Snow has his back covered. Nice couple of kills there. Much better from paiN, trying to take control of their own destiny here. Playing aggressive on the CT side. Knowing absorbing punishment eventually will backfire against FaZe, but the job's not been done just yet. You had a 2-player advantage. That can quickly subside, quickly start to fail, as Rain is flicking between heads. Big Guzera's just lost his, and he spots another one in connector, but it's Lux that will return the favor. And now Brokey in a 1-on-2 knows that one of the players is Con, and it stands to reason the other one could be CT, so he's backing away to Tetris to allow him to simultaneously watch both angles at once. They have to cross into his aim in order to get that defuse in. Anticipating the flash, flick across is good, and now it all falls down to Snow. The young gun himself up against Brokey, who will not miss. A 3K and clutch. And FaZe continue their winning ways.
You need those ones. Helps give you some energy back, gas everyone up in the team speak, forget about some of the previous mistakes. Big round. That's what they wanted. And just keep dumping the pressure on paiN. Round in, round out. Big 2K from Brokey. Celebration there for Frozen, and rightly so. 5-0. FaZe on fire. paiN looking to reply. Missed shot from Brokey this time, and that one results in the death of Frozen on the A side. Big Guzera with the splash damage. The Molotov finishes off Rain on their weakest buy yet, up against FaZe's investment. It looks like maybe there's a chance to pull the wool over their eyes and steal away around. They don't know about NQZ, and the 5-7 licks him upside the head. They grab the gun. They go from having a quasi-buy to nearly a full buy off the back of a few frags. The Rops, deadly as ever, makes an incision back on the A site and calls for Brokey to rotate in.
Fast flank though. paiN no. They're quickly getting around the back. So Rops and Brokey are going to have to try and fight their way out of an encircled position. Enveloped by CTs, the spray labored but finally gets it done, and now bigazera shows his hand. The flank perfectly timed as you look to the heavens. And that's the only place you can find FaZe in this round. Their hot streak comes to an end, extinguished by paiN.
Took him a little while to get into the groove. They'll be happy with this one. Playing it on hard mode as well. No equal stature in terms of the weaponry. They went in at a massive disadvantage, but pull off the plays. Snow's feeding the energy on this one. Calling in the timeout fresh off the back of it as well. Now you've actually got some firepower to play with, a surprising round to win. And they want to make sure they build off the back of this.
That's exactly it. You've put your first bit of foundation down, but you've got to continue to build off it. You lose here on the CT side, and things go pear-shaped real quick. $100 for Snow, $450 for Lux. The rest of the team's looking pretty healthy, but that can quickly turn on its head on the CT side of Mirage. So make sure you don't give anything up for free. bigazera out of the window. He's going to be taking early point of contact down on middle, but he's been spotted. And Carrigan wants that kill onto his opposition, IGL. And try as he may, bigazera's not moving, but he's going to call that to his teammates. And now a flurry of Molotovs and HEs are tossed down, and bigazera has to come out into the open. They finally got their man. And Rops is walking out, spots himself a player on top of the shadow, but he misses his spray completely.
It's all gone wrong at the worst possible time. Lux teasing Carrigan at the bomb site, but Carrigan hits heavy onto the head of Lux and makes his move into the site, calling for Brokey to make this late move onto the A site as well, whilst he's drawing everyone in. Everyone's gambling on the fact they think this is going to be a B play, and they leave A entirely open. Meanwhile, Carrigan makes out like a bandit through the back door, out on short, smoke up on Con. They have no idea he's already slipped through the net. And the bomb now planted, hearing the audio cue not nearby, they begin to make their move back around. Carrigan posts up, playing towards jungle. Brokey takes the front assault with the AWP, flash over the top. Wants to go back in. Chest shot connection, Cowes gone. Flash off the wall looking for the second. Peek from triple, Brokey does it again. Double up in the round, all on the AWP of NQZ. Barely misses the bullet that whizzes on by. And Brokey going in to finish it. Wants to do it with style. And that's what it is.
Ooh, Brokey. Okay. He had a bit of a slow start to the series, but he's picking up pace now. hell of a 3K to finish off the round off the back of his 1v2 clutch he picked up just a couple rounds prior. And Robs, I'm sure, will be thanking his teammates there for clutching that one out after a real awkward confrontation with a player atop a balcony. Lovely shot, that. Rapid. And we were just discussing before, Jackie, how paiN have got their foot in the door, but they need to build off the back of it. Well, it's just been slammed shut. They've lost their toes. FaZe back in the ascendancy. The money now looking grim. 2 FAMASs in play. And they need to be careful they don't lose their short control. The biggest error through the smoke is going to make short work of karrigan and gives paiN the advantage.
Down numbers. 4 versus 5. We're massively leading the game here on the T side. Luck's going to break open the smoke down towards Khan, deal a boatload of damage as well. Tagging 2 players up, both Brokey and Frozen. And FAMAS in his hands. It's Robs that takes the contact towards ramp site. Do they know that Lux is still here, and can Big Guzera help out? The FAMAS goes aggro. Oh, cleans up on the 2. Big Guzera assists. Makes himself famous with the FAMAS on the back of the site, and it's Big Guzera that banishes them. That's a big clutch.
Huge. Stops the rot. Inspires the team. But once again, we find ourselves in a similar position. An individual moment of brilliance from Lux. But they've got to build off the back of this. The CT side is so unforgiving. It can't just be these glimmers and then closed out. That light at the end of the tunnel has put FaZe on the back foot, though. Deagle's in play with a few Glocks thrown in the mix. These are the kind of rounds that paiN have got to grab with both hands. Too many casualties, not acceptable. Get this one done clean.
Contact walk in, FaZe going for the basic play. Back on the B-bomb site, Lux spots the first. Bait the crosshair on a jump over. Flicks off target, calls for the rest of the boys to rotate in. Needs the cavalry to make the play. It might only be pistols, but they can still dismantle you if you give FaZe an opportunity. Don't play into an unfair fight. Big Guzera sprays onto 1. Brokey replies back with a deagle damage. Brokey with 2 now. Withstanding for a while. Even gets the reload off. Don't give him these 1v1s. Spamming away with the bullets. The knife gets pulled out. And he butchers him. Lux absolutely shanks the man.
That's way too close for comfort, though. If you're paying like 2 deagles and 3 Glocks and you let them escape out of Biaps for a post plant and then allow Brokey to stand both feet on the ground and just rattle off deagle shots across the heads. Madness, but they haven't been punished for it. There was a way forward there with Snow and low HP where Brokey could have just outright clutched that 1v3. Oof. Close but no cigar. Timeout called on FaZe. They know that paiN are ripe for the taking. Can they get the job done? Are they able to capitalize on these momentary moments of weakness? It started really solid with Lux with that secondary AWP, just nailing Rain. But Brokey here, that is so disgusting. And this is where I was worried, because they started lining up for him. He just ran out of bullets. I think if he's got another couple bullets in his deagle, that could have gone the complete opposite way.
Here's some sick ones at first. Got to reload off, but couldn't deliver on the follow-ups. Rough stuff, but still, man, with what they actually went into that round with, the fact they were able to get it so close is pretty impressive. Forces weapons out the hands of paiN as well, makes it more costly. So the back of the rebuys, you can see on average, it's about 2K on some players. Big Guzera, pot shots up towards top mid. Brokey feeling the brunt of that one. AK's on parade again for him. Frozen jumping up onto the window ledge, smoke through for him. Can he get the drop on Snow? playing on the off angle towards the side. Meanwhile, Big Guzera walking down towards connector. Bullet from Carrigan. IGL on IGL crime.
Oh, the flick from Lux. And NQZ as well, putting both AWPs to use with deadly efficiency. Frozen, double tap, snow down. And they last heard Lux fire out from this very position with the AWP. So Frozen, in a dangerous game of cat and mouse, will devour Lux whole, not allowing him to shine any brighter in this round. And now it's NQZ and Coaz suddenly thrust into a 3-on-2 that they had no interest in being a part of. And they have to save. A bitter pill to swallow. The timeout has yielded results. It started so well for paiN, but ended abruptly.
Ends with FaZe being able to once again find another round in the bank and climb another one up the ladder on their T-side campaign here, first half of the third and final map. Leading 7-3. Oh, barely seeing the top of his head on the fight there towards Big Guzera as he looked for the play down and connector. Near misses, small instances being the difference in that round, but the devil always is in the details. Going live again, round 11. Penultimate round of the first half here. AWP out for both Brokey and NQZ. Brokey's had his big clutch rounds with it. NQZ's been hitting the consistent picks now and then. What have they got for us in this round though? Got to dial it up to 11. Big Guzera back round towards connector with support of Cowes. Same play from FaZe. Take the early mid control. Leave Rops on the lurk out from Palace.
I think that's precisely why we saw Big Guzera so adamant on playing aggressive through a middle. So many rounds as Coaz gets his man. Carrigan sent packing. He saw Big Guzera time after time jumping out of window, going in underpass, taking the fights up mid, because he knows if you give mid control to FaZe, they're going to slowly constrict you until you can bend no further. Shot out from Brokey, missing the mark. One of the first times we can say that on this half. He's been on point, but dulled in his blade and efforts here. 50 seconds left on the clock, and they still have Rops. Maybe the ace up the sleeve in Palace, who's gone unchecked, uncontested. But while 5 players remain, there's no reason for them to rotate anyone off A. So he needs Rain or Frozen to have impact, and Frozen will, as he passes a bullet into the head of Lux. And now Rops has to go out by himself. All the supporting cast and teammates are dead and buried. But it may just be a case of the save here, Jackie. Doesn't look like he's interested. He's going to hold on to this so they can get a solid buy into the next one. paiN will have a 4th round.
So Robs keeps the AK alive. But like you say, paiN. Put another mark on the chalkboard, taking 4. 7-5 half, now a potential reality for them. Big Guzera and Carrigan going head-to-head towards connector for the second time. This time around, Big Guzera was the springboard for Cowes, who went flying up, hit him with a trampoline maneuver. Finished off Carrigan. Money worse for wear for FaZe. Going back in with 2 Deegs, Tech 9 in the hands of Rain. Only Rops and Brokey armed with the AKs. No AWPs to play with. Few nades though, and that could be lucrative late round. Carrigan looking to distract and plant seeds of doubt back onto the A players at least with a double flash over towards ramp. Hefty investment on the A site as well. 3 players down close, 2 towards the ramp, 1 up by Palace. And FaZe back to basics again, marauding towards middle.
I think that's the key distinction, isn't it? Back to basics, back to the tried and tested and true. Sure, they may have lost that last round. Some of the timing's working against them. Read in, blows open a smoke, and NQZ, so opportunistic. Lovely passage of play, and he gets his man and gives the advantage once again to paiN. And considering that Karrigan and Rain are stuck down on those pistols, CEST should be able to hold the line, but Karrigan splatters him.
Robs waiting and takes the headshot. Snow buckles under the pressure and Rain replies onto NQZ. Robs even sniffs out Lux. And Big Guzera was the last man, but he's not standing. Robs closes it out with some big moves and FaZe lead.
We're live?
Yeah. It's only mid, yeah?
Yeah. So we can rush short and they can't go ups.
Let's go.
Flashing now. Boom. I'm blind.
I flash long, I'm in library. Oh, you cannot. He picked short, or?
Yeah, he picked. He went back, I think.
I'm coming too.
Yeah. I'm playing on apartments. One came back short, since I saw him.
Picking short. Maybe they won't.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They flash.
Flash short.
Maybe he's picking.
Going up short.
They smoke side. Well,
Hold the flash for speed.
In the back.
I'm not picking.
I'm gonna drop it.
Yeah.
Don't motorbike.
Yeah, just wait.
I'm going closer.
I'm trying to full spot it for you. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Bro, let's mono long and short and go 2 apps.
Okay. One time he like put a molly short. One time he like put out the molly. So.
Flashing. I'm going, bro.
I'm being short. Balcony. Dead.
Maybe bike. I don't see him side.
Okay.
But apps. In apps. He's not out.
Was he blind?
No, he went his brother first.
Okay.
Maybe he catch him a little bit.
Bye?
Yeah, I think it's last round maybe for the win or no?
I think it's match point after this. I'm peeking short. One does right. One more mid.
He smoked from mid. It's one way for me. I'm playing.
Nice.
Easy.
He tried going fast long.
Third map, second half, two teams that have fought hard in the showdown, but unfortunately for both of them, only one can make it through and stay alive in the absolute gauntlet. Here's the Blast Showdown, Vince. You've got to earn your spot, earn your keep. And for FaZe, it's felt like they've had a good resurgence, at least in the opening moments of the first half, but paiN are not giving up. They're not going down without a fight. 8-4 being the scoreline now as we go into the second half pistol.
Yeah, I've got to get off to a good start here, though. And again, double Julies. Brokey and Robs. Both of them using them around the shadow balcony area. So Rain can try and bait them in here through on the palace and the ramp side. If he lands a shot, even better. But it's Brokey now that is activated with those Julies as he rips and tears through the oncoming tees. Rob's doing his job as well, so Brokey can fully invest and focus all of his attention down here onto ramp. And although the nade was thrown in, it does absolutely nothing to stop the push, because they're now hoping and praying that they give him the benefit of the disrespect and he can capitalize, but it's not going to happen as his head also removed.
Pressure mounting now. Nibbling on the fingertips. I'm getting a bit worried about how the overall series is going, because FaZe taking that pistol puts them one step closer to putting this one in the bag. And walking away with a 2-1 split on the series. paiN's upset might just be only one map. Big GuZera leads the charge early on. Info gathered and forcing out the utility, at least towards the B bomb site, by showing a bit of skin and then instantly course correcting. Seems like they still want to go for a late contact play on this. Maybe see if you can bait out some info towards the A site and then commit on the late push in. First step's going to be heard now, though. They go for it anyway. Carrigan with one. That's the follow-up. Make it as costly as possible. But only one kill seems to be the confirmed play. Bomb was with them as well, so you can't get a late bomb plant on NQZ.
Oh, broke the weapon switch. We saw Koaz do this, but get away with it. The clutch of the reason we're here on Mirage in the first place. I think there'll probably be some words exchanged between Carrigan and Frozen there, because Carrigan had his back covered as far as he was concerned from Cap and then got shot from the side. But such is life. They got the win, that's all that matters. And Carrigan padded his money in his account with a couple of MP9 frags. So 10-4. Again, in a similar position to how it feels every single half has been in this series. An 8-4 lead into a 10-4. And the T side struggling and gasping for breath.
Mate, Snow with the double up, that's clean. Big frags on entry. Swinging with the strength of 1,000 men and looking to do more damage, but he's dented as Rops recovers the round. Recoils paiN straight back down to reality. Rops with a 4K. And another one in FaZe's bank account.
Jeez, Rops just absolutely destroyed him. One by one, they ran into the gauntlet that is the Estonian. And he dispatched them with haste, eviscerating all oncoming assailants. All would-be assassins. Really sick round. And that's off the back of Snow getting 2 huge entries as well. You could argue maybe Snow should have done better from that, but take nothing away from Rops and the impact he had in that round. Up to 13-5 now. And a round that paiN had to win has slipped through their fingers. And now they're looking to try and execute quickly over on the B side, which is momentarily left of any CTs. Carrigan is watching this from Catwalk, but a flurry of flashbangs and a smoke is going to allow them safe passage.
Rob's already going for the backstab. Sharpened blade. Can he make the incision? Carrigan goes in. Brutish on contact, good for one. Rops assaults from the rear as he'll take the head off a big GuZera. They've got the bomb plant, sure. But actually securing the round overall is not going to be easy. Lux gets the read onto Rops, smoke blocking him off for the meantime. Flash out, Frozen pushes up short side. Snow on the tech. Oh yeah, he's causing problems. Good for 2. Lux trying to waste time. Finds the flick onto the cranium, and Brokey again forced to give up a round to a defuse.
Oh, the man on 17 kills is not able to get the defuse kit in time, and therefore the round goes the way of paiN, snatching and stealing, thrashing their arms around with the Tech 9, and it's Snow. These 2 kills, so huge. The dink onto Frozen and finishing him off allowed Lux to just waste enough time. NQZ's hype, though. He thought the defuse was coming in. I think he assumed there was a kit in the hands of Brokey. Beginning to believe here, perhaps, Jackie. They know they can still come back into this. They did the exact same thing on Inferno. It's not done yet.
It's not over till it's over. That's been the vibe of the series. It's always going back and forth. But for paiN, they just got to keep pushing forward. NQZ scoped up, looking to break down the doors and create space on the A site, cause problems on entry. Rops walks over. Nade's gonna land right on him, and the 5-7 can swing in, slows him down. Get the tag in. Rain looks to clear the close angle, but they've already bailed.
They show enough presence as well that it's going to take away some of those eyes that will be looking onto middle or into underpass. No one currently on con as 2 smokes are traded. paiN gonna try and return the favor of FaZe consistently taking middle control and stymieing the defense to have any impact. Brokey has a smoke, gonna be tossing that in, and Carrigan wants to get aggressive behind it. He's gonna try and find that window of opportunity, but it's slammed closed in his face. And it's that man again, Snow. Starting to feel a confidence building up, clearing out the smoke, looking to try and push onto the side where Brokey is laid in wait with the AWP.
paiN posture off. 30 seconds on the timer being the bigger issue. They've still got all 5 alive, so it's not about the manpower. It's about how you utilize it. And Frozen, the timing on a backstab could have been sickening, but they're able to find their way up through connector and get into the site. Ropsto again strikes from the shadows. The Dark Knight of FaZe causing problems, shatters his way through 2, and time is ticking. Inch by inch, the round getting worse for paiN, and they're blown to bits by Brokey's barrel. 12th round secured.
Man, that first flick from Brokey was sick. Up on the staircase, just straight up, vertical flick. And then secures it with the double, but yeah, Rops and the impact on Tetris there. Insurmountable, lovely shot from Brokey. I think Coaz's expression says it all. Anguish, disappointment, fatigue creeping in. It's been a long best of 3. And they know that they are on the brink of elimination, calling all 3 of their timeouts. Desperately reaching out and trying to grasp onto something that can get them back into this.
You fought so hard over the series. You were given some opportunities, but they had to make the plays to at least guarantee them. And now it feels like maybe we've hit the end of the run for them. It would be FaZe, a team that I think a lot of people will expect to see survive the showdown. A lot of fans want to see them live in the flesh in the arena for the final itself. For paiN, it'd be a huge upset. A resounding success for the community and the scene itself. But of course, it's up to them to finish it. They don't come free. Technical pause here as well, slight issue being resolved. And you wonder if maybe this could help them out a little bit, Vince. Bit of break in the action for a few moments, slow down the pace that's being built up for FaZe. Brokey looking like he's sleeping at the wheel a little bit. Obviously a lengthy series now in reality.
So I'll just go for a quick nap, lads. Wake me up when you take your shoes over.
Let's have a quick power nap. Have you heard about this thing that people are doing, Vince, where they'll go on planes, like 12-hour-long flights, and they won't use any form of external entertainment? Like they'll just stare directly forward for the entire length of the flight.
That sounds like hell to me.
Yeah, I know, dude. Like it sounds awful, right? It's like if it's become a trend that people are doing, I don't know why you would. Because in my mind, that just sounds like whip an audiobook on. You know what I mean? At least, minimum, surely. Get some Garth Marenghi in the ears or something.
The only thing I can think of to play devil's advocate, because I also hate flying. Like I can't stand flying, but I know for some people, if they have a phobia of flying, the idea of having like headphones in is like in watching something, they can't be comfortable or relaxed enough to allow it to happen. And like I know some people that I spoke to about this, hearing the gradual hum of like the engines gives them a little bit more relaxation, because when turbulence hits, you know, when your stomach kind of goes and you feel a bit weird, if you can keep hearing the engines going, it gives you like a little bit more of a security blanket, I suppose. That's the only thing I can think of. But
yeah, I can see that. But yeah, that's not even what it is, Vince. They like the thrill of the challenge to prove that they can do it. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, right. Looks like we're getting a quick reset on this one. Robs wasn't moving when we went in. Guess in. I'll run it back, and then we'll go live for real. But yeah, like it's a whole thing that people are doing. Not me. Never me. I'll be sat there, underlords on the phone, audiobook in the ears.
Could maybe like understand it if it's like one of the first or second times you've ever flown, because it's like the idea of I'm in a metal cylinder 38,000 feet in the air. This is crazy.
What do you mean? Like you've just been plucked out of the Victorian era and dropped into the current day.
God, what do you mean, chap? This big bird is going to fly me to a different country? No. Bye, bully to you.
You know, like,
let me just sit here in complete silence. I'm going to stare straight forward so my eyes don't fall out of my stomach, because I believe we're going at such sheer speeds it might kill me.
And you're there like, no, it's fine, actually. Would you like a water or a sandwich, sir?
No, don't speak to me. I'm flying.
Oh, mate. Well, there you go. That was Victorian flying talk with Jackie and Vince here at the Blast Showdown. But back to your regularly scheduled programming, we have the game, the big fixture, Vince. The largest game of Counter-Strike right now. FaZe versus paiN, 12-5 being the scores on the doors. For paiN, it's a broken buy. It's not that much money to work with. 2 Tech 9s, AK, Galil, and a Mac 10 on NQZ. That's all you got to stay alive here in the 18th.
Yeah, they are currently drowning in a sea of FaZe rounds. Marooned. Need to try and find land if they can. The tech issues may have done more harm than good. That false start, perhaps. It only takes FaZe to hit lightning once, and this game is done. They'll be securing their spot in the semi-finals with a chance to qualify. Brokey, the meanwhile, who's been on point, not showing any signs of slowing down. The nap seems to have helped him out as he nails the first frag, but Snow does come back with 2 of his own.
Wait, Brokey might have been sleeping, but Snow don't need no nap. He's got that Zuma energy on lock. Comes in with an AK, claps back, 2 clean kills. What more can he do? Can he make FaZe feel ill in a round like this? Armed at the back of the bomb site. If he goes unchecked, he's just buying time for the rotate. It's NQZ on the mighty max rotation all the way out towards midside. Wants to play on short, but Carrigan brains him. He's found him, and it's all down to NQZ now. If he can force them off the bomb, maybe there's still a chance to save it. Oh, picks it up in the end, denies that one. No time for the clutch. FaZe finish it here in the 3rd.
There we go. It took a little longer than many people, including myself, would have expected, but FaZe got the job done. They eliminate paiN and they progress into what would be the grand final of their side of the bracket. A clear 13-5 victory versus paiN Gaming. And I think it's fair to say that FaZe on Inferno, slightly disappointing. FaZe on Mirage, a complete different story.
Right. It feels like FaZe just do this sometimes, man. Pimp, they really just... They just tease you, you know. They made it so close on Inferno. It was obvious that they could have beaten paiN if they had just maybe stuck a defuse or decided to hide for half a second longer. But then they just show you who's boss at the end of the day. Very convincing victory over paiN here. Pretty dominant across the board. The CT side was nearly impenetrable. Rops was doing ungodly things at connector. It really felt like there was a pretty obvious difference in the skill between him and the entirety of paiN. along with Brokey, who was in some ways the villain of map 2 with some of the antics that he pulled, but in terms of what he was able to accomplish here on the final and deciding map of the series, it was obvious that he just forgot about it. I think that Brokey honestly might have the shortest term memory of any singular player, because so many people in Tier 1 CS would probably get down on themselves, they'd blame themselves, and then he's just like, I'm just gonna kill them, I'm just gonna destroy them.
Nah, I love that from Brokey, because there's no doubt that he was one of the reasons as to why FaZe weren't able to win Inferno. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. He did have a couple of horrible misplays, but as you also see on your screen right now, he did have a couple of amazing plays in this game, and I think you're spot on when you're saying that Brokey is one of those players that you can either love him or hate him for it, or a bit of both, you know, but I don't think, you know, I don't think Brokey thinks too much, in the sense that he's more a player that really thrives on his intuition for the game, and no one can take away the fact that Brokey is one of the best players Counter-Strike has to offer, and when he's popping off, when he's feeling the game, when he's in it, he is fantastic, and we saw that on Mirage. So well done to Brokey, well done to FaZe Clan right here. You mentioned Robs as well in Connector. He had a great showing. He was playing and firing on all cylinders, and that was a player that we put focus on coming into the game, so nice to see him also step it up when it mattered the most.
Right, and he did it in a couple ways that was almost uncharacteristic of Rops, just making sure that he's pressuring his position. I feel like at one point in this game, Rops recognized, as FaZe should, that they are the better individuals, and he started just taking a couple fights. Sometimes you'll see Rops just play the clock so late, and sometimes even run out of time. I think he had to save one time for it, but this was a great performance, obviously, from Rops, just making sure that he showed that he controlled all of that A bomb site, both on T and CT.
And it does put FaZe in a good position. As Frozen said coming into the game, we are here to play for one purpose, and that is to qualify for the Fall Finals. He never really spoke about taking one game at a time. He never really spoke too much about beating paiN or nah. You know, that almost came as a given. Of course, he said he wanted to respect him, and I think paiN gave FaZe Clan a lot of respect, especially with their Inferno performance. But it puts FaZe in a position now where they are the heavy favorites against OG in that final game. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like OG have already shown that there's something cooking there, but I don't think that they have necessarily the depth to handle a team like FaZe, nor do they have the personnel. Anything can really happen. If OG game plan well enough, they could take down a FaZe if they take their foot off the gas. But I mean, FaZe showed that in a 3-map series, they might do that for 1 map. They're not going to do it for 2.
And for paiN Gaming, it unfortunately means they have been eliminated, which also means that there's no way they can make it to the Fall Finals. We had James Banks catching up with Big Ozera straight after the loss.
Big Ozera, you know I got a lot of love for you, so I have to ask you the same question that I've asked you before.
I know.
What is with the Anubis pick?
Bro, I don't know. Just my feeling, you know, but sometimes we have a bad feeling, so
I respect you because you keep picking it, right? And it may work against the South American teams, but this isn't the first time that you have won a map that is not your pick after losing your pick of Anubis, right? So hopefully this is something you learn from. But that Inferno game was wild, was absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Did you always believe you could make that happen? Because you really looked like you didn't have a chance on Anubis, and then you fought the entire way. You were even up on the first half of Inferno. It was looking great. So just talk me through that crazy map.
Yeah, actually, I think our map pool is so balanced, you know, all the time. I always say that we always don't know which map to pick, and we usually pick the weakness map of our opponent, because we like every map, so we don't have a specific pick, and that's why sometimes we pick Anubis, because we think Anubis is gonna be maybe the weakness, but it wasn't, right?
Definitely not. What about the Inferno though, right? Because you guys stayed strong mentally and were able to fight and take that win. That must have filled you with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, of course. Inferno is, for me, I always used to say that is a 50-50 map, you know? So anything can win. And in my opinion, it's a difficult map to pick. And we have a strong Inferno as well. You guys could see, and I don't know, we just believe on our map Pope, and I don't know.
Do you feel like on Mirage, even though the scoreline was 13-5, it was actually a lot closer than that? Because there were so many small moments where you could have had extra rounds.
Yeah, I think we made some mistakes on Mirage. Maybe 2 or 3 rounds on City side that cost a lot for for us, you know. So on City side was we could read well the game, but in the moments that we really should be calm and just to do the basic, and we didn't. So we made some mistakes. Hello?
Yep. I hear you.
Yeah, and that's all.
And overall, just talk to me how you feel about your performance here at the Showdown and just kind of the results you had here, because you've been in Europe for some time now and trying to improve.
Right now, like we had like 2 weeks after Cologne to practice a lot, and we could see we could adapt some changes in the play style, because here is so different. Everything is different than SA, and that's another reason that we picked Anubis, because we made some changes, and in the practice was doing well, so we just trusted in our practice and everything.
You can't fault paiN for not trying. I think they did put up a decent fight against FaZe Clan. By all means, we didn't expect them to win, but they took off a map of Inferno and tried their absolute damnedest to push it into a scenario where FaZe could have lost. Unfortunately for paiN, it means they have been eliminated. They no longer stand a chance of making it into the fall finals, which also means that FaZe progresses into their side of the bracket to face OG in that all-deciding game, Maui. We are 1 game away from having fulfilled our bracket, and by the looks of it, tomorrow is going to be banging.
Yes, yes indeed. I feel like OG is probably a team that's pretty happy to even have made the finals at this point, whereas FaZe, they have 1 goal. Frozen said it in the pregame interview, 1 goal, make it to those fall finals.
I also have 1 goal, and that is to find out who Falcons are going to face in their grand final tomorrow. We have big Virtus.pro coming up after the break.
We've got Virtus.pro versus Big at the Blast Premier Fall Showdown, but more importantly than this game and finding out who actually makes it to the finals here, we've got an award winner in Pimp right next to me. Congratulations, Pimp, for winning Esports Analyst of the Year. Everybody clap in chat right now.
Thank you so much. And thank you for picking that picture, Blast Production. You're really doing a good job with that one.
I think people might not know this because of his just hostile nature on Twitter and forums, but honestly, Pimp is one of the people that actually is one of the most entertaining and fun to talk to in Green Room. So even behind the scenes, he is actually a sweetheart. So I'm actually really glad that you won this one, Pimp, back.
Yeah, me too, and you know, for many reasons. One of you didn't win it, you know, so that's goal number one, and then obviously also to be able to stick it to a couple of guys out there. Shout out to you, Loba. Keep fueling me. You know, it's great to wake up every morning and feel that fire. However, we gotta jump into the game. We gotta jump into the game. Big taking on VP, because we gotta find out who is the last team heading into that grand final tomorrow. And I think for my money, Big so far have looked somewhat decent. Going up against VP, though, it's a different task. It's a quality matchup between two teams who are trying to find their footing once again.
Right, and obviously these two teams faced off just about 20 days ago at the Blast Premier Fall Groups. Big won that matchup 2-1. I expect that we'll probably see some similar maps today because I don't feel like these teams have changed too much in that time. But there is one nice development that is going on with Big. I mean, they brought on Regon, and I think it's kind of like slowly he's growing on me with this team. I thought he was going to actually hit the ground running a little bit faster, but he's doing all right.
He's doing all right. You know, I feel like the potential of Regon is something I'm excited to explore, because I know when you're playing in Bad News Eagles, it's you know, it's a niche team. They have one way of playing. It's very aggressive, very much in your face, maybe not the most consistent Counter-Strike. And I thought coming into Big, you know, a team that is known to be well prepared, a team that is always anti-stratting, a team that is led by Tapston, I thought maybe we can get more out of Regon. So do you think you've seen enough from him to say that there's more potential, or have you been disappointed with his showing so far?
I would actually say that I'm lightly disappointed with how he has played throughout the entirety of Big, you know, not even making it through the Cologne play-in. I feel like that should have been a key objective for them, but at the Showdown, he's actually been playing quite well, so I have a lot of respect for what he's bringing to the table, and I really do imagine from all of the interviews that we've gotten so far from him, especially the ones where James Banks really peels back some of the layers of Regon, that he definitely is putting his nose to the grindstone and trying to acclimate himself to the Big system, and it does feel like it's paying off, at least at the Showdown thus far.
Well, hopefully we'll see it pay off, and I think he's needed today, especially when you consider the opponents they're going up against. I think it's time to touch upon a little bit when it comes to VP. I think there's a player over there that has been slightly disappointing for me as well, and that is Electronic. You know, I thought when they were signing Electronic, when they were breaking the bank, when they were going out there making this move, I thought that was VP, you know, in a serious way, saying to the world, we want to be the best team in the world. We want to contest for the trophies. We want to be up there when you talk Vitality, FaZe, you name it. That hasn't been the case, though. Electronic has been disappointing, Jame has been disappointing, and VP has been disappointing. So, Maui, my $1 million question to you is, why is that?
It feels like there has been a weird power struggle between Jame and Electronic for the style that they want to play the game, whereas before they had this eccentric way of playing, very much so determined by how Jame sees Counter-Strike at its finest, and it's probably in many ways too idealistic. I now think that with Electronic, their ranking, it really hasn't shifted, but this is a clear upgrade for Mir, and so the question that remains for me is why is it that round to round we're seeing different people be the point man, different ways of, like Jame himself is playing a little bit worse, Electronic is playing worse. It feels like this is one of the rare times that you're getting less than the sum of its parts, and that is with major winners on the roster. Everybody's a major winner. You'd think they would be able to play through all this stuff, but for some reason there's just no cohesion.
Has been slightly disappointing for VP, so I'm curious to see how they're going to fare up against Big in this matchup. We have the GG Bet live odds to showcase you guys who are the favorites, and I think it's fair to say that VP are the slight favorites coming into this one, but it's more so per name value and knowing what they should be able to do than what I've seen lately. I don't think VP have played good Counter-Strike, and I think Big on a good day stand a chance. Would you agree with that?
For sure. I mean, the last matchup that these two teams had against each other was big, winning in 3. So I feel like VP is going to have to go back to the drawing board and watch out for JDC, because I feel like he just destroyed them last time on Ancient, and his mid control is something that they need to anti-strat at this point.
Anti-strat is name of the game. In order to start the game, though, we need 2 commentators, and we got 2 of the best in the business. At least 2 of the best from Canada, anyway. London and Scrawny, take it away.
Oh, thank you, Jacob.
Two of the best losers, at least.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You can't call us the best. The clear best on this broadcast is the analyst of the year, Jacob Pimp Vinicky, baby. I mean,
of course
to be
he wins
in the
while
presence,
he's hosting.
To be in the presence of greatness like this, Launders, I mean, it's an honor. It's an honor.
It's an honor and a privilege, and we're seeing the versatility at a Pimp here, the hosting, the showdown while he wins, and the humilitude and handing it to us, knowing that he could do our jobs as well. And
wow,
he gets the smugness of knowing he won over Maui. It's he just has it all today. It kills me inside.
Called the paiN quarterfinal upset back at Cologne too, man. It's been Pimp's eating well this month.
Damn.
And next Sunday he's got his world-class cycle race. But enough about Pimp. All right, let's talk about tabseN. Let's talk about the double headshot he's going to put forth, and whether or not JDC comes alive on Ancient, because we know this is his best map by far. We look towards the JDC mid control as kind of the beacon of his greatness. Regon's going to lock in this post plant. No chance now for the last player to get out from the temple. So here we go. Big taking it away on the T side of Ancient.
This is an upset I called. Not that it will happen, but it's just one that I'm not even sure if it's an upset. I mean, the last time they played, Big won on LAN. The last games that Big have played, they've been winning. The last games that Virtus.pro played, I mean, they beat Zero Tenacity. That's about it. So, I mean, genuinely right now, Virtus.pro are one of the most sort of underperforming teams for their caliber in Tier 1, if not the most underperforming team. It's kind of sad to say that, but I'm not even sure you can honestly say they're just going to win this game. I don't think they get odds is because they have the brand value.
Yeah, because it's a team of major champions, 5 major champions sat side by side. A good anecdote brought forth by Snake, you know, in order to highlight the shortcomings. This was a team that we weren't sure would kind of adapt, right? We didn't know what Electronic was going to bring, whether he could fit into James' system. Then we find out that James' system's actually thrown out the window, and obviously James has a few interviews talking about how there's an importance in being able to play aggressively and adapt. But the thing is, I feel like James has made more concessions in this roster than maybe Electronic has had to make when he first joined. And, well, you'd think it would have taken them towards the top, not just kind of kept them afloat. I like that graphic we had before this match goes live about how they've just kind of sat at the same ranking. But, you know, it's a roster move that's supposed to propel you. Finally, Virtus.pro are an organization that make a big signing. Finally. And, well, they haven't gotten their money's worth yet.
They haven't at all. And I think it feels like the lesson that we've learned is that James needs people who are just uncut gems to try to mold for himself, that he can teach under his system. Where you talk to Fame and everyone goes, "What do you think about playing in VP system?" He's like, "I don't know, I've only played in VP system."
Yeah,
and I think those are the players that work for him. I think the double-edged sword of this is I think to James it felt like there was a ceiling to doing that, and that's why he said he was tired of sucking his whole career. That was the funny quote that he had. And so maybe there is an argument that they need some kind of upgrade, but it's a catch-22.
Yeah, getting caught on the entry to the B site is Regon. tabseN has quickly climbed the scoreboard. It's always a good sign when tabseN gets a strong start on any map. Momentum. Name of the game for tabseN. Norbert finds the perfect smoke spam to clear the planter of JDC off pillar. We get the cave smoke coming through as James takes the long road all the way around. And you know Crimbo, dude, he's gonna lock you into this. James slow on the approach as the bomb site gets dealt with. Here's Crimbo showing his hand, and Fame's gonna try to charge towards bomb. Now, no kit on him, and a Molotov on top of the defuse. No smoke to put that out, so Crimbo, he's got this one locked in. Very nicely done. It's an insurance policy of a deep doors post plant, and it works wonderfully.
Take in how much patience Crimbo has right there, where, yeah, he didn't have to do anything else, but he's watching the long flank for so long that 4 players die on the site. His teammates Virtus.pro's teammates, and he makes sure to hold on to that. And obviously, it looks like an easy kill, but so many other people would just lose their focus in that position and forget to play against VP. Obviously, he has the molly to work with, but damn, that's pretty beautiful. I mean, a lot of games that big go into, there's no guarantees, you know. But I really think they have a lot of confidence right now in the matchup, especially with their last win. I think they're just the team that they understand how to play against, and
sure,
everyone's just kind of trying to prey on Virtus.pro's downfall at the moment, get a piece.
You know, with all these teams that have been playing in Showdown sort of struggling in the RMR qualifier, we look to Big as kind of a beacon of, let's call them, do we want to call them tier 2? Can I do that?
I think it would.
Let's call them fringe.
They're on the fringe.
A beacon of hope in the fringe teams that when we look at, you know, just kind of like namesake and brand value, it's nice to see Big not have struggles in the RMR qualifier to just book that ticket quick as could be. Yes?
On that point, I think soon it might be time to relook at all the teams that we've called tier 1, who do we call tier 2, and just do a big reassess, because yeah, for many years, of course, you would just assume certain rosters are tier 1, but things are changing a bit.
Are you telling me it's time for a new tier list, perhaps?
I know the perfect guy for the job.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I've done my fair share of tier lists as well, so don't put it past me, but yeah, I'm not quite as prolific with it.
Time may be coming. Oh, nice timing from Norbert, but oh, that pushes them into the AK. Oh, fame. Nice second headshot there, and it's fast pressure from Norbert. He's not going to let Crimbo get away with this. It's a bomb plant that could have been, but the interruption, yeah, comes from Donut. Deep peek towards CT, and the flanks get through. So, ooh, VP stealing one off of the back of a 2K from Norbert, who just throws himself at the B site.
That's really
Things were going too well.
Yeah, you know, we were in the middle of still just talking about what this game means for both rosters, and I'm still there right now. I still want to know like how this game's going to end up in the end. Also, one sort of bigger question as well is how's JDC going to do, because we haven't had him playing that well overall, except for, as Maui pointed out, in the last game they played against VP, and it's also because they haven't been playing in Ancient as much. It's not even like a first pick for them in some of their series, so that's JDC's strongest map, and they can't take that away.
James picks Searson off and gets himself a second. Doesn't want to suck. Not sucking right now. Anything that steps into that scope's been toppled. He'll open it up to try and get next contact, but nothing here. So a chance for Big to move things around at a minute 15. Plenty of time to try to reroute, but there's that uncertainty of not knowing whether VP have already confirmed your A play is non-existent. So we go JDC op. Interesting. With the bomb as well. So tough spot for him, and a smoke on Cave means Crimbo's got to wait.
It's hard to give up the position they have with the like with the smoke and having Cave and you know, a line here for JDC to just sit on. So, well, looks like they're gonna walk right into that death and actually allow for a chance for Big to attack the site. Now, what happens? Well, they think if the stack is here, they're gonna be worried about B. And if not, they're going to rotate over towards the B side. So this is a beautiful mid-round position that Big have found themselves in a 2v3. Wow. They got the memo real late.
Fame works up the lane, smoked out and waiting. Ooh.
They're both playing active.
Yep, making it around the box. There's a fight to be had here in Temple at some point. We're going to get flashbangs from Jame, perhaps, to get Fame out of this Temple. As he... Oh, Molly spreads. Little bit of HP here for JDC, who gets spotted. Nice utility usage coming out from VP on the retake. It is desperate from JDC. He's got to at least take a shot. One shot. Oh, and it could have been. But it's off the mark. Fame covers. 2 kills in the retake. Maybe late to the party, Mo, but the party is still VP's nonetheless.
Yeah, that's pretty well done. I mean, they had the perfect molly on that position to take out Crimbo. If not, actually, like that box, definitely to play off of. He should have been guaranteed at 1 kill. And tried his damnedest to wait this out, but ticket damage off, a little bit of damage in from Jame. I think the only thing JDC could have done better there is when that smoke starts coming towards him, he needs to go to the other side and line up some kind of spam, because obviously he ain't finding it after the fact.
Good patience there from James, doesn't get offset. Molotov spreads to Regon. Ooh, that actually gets him off the plant. Yep. Now they open the donut smoke. Regon repositions to the other corner, and bomb does go down, but dies right after. Tech9 push towards Temple is kept clean by Norbert, and this is looking like a nice, smooth round from Virtus.pro. Bomb plant be damned. Searson can bring one with him. We'll celebrate Big's attempt with lesser weapons. Yes, he will indeed kill Fame, but nothing thereafter. Tons of HP still for the rest of Virtus.pro. We tie this game at 3.
Yeah, pretty good. Oh, Dragon Ball Z posters in the background. Of course, we do know James a weeb, but a shonen weeb.
I'm not calling anybody names.
There's nothing wrong with those terms.
And I can't make fun of anybody because I play Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, there's nothing more embarrassing than that.
Is on the totem pole of nerdiness, is that at the top?
It's actually
or is
at
like
the bottom.
Model trains, you know?
Yeah.
Surely that's still less
maybe taxidermy.
Okay, that's just weird.
Electronic. That reaction says it all. Oh, wow.
That's beautiful, huh? Huh? Just
Dominated.
like that, climbing up middle. This is a VP I can get behind, because this is a VP that's feeling confident. Taxidermy, yeah, stuff those dead animals.
Those dead bears.
Yeah, sorry, dead animals. That just felt rude. I mean, no offense to Big. Although we are animals at the end of the day, Mohan, never forget it.
Yeah, especially me.
Donnie Thornberry up in this.
If Pimp was an animal, he'd be a cheetah. I think Maui would be like koala, probably.
I feel like Maui's a gorilla.
Yeah, or a gorilla. And then I think you could be a lemur.
Yep, that makes sense.
I want to be an otter, but I don't think I would be, right?
Yeah, they're on it. You know, they kind of keep to themselves. They're pretty cool. They collect shiny things.
Yeah, I like that. I do have a couple shiny things.
Yep.
I collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Speaking of nerds.
Yeah, like at least Magic is cultured. I mean, it's definitely, it's like someone say, ooh, Magic, you know, that's nerdy. But if they knew anything about card games, then it would be the best one to play of the card game. So
it's honestly, it's just modern chess, man. Magic is the chess of TCGs, and it's about the gameplay more than anything else.
Okay. I've been waiting to get some new maps in chess. That stupid chessboard just never changes.
Been waiting a while.
Devs been waiting for lazy, man. It's like must be the same devs as CS. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like when are we gonna? Where do we get new maps first? Counter-Strike or chess?
Feels like chess at this point.
Imagine if there was 40 wingman maps, Mohan. There could be 40 maps in casual. There could be 40 maps in competitive, and nobody would complain. Because it just means Counter-Strike.
Yeah, like who would complain about that?
Nobody.
No one.
Nobody. Competitive map pool for Premier. 40 maps in the competitive queue. If we can't play other game modes, we should at least be able to play competitive on as many maps as possible.
That's a little bit, I'm sorry to say this, but then you couldn't queue because everyone would be on queuing different maps and they would never start.
All right, then 20.
Yeah.
Hell. 10.
10, yeah, okay, now we're talking. 10 seconds before this exec is in full swing. Tabson setting up his flash. Looks like he's got a few variations.
Uh-oh. Fires off a bullet accidentally, but doesn't get punished by it. That smoke keeps him safe. But that smoke ain't permanent. Everything feeling temporary. Flits. Yes, at least the one. Crimbo's AK comes through, though, right? That hero AK in play for Big has revealed itself. JDC slowly taking over mid control while tabseN keeps eyes on the ramp. And it's James to just posture up on the op angle. It gets jiggled off it and tagged down to 40. That ain't bad. JDC hits him in the back as he tries to jump away, takes over red room control. So JDC trying to set himself up for a bit of success here, leaving Crimbo to still support the bomb with that AK. 2 AKs, of course, as one gets picked up off the corpse of Cave. And that threat, dude, JDC just kind of getting into the sideline, into the fleshy bits of the mid control. That's opened up a door for the T's to just overwhelm B-site straight up. Drive-by Tech9 from JDC is great. And now he can just buy more time if he chooses. CeST's going to plant the bomb, and these CTs are trying to come deal with JDC. They lost one. Oh, he just keeps on going.
You can't be
Triple
serious,
kill
man.
with the Tech9. Ancient is his map.
Back to the op. JDC, man. How does he get 2 and 3 kills right there? The nade misses, does no damage. He's sitting on 1 shot that entire time. Don't mess with JDC on Ancient.
And we thought it was just CT side, but nope. This one was a little messier. This one's so clean.
Crazy.
Boom. Electronics sat on his ass.
How is all this possible? The round is over even if he doesn't kill James.
All right, so that's Big and VP going 1-1 for rounds they're not supposed to win based on buys. My gut instinct just tells me this is going to be one of those series that has many rounds like that, but not even necessarily at the detriment to the team with the better weapons, just because I feel like Big and VP can make something happen with less. And this is just players I trust with Tech9s and Deegs.
I agree with that for sure.
Norbert always good for a... It's a Kadoozy.
It's a woozy. Yeah.
Oh. Careful what you ask for. Regon goes down 1-7 as he gets the spam returned in his face. Crimbo's doing it safer now, and we have a fight in Cave queued up between tabseN and Flit. Ooh, that tabseN picks up, so man advantage gone.
And tabseN's playing some strong CS too.
That's a very dangerous cross for Norbert, because his teammate along the wall had already spotted that offer. So
I know,
for him to just dry swing, right? Isn't that crazy? Like,
Yeah,
unless Electronic didn't tell him, but that'd be a skewer. Oh, JDC and CeST just come through with the 2 kills back lane. That sends fame to the save, and Bigger breaking through.
No, that whole
JDC,
another parting gift. Man, that's another one more situation, right? Where that was messy. That was really messy. As you said, they're the ones who spotted the opper. It wasn't even the opper that saw them, right? He was blind on the first cross. So the fact that the second cross came in and then they both die, it's a really weak situation here for VP. Aren't able to delay it all. I mean, it's nicely handled from Big. They're shooting extremely well. But it's like this whole game just going to be paying attention to worrying side for Virtus.pro, trying to figure out exactly what's happening. Because we're witnessing one of the most confusing fall-offs, I think, of a roster. And it's just so much irony, right? Because it's technically the strongest on-paper roster they've ever had.
Yeah, technically.
And simultaneously the weakest in-practice roster it feels like they've ever had.
Yeah, like I can't...
The only variable is CS2, you know, but like even in CS2, Jame was amazing right at the beginning.
Well,
when some would argue Opping was the hardest.
Yeah, I would say I can't discern a difference between this Virtus.pro with Electronic and the version before it with Mir. Like in terms of ability, if anything, they've just lost identity between those two rosters.
Yeah.
And it's not like Electronic is bringing forward some crazy firepower to really make up for it, but it's the firepower with pistols that's prevailing here. They push through smoke. That is brave Into the face of Flit, they charge, and they kill him before he kills either of the two donut push players. Now, we have James scouring site with Op. Doesn't want to lose it. Typical. James time. He will walk away and let Big take the 6-4 lead. But, yeah, it's like... They didn't gain anything, even though they spent a lot of money. And...
Which is weird, because it feels like if we all had the choice, we would have made a similar decision. I mean, it just... They made... Like, in terms of a first risk...
Yeah.
It makes sense. Mir was extremely awkward on the team, too. I mean, it's not like VP were winning everything and then made a move, right?
Sure.
They were also struggling a bit, and Mir was the weakest player and the most awkward for, like, how good he was on his previous lineups, like the old Spirit and whatever, when we saw him roaming around in Tier 2. So I think we all would have made the same decision. It's hard to argue against that.
The thing is that I find with Virtus.pro, though, there's always one player that does look awkward. Like, with back in James' system, there's one guy who's always put in that awkward place. And obviously it was Mir most recently, because Norbert had this amazing return to a new career level after being benched for as long as he was. You know, but prior to Mir, like, Norbert was that guy. And I would say even at times, oddly enough, like, now sometimes I feel like faiN looks kind of awkward in the system.
Yeah, I agree.
All the while, Electronic isn't putting up numbers, you know, in any impressive way. In the last 4 months, he has a 1.03 rating. Like, that is 0.01 better than Norbert, who is never supposed to be comparable to Electronic, right? Like, that's just not a world we're supposed to live in.
Yeah, not enough
with
numbers
no
in
offense.
his name.
But
yeah, no, I mean, for sure. No, the roles-wise, it's not even close, right? In terms of the amount of space they have.
And here we are again. We're 10 rounds into this game, and Electronic has 3 kills. This is Electronic we're talking about. This was
not even like
right-hand man.
It's not even. Yeah, I know. Top 5
Best
for like 4
rifler,
years.
Yeah, exactly. And just,
second best rifler behind Nico through CS:GO for most of his career.
You know, so. And all the while, it's like one thing if you were to have this level of performance, and at least VP were still VP, but the identity's gone. And now James feels awkward after already, like you said, proving he could op in CS2. It's just so... It's a little frustrating, you know? I'm not that invested. Their results don't change my life, but just for the sake of Counter-Strike, it feels like we lost something that was so unique and celebrated for being that way. But 5v2.
Yeah, they were like weird.
This 5v2 is starting to get pulled back now. So A main control ends up being critical. It allows for Tapson to come back towards site as Searson hits a second. Dude, this is a 2v5. Oh, and Searson's not missing. James is going to tap the bomb, cluster them, and big close 2v5.
That was supposed to be a done deal. I was just watching it. We're talking about Big and VP, thinking, well, this round's over. At least VP, they can win this. What a setup at the beginning of the round. They have the perfect donut hold, not enough pressure on James. He's getting kills as they decide to retake, and then Searson just starts hitting shots. Wow. Searson was great yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All across the entire series, Searson was the guy.
Look at Regon. He's 1-8, having the time of his life.
That's the BNE mentality, dude.
Yeah, he is always happy.
Whew. And he's got a reason to celebrate himself. 2 kills in this one. Has Bigger looking for that 8-round T-side here on Ancient. You know, if we have to wait to play online Counter-Strike for me to get the best out of Searson, I'll wait for it. You know, I'll hope he transitions it into LAN one day, but I'll also enjoy it while I can, because it is a little uncanny how his ability to just turn it up when we're playing online. It's undeniable. faiN, yes, his timing is good for the 1 kill, but Searson's got that deep positioning. And Virtus.pro, again, just kind of 2 steps behind. Not really invited to the party. They try to get in the back door, but it's shut. Searson makes sure to close this down, and it's 8 rounds of a T-side here for Big.
So man advantage maintained.
but bomb planted nonetheless.
Yeah.
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or and FaZe, excuse me.
Very key. FaZe slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to Cave.
If FaZe waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, beyond! Oh! Welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
And enjoyed the ride.
Huge opportunity now for Ninjas.
That was such an easy start to the round as well. Uh-oh.
Good shot. Wrinkle under pressure. Oh!
Okay.
Oh, wait, Modesty dropped that?
Oh. Modesty!
Oh, and then Nico got another deagle.
What is happening?
Mezzi has the best position. He has the round-winning position. If Zywoo just takes one kill, there's almost no shot that Spirit will check this corner, and Mezzi will be able to feast. There's the kill. Does Zywoo even want to stop? Might he go back for more in this angle? Mezzi awaits. More aggression. Good flash. And Zywoo not timid, not tame, not stopping. 2 kills off this AWP. They're out short, and Zywoo, can he hit the flick? Does he even know? They're walking up close. AWP almost dropped. Zywoo should fall. They whip the spray, and Zywoo wants every single kill in this round. 4 frags from the Frenchman, and it's done like that.
And he is getting climbed on top of from the murder hole. Zywoo comes out with a USP frag. It is Slendon Andu 2v5.
No plant. Not yet.
He goes back in on it. The market aggression is yet to come out, and everybody else looking to gun forward off the catwalk. A near collateral shot. It's damaged, but it's a double. Oh, just when they thought they had this queued up. Unless Spinks can end it. As he has been trying his damnedest and could still get this done. 20 HP for Slend as he slides past smoke, and Spinks blindsided by it.
What a play.
Excellent opping off the bench.
What a play.
He clicks the scope even once. He's dead. Even way. Oh, God. Snacks. Okay.
Gonna be down to the AWP.
I think Broken's got this.
You've got a sense, Henry. Well, let's see if you're right. Could be onto something as he does take down Nico. Gets a chance for a reload now. Alt versus Alt. Monacy versus Brokey. And Brokey, ice cold. Stops moving, just holds the corner, waits for Monacy to get closer. You can see Monacy's just trying to get out there, making a bit of noise. So now he definitely knows where he is. No element of surprise any longer. Taps the bomb once, and it's broken to clutch it. You're on point, Henry. You called it. A quad kill and a clutch for Brokey.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade with the Blast Premier Spring Series. We are going to be here live from 3 Mills in London. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here at Blast Premier.
Who were on the way up and up last year. I'm hoping that we get some good Counter-Strike.
We've had to take everything online. Blast have run into this challenge head on. We are pushing the limits of what's possible with the online broadcast.
1 versus 4.
For 754 days, we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
Today in Lisbon, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
The return of the Royal Arena and a chance for a new monarch to now be occupying the throne.
Send off 2022 in proper fashion. Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! It all comes down to this, to define how we end the last season in CSGO.
It's time to make your country proud. Get loud! Abu Abu Dhabi, make some noise!
It feels like the stage has been set wonderfully. It is you who sets the stage with us. Make some noise!
Make some noise! Let me hear you roar!
Tickets, get you tickets. Buy tickets to the Blast Fall Finals now at the Forum, or maybe come to Singapore, or maybe if you're in North America, get ready for Austin. Oh my God, we've got events coming. Do we not, Mo? Look at all these events. Look at all these events. What, you better be ready, buddy.
Oh my God, we got binders full of events right now, nonstop, all over the place. Some of the best events.
The best events.
Never seen events like these.
Only the best. And bigger than ever in Austin, Texas, baby. But before we get to the Forum, and before we get to Singapore, and before we get to Austin, we got to finish up the showdown. And one of these teams plays Falcons tomorrow for a spot at said Forum in Copenhagen, our next stadium event. You never want to eat the little pieces. That's exactly. Crimbo is a man of culture. What do you call
mean
those?
The strings?
Yeah, the banana strings.
Yeah, the strings. I mean, listen, he's the kind of guy who can pull some strings. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You need a round or two, Crimbo's your guy.
Those are known as Flom bundles. Flom. P-H-L-O-E-M. Flom bundles.
Is that in Danish?
No, that's in English. Apparently, they are perfectly edible and surprisingly nutritious, but what they failed to write here is that they're also disgusting.
I eat them because it feels like I'm eating stem cells out of a spinal cord.
Okay, that is...
very nutritious.
Uh-huh.
Full of nutrients. That's how I put myself in that space before I chew on them.
I've seen videos on the internet of chimpanzees peeling bananas, and even the chimpanzees pull off the stringy bits.
I'm much farther away from those than you are.
Okay, you think so? Here's a little update, folks. Let's just interject here before Mohan says something else that's weird. We have FaceIt crashed. FaceIt problems, server issues, match delay for a little second here. So we're waiting. We got 9 players in the server. That's a lot of players, but it's not all the players.
Ooh, it's almost enough players.
Just sit back for a second.
Wait, so that
Launders is going to tell you what he did today. What's the most interesting thing you've done in the last 24 hours?
I smashed my toilet tank lid with a ceramic flower pot by accident when I was trying to build an over the toilet organizer.
So you dropped the flower pot onto the ceramic toilet
and it
cover.
Smashed it like the Hulk landing on Earth in an event.
Oh,
it was is insane because the flower pot, which is made of the exact same material, has not a scratch on it. I'll send you a photo. You won't even believe this. So I have to go find a new one before my landlord finds out.
Yeah, that's kind of fun. It's honestly, you're sort of like a homeowner in this sense right now, because you get to do something, because you're responsible for it yourself, because you don't want to get caught.
Yeah, because I live in fear.
Yes. Also, it is sort of your fault, so you should replace it. You're being a good tenant, Mohan. Good for you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call my landlord. I'm just gonna deal with this problem.
Good for
you. They won't even know what happened. They don't know how many things I've broken in here because I replaced them all.
Yeah, you've only been there for a couple of weeks and you have already smashed a toilet.
And everything's brand new.
Can't be letting them know that.
So.
All right. Well, that is unfortunate, but comedic nonetheless. Thank you for your misery.
Yeah. What about you? What have you done today besides botch a coffee?
I did botch a coffee. I tried to change coffee beans on my espresso machine and absolutely drank dirty water, but I'm too cheap to just pour it down the sink. So I drank it anyways, and I hated every second of it. And honestly, it kind of ruined my day because I was sat outdoors. I was taking up the sunshine. You know, everything was on the checklist of having a good morning. Everything was there except for this crummy dirt water that I forced myself to drink.
Isn't that the worst part about making good coffee at home? Just it becomes harder to enjoy any regular coffee when you need caffeine.
Yes. The elitism sinks in so very quickly. And then you really just kind of, I remember the days I used to just drink instant Nescafe, a little boiling water, little spoonful of bean crumbs, and next thing you know, your day has begun. But we're past those days, Mohan. We've become what we hated.
Yeah, the scalding hot mud water. I don't mind it either. Yeah.
Also, I had 8 pigeons on my front yard this morning. Imagine that. 8 pigeons all at once. That was... Oh God, I'm getting old.
That's pretty cool.
Second pistol. Stay tuned. VP, hopefully, leading more interesting lives. Charging forward into the CT spawn. Why are you in the CT spawn? They ask one another. There are 8 players trying to fight for control of CT spawn, and they are going to keep that fight going. Pearson taps 2 between the eyes. Electronic closes the clutch. It's too critical.
That reminded me of Tarek Serial 3K. 4K. Which I also
That is the face of a killer.
Of concentration.
And a clutcher. 1v2, double headshot. All those messy frags and the last 4 kills are all headshots. Good thing we finished strong.
It was an interesting position. I think they got a little bit more frantic because there was one B-side player who was coming in to try to stop the split. And then everybody in spawn realized once he died, they have to fight because they can't allow anybody else to cross. So, but it's very hard to coordinate a defense like that. They definitely had a good chance of winning after Searson got his 2K. 14 and 8.
Can you, while we're here, would you mind pulling up his map stats from yesterday and just rattle off the amount of kills Searson has had at the showdown on a map by... Wait, hold on. They're actually going to win with pistols. You go do that.
Oh,
I'll focus in on Searson, who has a USP and 100 health and a reputation at the moment for hitting hard. VP still hold on to the cave control with 2, but the smoke goes beyond, dude. Searson puts himself into the pocket, but Norbert, he's gonna come find him out. A Molotov towards long should keep Regon at bay, as his measly 25 HP should not cause any further problems. All looks good. Regon sticking around though, looking for an exit frag. And Fame making a bit of noise. Okay, jumping Mac 10 trade, and they'll exit the opposite direction. Crimbo won't get another. VP converts.
So is your question, was it how many kills he got on each map? It's like 15,
Each map,
18.
Yeah.
15, 18. I mean, it's just the one series they played versus Gamer Legion. So it's, I think it's 15, 18, and 20 on the 3 maps. I mean, he had the most kills on the series by about 10. So that's pretty impressive. 53 frags on the day. 1.35 rating. But you know what? It was also a lot of clutches, right? He had a 1v4 and a 1v3 and a 1v2 and maybe even a 1v1.
Yeah, we could just sprinkle in a 1v1 for good measure.
Probably got one, right? If you got a 1v4, you probably got a 1v1 at some point.
Careful. Did Regon get spotted? Yeah. Oh my god, they'll make sure he doesn't get out of there. It looked like Norbert kind of got a smidge of him as he crossed over into the corner. The utility isolating him confirms it. And that is VP with a 5v4. Now, we were talking about JDC on CT side. His middle play on Ancient is generally something to behold. So let's see if he can kind of be the difference maker for this big CT half. That's our expectation.
What we need to do is a JDC chant. You ready? JDC. 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 JDC.
Sorry, it's hard to
JDC.
link up with you.
That feels like the stew balls. JDC. Nope. Okay. Well, that could have been a moment, but he also does cheat over towards Donut. Searson watching. JDC. There he is.
First one's easy.
His smoke, too.
He can sense it. But he won't pull the trigger. Not yet. James goes deep through red, quietly through the smoke grenade. Ooh, they got James into the side, and now that bomb's going to go running at B.
Thinking about it, though.
You'd think so, but he's still going to get caught. It's all about Crimbo. Yes, sir. That right there wins the round. No time to plant. Ah, you thought you had him out-rotated, but leave it to Crimbo, the rock of big.
Nicely done. He doesn't move. He doesn't get tricked. He's quite a shrewd lad, this Crimbo. You can't get one by him. And that's the thing about VP right now, is they do late round moves, but they look a little bit more sketchy than they did in the past, because in the past, VP would work on map control so slowly that they would just build the whole map brick by brick, paint the picture slowly, and then have, guaranteed understanding of exactly what they're going to get out of every moment. And it just took, a minute 30 to do it every time. But now, they just kind of play like a regular team. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
But they're taking a lot more risks. Weird because, it wasn't fun watching VP just, nicely done, taps in. It wasn't fun watching VP sit around for a minute 30 each round, but it was more fun watching them win with this weird style.
Yes, I could respect it because it was uniquely them. It was an identity.
It was different too, yeah.
And I would prefer to live in a world where different styles of Counter-Strike are all viable, despite, any team being the expert in one said department, right? I wanted Furia's full aggressive art style to work. I wanted VP and James just passive holds to crush opponents late round. But introducing Electronic has just made them look less identifiable.
Yeah.
And they're not even winning more. If they were winning more, I'd let it slide, but I'm going to hold a grudge.
Yeah, if they're winning more, of course. It's only when you're losing, everyone turns on you. That's when we turn on you. On losers.
Whoop. Trying to make that Glock happen. I don't know, Norbert.
Just give me the space. Watch what I can do.
That's all he wants. He's not asking for too much, but JDC. Again, we said king of mid on Ancient. I'm not even quite sure what makes JDC so special when it comes to this part of the map.
I'm telling you, the Mouse NXT days, there's all that practice under Shui.
Hey, he was there for their results at the Rio Major, upsetting Cloud9, then favorites.
That's right.
JDC was a part of that. We did indeed witness something magnificent.
Yeah, that was incredible.
The marvelous city. Regon from the corner, though. Gonna make sure this one, it all gets locked in. Tabson turns with the triple. A little bit of presence from Norbert at the start of the round. Ends up being an entire 5-player door push, but through smoke, they're doomed.
It was I think when Big played last, it was a series where the first map and a half felt like, this game's over in 2 maps with versus Gamer Legion. Then Well, the second half of the series, it just felt like it was Big all day. They just got better and better. And when we watched them play at groups versus VP, it was a similar story. I mean, that was a game that went late into the night, actually, at groups a few weeks ago. And we basically saw that because of Regon's energy and Big's willingness to just kind of take it on the chin every time they had a tough loss in a round. They outlasted VP basically through sheer resilience. And that was something that was like the shining quality of VP, unfortunately. So I don't know. It's something that Big, I feel like, have going for them right now. I mean, they're willing to fight. They're willing to lose some rough rounds, and they do a good job of keeping their mental in a good place.
Funny enough, despite any of their struggles, mental fortitude is something that I never really kind of doubt on Big, right? tabseN, remember the tabseN GoB combo and how emphatic they could get when things were going well?
Uh-huh.
You know, that was something that I was worried that they had lost with the departure of GoB, but luckily Regon brings it back a bit. You know, I can see Crimbo cracks a smile or two. I feel like Crimbo's a funny guy if you give him the space. I bet you he's very funny in German. Maybe he's funny in English. I haven't listened to him enough, but
yeah, he seems like it. And I think he brings the Zoomer energy to the team. You know, he balances out tabseN's Boomer a bit. searson's solitude. I think he keeps the ideas fresh. I think Maui was trying to infect him with K-pop at one point, and had him listening to New Jeans.
That's true. He did make the ice cream references for the Oni interviews.
Did the ice cream so good? Exactly.
Yep. Okay, that's true. You raise a good point. That's true. He's got that. He's got a little troll in him.
He's keeping Big culturally relevant with his.
And obviously serving kind of as tabseN's right-hand man nowadays, because it's the two of them in the offices. It is the two of them who have rejected offers for other teams, apparently, per sources, in order to commit to the German project that is Big Clan.
Did they get offers?
I heard Crimbo had offers.
Oh, okay.
I heard Crimbo had offers.
Wait, he turned down Vitality? That actually happened? I thought it was like may have happened. Okay. I'm not sure what's it's hard to keep up, because not only are there so many rumors all the time, but also half the rumors end up being true.
In an interview with play.gg, the German star rifler discusses recent contract extension, having talks with other teams in 2023, and his big inspiration in tabseN. He went on to praise Big for always putting their players first, no matter what, sorting out living situations, etc. The personal elements of life are well taken care of when working with Big. That's nice. The organization trusts me, and I can trust them. I mean, I do. These are valuable really things, nice. Right? Like,
yeah.
Exactly. Like,
you don't know if you're going to get that when you move.
Yep. Like, you know, criticism around, let's say, just the Counter-Strike in server. Yeah, okay, we can put Big under a microscope and identify shortcomings. But, you know, as an org, player management is something that goes maybe at times underrated, and it's nice to hear that Big take good care of them.
It genuinely does make me happy. I mean, I've seen, because I know there's some struggles that players go through sometimes where their team doesn't get them a boot camp, or they don't get them adequate housing, or they don't deal with visa stuff properly, and it's like all those things put a lot of stress on you, especially when we all work doing the same jobs, like traveling around all the time, and it does go a bit underappreciated when you have that, when you can rely on your organization to deal with that stuff. And I'm sure that's why they have such good retention for their players as well.
I think this is actually kind of very well put on Crimbo's behalf to maybe understand his commitment to Big. Not only these things that you're saying right now, but Big revealed that they had indeed received, quote, many offers from top teams on Crimbo, end quote. But Crimbo said that all of this was new to him. It was new to him, Mohan. The idea of somebody buying him out, seeing as, we just know Crimbo Big, or Big Crimbo. It was all new to him. It was something he had no experience in, so he used Big to help him in this moment. Another instance of Big supporting him. just thinking about it, it's completely human, Crimbo says. Okay. Sounds like a level-headed guy.
Listen, kid. You don't want to get into this.
Listen, they might pay better, but they're never gonna tie your shoes.
Yeah, those Vitality guys, they're in France. Did you know that?
Oh, you ever been to Paris? It stinks.
They don't have kebab like Berlin.
True. Great wine bars, though.
I mean, Paris is dope.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if there's one team that
Berlin is also dope, to be fair.
Yeah.
Both great cities.
Wonder where else the offers could have come from. Obviously, Vitality was the big talking point, but back then, I mean,
yeah, maybe
you think about it.
No, is there a Liquid potential to add some with that?
Maybe. I mean, the teams back then that were making changes were kind of like, so there was Vitality, Mouse, FaZe, G2, Falcons, Liquid. Those teams were all in the hunt for new players at the time.
Like phases in between the Frozen transition.
Yeah. And obviously Falcons were on the hunt for whatever they could afford.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Mouse could have been cool.
There he is.
But we got the redemption of Brolin, so you know what I mean? It ain't worth throwing. Brolin has been redeemed.
100%. It's all about the IGL, man. It's all about the IGL, man. Like, when Brolin with Mouse, I was like, yep, this is going to work. And I felt that way, even though there were a lot of reasons to be like, it's not going to work. But just because it was Shuhei, I was like, you know what? I could get a little tech delay here. Losing some cams. People need to connect to the server. So sit tight. We'll be right back.
And we're back. And Electronics no longer stuck on a... This is a very zoomed camera, Mohan. Why did he choose this angle? Explain to me. Dissect it.
I don't know. I mean...
That's a choice.
Yeah, to be that zoomed up.
Yep.
Maybe he just cleaned his nose hairs and he just wants everyone to know there's nothing up there.
That's when you know you're getting old. When you buy your first nose trimmer.
My math teacher had hair growing out of his ears when I was in high school. I remember thinking, wow, do you just become a tree when you get older?
Just a little bit of bark. Never hurt anybody. Turn into an ent.
We're still on ancient, huh?
Yeah.
And big.
Yeah, we are.
Bigger owning, actually, in the last few rounds. So let's see if the CT side won. Yep.
JDC freed up bottom middle thanks to Crimbo's positioning towards elbow. Climbs up. Gonna put another smoke down just to make sure that now Crimbo can turn over if needed. JDC actually gets left alone. They'll slide into the cave. Good departure here. Not taking too much of a risk in the face of Flit's near position. They get away from early mid control, which has got to definitely worry VP, right? You know all the rumblings of that mid control, but now in reality, nobody's actually there.
I mean, it's true. We got JDC making the right move here, getting into cave. There have 3 players here. The VP are going to go at a minute and just decide to execute into the site. Regon's pumped himself up to 9 kills in the second half, so he's having a much better CD side. This could be end of days here for VP if they're not careful, but a great entry from Flit changes that up quick.
Regon on smoke. Good play around the left side. Eats the flashbang. Tabson's here to help out with damage, but it's an electronic double kill. Yeah, that one leaves a little to be desired, does it not?
Yeah, he was like standing in front of the smoke because it felt like he knew they could come out the other side. And instead of watching it or staying close, he backed up and didn't see anything.
Ate that flashbang in full effect.
Got a little tunnel vision.
And got put down real quick. So BP never needed any mid control. They go into the B execute. They get through the cave stack, through the 3 players on site there. Only costs them 1. That is an excellent return of value. Good investment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Searson's starting to miss shots, Mohan.
Nah, I mean, it's just the exits. You can only hit the hard ones. The important ones, I mean. I like the angle. I like the angle. The more we go back to it, the funnier it gets.
Fights again. Expect this over and over. JDC always confident in his mid play. And why wouldn't you be? You got Crimbo on your other side. You got Searson calling up from Donut when needed. But they're going to do the same thing, falling Crimbo back. This time Searson actually sticks around in contrast to the round prior. And JDC's not looking for the exit, but rather to put Searson on the angle. Expecting some kind of B contact, expecting to get the 5v4 off it. Nervous about elbow, but hopefully JDC should be able to take up that responsibility and just keep this Searson off scoped in. Nope, he's going to depart, Mo. They don't want to run the risk any longer.
They're taking some chip damage, and Regon again, he's up to the plate. He has the timing to peek. Good first kill. Can't get the second trade through the wall from Flit.
There's a bad smoke in the execute from Virtus.pro, but big, they were not in the right position at the right time, so what do you know? VP take it over. Ooh. They decide not to put JDC through the smoke and take over cave, trying to instead put Searson on a backline rotation. But Virtus.pro sensed the timing and capitalize with an exec.
It's a really great kill from Flit. I mean, finding that trade, maybe it wasn't imperative. It's possible, though, that Regon gets 2 kills, even though the second one was hard. And it makes definitely a difference here for VP. We're looking to win streak now, but 3 saved guns, not the worst situation here for Big. I think they're still pretty calm for the moment. Taking it slow, waiting for their round. Jame 8 and 12. Unfortunately, it's more and more games where we see Jame at the bottom of the board, and it's another thing I'll never get used to.
He just seems so willing to kind of sacrifice his style. And unfortunately, with the style sacrifices, definitely come like an individual slump. And it'd be one thing, like you had alluded to, like if it was just all of CS2, but he was one of the guys that adapted well early. It's weird to kind of see him lose that footing. Luckily for him, he's got riflers to make up with it. Nice flit wallbang kill to definitely soften up the bomb site. That's before CEST is ever even given a chance to get the off in position. This one right here. They shoot at him, and he just hits the headshot. Poor Regon's getting bullied in this B site. On left side B, Flit gonna take up a position, and this time there's actually a fight queued up for middle, but he doesn't really get much to attack. Electronic trying to find a piece of JDC, who instead goes passive in Donut. Deep Molotov, utility towards Red Room, definitely getting Electronic into a deeper position here. Now suddenly this B site for the third round in a row is gonna be under question.
I mean, this is the perfect kind of third attack onto the site where it's something a little different, and what a kill out of Fame. So careful on that angle. Electronic already has the rotations cut off from this side and the other if they're not careful. Thing is, Big got smoked out a bit by a T-smoke, so it's possible they spot him. Let's see. Nope, maybe not.
Hangs in. And he shivs his back over to the donut. Repeat. Crimbo traded out. Nice efficient trading from Virtus.pro and sensing the opening that was just created by the Electronic back and forth. Sure, tabseN can go sprinting over towards the A site, but hearing that is Jame calling for them to double back into CEST. And we've seen a similar round where Crimbo in the dying seconds was able to just stop it all. So sure enough, they're going to take their odds against the rifle of tabseN instead. Jame keeps the rotator locked in from Red Room, and it all just boils down to clearing tabseN off site. Trade frag not even needed. Just the Norbert entry for the plant, and VP continue to chew through the lead.
You know, I mean, that is a round where, well, there's a moment at least where CEST could have hit an easier shot. And there's a chance tabseN could get another. Maybe they could think about rotating in that spot, but it doesn't happen. It's a nice round for VP. And again, in terms of conditioning, at least we can kind of see exactly what sort of half they're trying to have now with the variations on the B attacks. And this passive hold from Fame is just perfect positionally. Electronic gets space that he uses later. They are still basically trying to get the CTs to wobble back and forth as they weaken the B site on rotations, and they are getting it out of them. So, I don't know. Suddenly, I'm starting to like this half a lot from Virtus.pro. Their biggest problem is just still being down 2 rounds after all that.
It's all right. They'll get pistols to deal with this time. We've had a couple success stories with lesser buys so far on Ancient. Virtus.pro playing a little bit quicker towards this B site in this round than the 2 prior. Oh, they open the smoke, and they lose Norbert for it, but luckily Flit's there to trade. He's been good on this T side, keeping the pressure up on the B site. Finds himself the kill to JDC and looks to go even deeper. That just cues Electronic to come through to the bomb site. And again, it's the lesser weapons that just get torn apart, as you could expect. Banking on the rifle play of Flit and Electronic. And honestly, any bomb site that's got Flit and Electronic running at it with AKs is a bomb site I don't want to be on.
Yeah. Now, we don't know who's going to win this map. When it comes to Mirage, I just want to say I have no idea as well. Big have been getting better on it, for sure. So I don't think anything's a given, and there's just some history in this matchup now between these two, where VP are looking for revenge. I think priority number 1 is show that they're going to play good CS first, because we see them play good CS. Just, it's like every, third match as opposed to in consecutive games. So that's the first thing, but then after they realize that they are playing good CS, which I think they are now, I think they'll start to think about the fact they want to beat Big down and make them pay for taking that group's win over them, even though now they're both in the showdown.
It's like ninjas pulling off their upsets at groups only to then just fall here too. You got to keep it consistent to the groups. Flit looking to stamp his name on another round. Norbert takes the responsibility of the wall bangs over from Flit.
He got
that nade dunked on his head.
No, I
70
think he
damage.
got spammed back, actually.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it just was a silent M4.
That's true.
Default.
Nade would not do 70 damage. Ooh, there we go.
him. Wow.
Gonna finish him off. Poor Norbert.
Ooh, on an 11-10 round.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Electronic. They're gonna try to pop out through smoke. It's a good flash from fame to set him up. But it is shut down by Tapson momentarily until fame comes through with a frag of his own. Searson, no vision.
It's actually such an important entry because, like, yeah, even though Electronic dies, this gives them site control. They bring this to a 3v3. Very winnable spot now for both teams.
Fame lets the smoke fade. Oh my god, slow reaction. Crimbo's gonna capitalize. James trades back from ramp. So they know about the Opper, and Searson, what's he gonna be able to do here with eyes towards cave? No trade, and James comes through smoke. That is 5 in a row here for Virtus.pro. There goes the lead as VP are gunning for a victory here on the Ancient T side.
It has been an expose on the B site, man, with the way and different ways in which VP are able to cook up these executes. And this is now a 5v4 win after a very good start to the round out of Big, but they have just been really making an example of all the problems going on over here. I think it's looked very good from VP. It's looked a little bit rough from Big, but very impressive that they can pull this comeback off just all these rounds straight. This game was damn near over for a second, and now it is, but now for the other team. I wonder, with VP only on their second timeout, how they're feeling. Well, as you can see, cracking a smile out of Norbert. It looked like this map was out of reach. It's pretty shocking.
Honestly, unfortunately, I'm never too surprised anymore when Big let the lead slip, Mo.
No, I thought you were going to say when VP make a comeback.
No. Well, that too, I suppose it's
used to be the
two sides of the same coin.
The perfect matchup for both of these.
They're going to go barreling down ramp, trying to just throw a little X factor into it. And honestly, JDC hasn't been able to get his game going in middle because the fights just haven't really come towards him. Searson's P250 will frag one towards cave. There should be a cleanup. Should be. But Flit actually dies to the P250 of Searson on 11 health. Oh my. Turn of events here at the final hurdle.
And who better than Crimbo?
Dude, on fire, looking for 12 versus pistols, and Searson posts 2 P250 kills. James gonna miss the shot. His chance in mid begins to dwindle.
They're pushing into him.
Searson pushing out towards him. James just playing as if this threat is impossible. Done. Just didn't even consider that somebody was gonna walk up on him. That is the bomb down in the water now, and Fame has to go back, but he's Molotov'd off. Leave it to Big to rob another away. And it's not the first round with lesser guns they pull off here on Ancient. Fame has a chance, of course, but it is a tough spot to fight out of. Opens the smoke, tries to charge out, and Searson's gonna close it. 4 kills from Searson, of course.
Wow, I can't believe it. This is the round that they were able to win. This is unreal for VP who start this out. We miss one kill because there's another frag going down at the bottom of a banana, but that's inside cave, right? The P250 inside a cave. That was never supposed to happen. Then the one on the bottom of banana, we thought that was over when JDC ends up dying, jumping over the tall box first, but no, instead Bigger now at 12-11. They had nothing to work with. They were saving that round.
All that comeback, all that momentum. Is it all for naught, or do we go OT? Because JDC is going to be given another chance here. Pack of players coming at him. Smoke's faded. Oh, shot to the back of the head. Norbert takes teammates damage, but it's okay. The trade's good. And Flitz, he will find the hold. Regon just kind of stomping up the lane. T's on high alert, ready for that one.
They just wanted to do the hard way, of course. They didn't feel like it would be honorable to win versus Pistol. So now we've got the CTs looking around, and to be honest, like obviously ending the round on B, just like they wanted to try to do last round as well. I'm not surprised about it. Searson, it's time to hit the good shot. He's had such a great map overall. A couple of weird misses recently, but this is clutch time.
Boy, he gets hit by James.
Yeah, big time.
Takes over the angle off the flash. Now he's going to try to drop his smoke, but it's a bit too late. Electronic, seeing blood in the water, just tries to dive in. Tabson, ooh, he's crossed over. Cave's going to get popped open. There's only 30 seconds, and the bomb has been dropped on short with that one death. Electronic had it as he tried to swing out, but holding off his fame, and that pays off. We know Crimbo can clutch, but in a 1v3, I mean, the silver lining is they have to play the B site. They can't out-rotate him. They've got to get the bomb back somehow. Just do not die to Crimbo. That's the game plan, as they'll scoop the bomb up with 5 seconds left. Good trade from Flit. We go OT.
Wow, okay. Well, yeah, they ended up losing the unfortunate round versus Pistols, but overall, T-side comeback from VP is pretty extraordinary, especially the amount of quality gun rounds that they won. The calling looked very good. The conditioning made sense, and they were starting, I think, to really build something there. And Electronic's entries are also pretty key in a lot of different moments. So, and even this refrag, he obviously helps get his teammate killed a little bit, but at the end of the day, he's the one who's been creating space as the one up front. So yeah, they've made it into overtime on their opponent's map pick. I think they have shown significant improvements in their gameplay in the last 15 or 20 minutes. And now they're starting off this one fast. And an open side.
Yep, rewarded for their confidence, the aggression into the A play for Searson. He's going to try to find some sort of an angle, and it delays the bomb plant for a second. Molotov down on top of Electronic. He'll commit, no problem. And into the green boost he'll go. So already locking in a post plant, but it's OT, so surely we go retake.
Yeah, full nades though when you do an exact like this, so lots of fresh smokes here that the CTs have to run through. Make no mistake though, A retake definitely possible. They just don't have A main. That much will be understood from the T's. They're not even playing inside of it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Norbert's deep position to be tested. He dodges the flashbang, awaits the second peek, and prevails. 2 kills from Norbert in a tough spot, now supported correctly by fame. Electronic sees it as a chance to swing out. A little bit of bloodlust sprinkled in here from VP as they take the lead on Ancient.
Feels like everyone's got a little bit of impact when it comes to fame. I think it has had a couple of nice frags in the last few rounds, and Electronic again starting to light things up. Norbert, nice holds. VP starting to really fire on all cylinders. Paul's perfect too. Now, the Ancient is one of the maps where you do see the back-to-back rushes happen sometimes. But since it's this T side and VP have found so much going B slowly, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to end back here again. Just dress it up a little bit differently, because that's what they've been doing. Well, the bomb is actually starting to go back to, it's an open site again. This might be the golden call. JDC is worried about it.
Searson works his way over with a deep angle from CT spawn. Flashes come out, no problem for Searson. Nothing to make him uncomfortable. Electronic winning the fight as JDC seemed ready. But it is enough to still just kind of stun them on the exit. And Virtus.pro pumped the brakes. Norbert gets active late B door push. Sees another player towards top lane. And James just going to wait things out on A site in the meanwhile. Yeah, he's rewarded. Crimbo peeks in. We get the taps into Norbert frag. Oh, Searson nice not going to fall victim to the moves of James. Not fast enough. Flit does, however, cross path into the bomb site, pushing towards CT. Go B.
He could go B, yeah. He can flank, and if he wants to, check on Searson, but if Searson's going to sit there and temple, oh my god, he's coming to look for this. What a move out of Searson. That's actually so brave to try to do. And with no plant coming in, he was really worried about maybe him leaving through Donut, or as he's just spotted, pushing back through CT. That's nice activity, man. They could have let that go. And we wouldn't have really pointed blame at him.
Definitely feels like a position he could have just waited for his teammate and Tabson to get over towards A main, pinch the site or something. So Searson not falling away from it in fear. And that's going to tie us back up. This game keeps giving. Searson and Tabson, 2 shining stars for Big. And it's going to be the JDC Crimbo pressure down bottom mid again. This time the fight is signed up for, oh god, Electronic whips it around, but tabseN still off lane, coming through big. Triple kill for him. To 26 frags he goes, and James is now left with no teammates and a minute 25 to consider his sins.
Only 2 rounds, only 2 kills in this round are both Electronic, who again has had just a fantastic T side now. But it's everybody else is really getting pulled apart at the seams. And Big might be the ones who have finally started to stabilize here on CT side. They really haven't had a good time up until OT. Even the one round that guaranteed them OT was one that they had P250s. So this one's up for grabs.
We'll let VP fight back on this T side, but that's just ridiculous. Electronic gets there. It's the comment, just the CT who's still just spraying into a smoke grenade when somebody stood right next to him. No idea. Oops. A little awkward, but so be it. It's frantic, and so be it. tabseN picks up the slack.
Yeah, Regon not having the best time ever, that's for sure.
No, but still laughing all the way to potentially victory lane.
Yeah, it might just be.
Same bottom mid. Ooh, nice instant headshot, but Electronic is there to hold on to middle. There's a no-scope headshot on Norbert. Where does that come through? Must have been the bottom of the ramp, surely. Norbert known to get aggressive on the ramp. And Crimbo, it would make sense with CeSTA's dead body there.
So they don't know where James is at the moment. Of course, he's the op, so he can float. And he's searching out some good information here. Oh, he's going to see that bananas clear, which means he can push down, and Electronic is coming in behind him. This shouldn't be the right play for Virtus.pro. There is a timing where they get away with this, and there they found it. But James, he's ahead of this. They're going to jump right out.
Just had to hit the shots.
Oh, he missed.
It's a miss, and they're leaving. It's an open invitation. They can go ahead and run away towards A.
I mean, he's still making good pace, not gonna lie. Even though, and he's gonna keep the op, which is actually pretty surprising. Running over top of an AK, Molly coming down, sees where they both are. Is there a chance?
Got one pin behind box. They give him the space to exit. He's gonna charge the bomb site. Hits the no-scope to Crimbo. Oh man, the confidence. That's 2 kills deep for James as he goes into the AK and Regon along the wall. It's been a tough game for Regon. And as the bomb tap comes out, James swings wide, losing the duel and giving Regon a chance to shine. His clutch to post Big's 15th.
Yeah, that's a monster play out of Regon. And, you know, that's a game where he's not been playing super well, but the glasses come off. Maybe they were a little bit smudged, Connor. Because it seems like he can see clearly now.
See less, frag more.
They were getting a bit hairy.
Just never let things get Hugo. 2 points to close it. Sure, you let VP take this game back into a competitive state, but see if they can shut it down with conviction. CeST and tabseN absolutely tearing it up. All map long, these two. CeST, it's just more of the same from yesterday's best of 3. I said it early too, man. I felt it after the pistol. I said, tabseN's got a strong start when he went up 5-0, and what do you know? Just rides that wave. Came in emphatic. He looked energized in some of his calling. And now as they throw utility down on the A site, we get the full-blown rotate. Instant entry from Regon. He's the opener of this round, closing the last one. Awk gets caught on the crossover. Fame's gonna slide out with a ton of damage done. And the riflers here of Virtus.pro just clean up sight. No chance unless tabseN goes massive. And he snaps it over to the CT peak first. Temple clears him. Fame coming out big in this one, stamping his name in overtime.
No, this is genuinely such a close game with the way that everybody is getting better as the rounds go on. I mean, it's very nice to watch. I won't lie. I mean, Regon had his moment. Fame's had some big ones here on T side. It's both teams have leveled up. I think it's very fair that we're in overtime at this point. They should both be proud of themselves now with the types of rounds they're putting together. But I really can't tell you who who's going to pick up this next round. Full buy coming in. Big looking to end it here. CSGO style 16-14, or Virtus.pro taking it to another overtime. That's entirely possible.
Flip versus Tapson here in Cave. Oh, Recon bested by Norbert, but Searson, that combat off again. He's going to get Norbert killed up close on ramp. James forced off his original position as Caves are forfeited. Flit gives it up, so James has to take the responsibility. Just stepped into what could have been held, but he gets away with it, and he'll keep that op posted. Mid control here for Big.
Yeah,
that's what they're looking at, but soon this red smoke's going to come up, and we'll see if Electronic can get into the game.
Yeah, we've seen some very big moments again from Electronic in these kinds of situations. He's been
Huge
a real renegade. Massive recovery. Sort of a mercenary if you're for Virtus.pro in a lot of positions. Out by himself. I like him picking this angle.
Ooh, fame forced into the fight.
Very nice, actually. He just expands instead.
Yeesh, in the position from Electronics, going to catch him. They remain adamant about trying to exit onto A, and they have met a brick wall. JDC. Ooh, hold on.
Wow.
Turn of events. All of the CTs stuck in this A site now.
And the bomb is in Donut. Crimbo waiting for this. They're trying to hunt this down. Does he get the kill? He doesn't.
Oh, but JDC, no way. No way he gets 4 kills in this round. He's got them separated for the time being. Flit's got the angle out from Temple, so the back of JDC will be exposed on this walk-up, but Flit actually lets him go. Okay, he'll shoot him down. Flit finds the angle. We go double OT.
Okay. Oh, my God. Well, we'll have to see what happens now. And it's... What do you think? Who do you think is going to win at this point? Like, it really feels like they're just so close now.
I think it's too close to call, but with the way that Electronic has come back into the game, dude, I don't know. I'm liking the A defense of Virtus.pro better than the A defense of Big. They've left
like
that
you heard
open.
us say top 5 player for 4 years, and like now he's just like a two-way player. Just the T side entries, CT side positioning. He's looking like the Electronic of old.
Yeah. I just think that the CT side of Virtus.pro is looking more reliable. We saw them get caught out empty-handed on A site one too many times.
And this is a matchup where on their best days, Virtus.pro is supposed to be the better team, and they've definitely paid to make the better team, and they've got that player at least right now on this map.
Searson, though, he's got Norbert's number on this B site. You'd think maybe he'd stop trying to take that ramp, but he's adamant, and it costs him. JDC double entry into mid. He'll go. We called him the specialist.
Absent doesn't think he's heard.
That's a bit crazy. Flip plays it passive, though. Lets him go. Oh, but Tapson comes back. Yeah, Tapson's coming back into it. Oh, Flint takes a chance there, letting him maybe go compromise the A site.
He was just
with
so
bomb
sure.
outside of B ramp, he waited.
So sure that nobody was in Donut listening, or in window for that matter. Timing is good for Flit. What a peek. 1-on-1 now. 2 late round players. And Crimbo playing to make this confusing. He's pushing, he's taking the risk, and he's reading the rotation correctly for James. As soon as James makes any noise, he can come back. There is a threat of this smoke. But it's going to burn a lot of time off the clock. Yeah, but is he going to think like Crimbo? Do you know what I mean?
See if he tries to
I think he
together.
is.
He's got the cover. He's got the cover. Crimbo's going to open it, though. Rock, paper, scissors. Can't get him off. Oh, James. Ratty clutch. Just stays stuck along the obelisk, and he relied on the cover. Gets away with 6 HP.
You see that? He literally put himself inside of Crimbo's head. He knew this looks a little suspicious. You know, did he do the flank around from cave all the way to banana, or is he just trying to play to trick me and push back lane? And yeah, he was definitely right about that option. Diffused it perfectly, set up the smoke and everything. The nade was the right play, but he was just a bit too hidden.
That's kind of Crimbo being cautious with the bomb plant position too, right? Could have given it a little more distance between the obelisk and the plant, but he kept it tight, tucked, and it comes back to haunt him. Big burn their 1 overtime timeout. And VP, that could end up costing Big the game. A defuse by way of smoke. versus Crimbo. You know, that is the big clutch king. So no easy feat here. Just enough, man. Taking bullets to the knees.
It was a good read, man. It was a very good read. Game actually super underrated clutching on Ancient.
Yo. Admin, move him.
Okay. Well, another good situation here for Big.
Down.
Yeah.
We've got fame picking up the headshot. Searson's dead. And the deep peek rewards Crimbo.
And Jameson behind the smoke with this sort of half the bomb ticked. What? Okay, well, tabseN gets spotted. I mean, that's one way to die in this situation, but surely the P250 doesn't win the round, right? No, Crimbo will get his revenge.
Yo, Jacob. Okay. Sorry, folks. A little anxiety there. What were we doing? Are we yeah, okay, we're casting.
I muted him a few days ago, so.
Can't blame you. You know, gets the esports analyst of the year, and all of a sudden he thinks he's
trying to cast. Yeah.
What the hell? Now here comes Norbert again, just looking for it. Finally getting some success towards bottom ramp. We get the wall bang off.
Molly's not good.
tabseN to one. Does it make a difference? tabseN swings out, dies to Norbert. Multi-frag is good. searsonn. Gets the first, but Flit right there for the trade frag. And JDC goes deep again, dude. Just kind of trying to take over middle round after round.
Now, this was such a high-level round. Every trade was the perfect play, right? Just to get down to this position, and now we enter the late round. It's been quite an honest bout. Crimbo trying to read this. I mean, they'd love to join hands and hit up the B site, but it comes down to timing, whether or not Crimbo sees this, and he isn't spotting actively. The thing is, the CTs are aware of everything right now, so... Oh, and they spot the bomb in Crimbo. They smoke him off at 30 seconds. They know that JDC is coming in from the other side. If they were together, they would have just... I mean, Crimbo's going to come back, or... Yeah, he's trying to bait this out. And Flit's running.
Flit's going to get out. Oh. He has to now play a little safer. JDC just trying to make that bit of space. Just wants to make the space for the cross. Crimbo gets over. Ooh, that bomb's going to go down. fame is hot on the chase, but the obelisk plant on the opposite end means fame just couldn't get there fast enough. But Crimbo doesn't really have a good position to fall off to, so he's just going to take up a spot in the corner. Flit's signature wallbangs won't even save him now. It's going to look like the ramp trade's needed. JDC doesn't want to play in cave, but rather on the site. Crimbo comes in, but now he's locked in the corner. Doesn't matter. Finds the headshots and takes it to 17.
Oh, it's tricky Crimbo right there as he walks away from the, I mean, runs away from the smoke. And with the amount of time left on the clock, it was believable that he could be the guy going towards the A site, and he exploited the insecurity of Virtus.pro, who didn't have anyone there. They didn't have anyone on the long flank. They didn't have anyone to make sure, so they had to respect it and rotate. Ooh, they'll feel sorry for biting on that. They also needed to just fight more actively. The only route that Crimbo had to the site within time was through those same doors. But instead, they got caught up, tied up using utility, didn't win their duel versus JDC, and let it go. But it was a bit late to not be playing a site at that point.
It's looking open in Electronics' eyes. JDC ain't hiding from the fight. No, he's gonna take it. good support from Crimbo and JDC catching Jame in the back to boot. Oh, man. Norbert going to try to bring it back, but no, you're not taking mid from JDC. Not today. Not this time. Gunning for that coveted 19th round win. JDC puts big on his back. That is what we're talking about. 4 kills in mid on his own. Set up by Crimbo to kick it off, but he's here to close. 4.5 kills from JDC. That is massive impact.
You got to wish he got the ace for that, man. He deserved it. That was pretty unreal. That's the JDC that everybody talks about on Ancient. On display finally in this overtime, and he's had also recovery for himself. It's been a decent game for him, right? But now it's outstanding. Same territory that Electronic is sitting in.
It's nice to see that we get that specialist moment, right? Talked about it in the pre-show on the analyst desk. JDC, aggressive mid-ancient play. And there's his late round impact to post 18. A sigh of relief for Big, but still a job to finish. Here comes Flint through smoke. Oh, he almost dismantles it on his own, but Crimbo's hanging on by a thread. 7 health, stuck in elbow with bullets whizzing by him. He felt so squeezed in that moment, and I don't blame him. The pressure was high.
I thought the nade was there, but the smoke was going to return, but no, it wasn't.
Meanwhile, Searson getting a little frisky. Check this out, a main push, and he's gonna get rewarded. Electronic trying to send utility out middle. Tapson freed up to just keep eyes on door. The perfectly timed peek out from Recon, and it's a Molotov in front of what remains here of BP.
Oh, see, they can play this though. Yeah, it's this late round situation, except they're changing shoes. The CTs in this spot, though, they don't know if it can go back towards the A side of the map. Tapson will be on duty. He's got to be quite careful. He's had some big rounds as well. 29 frags. Clean headshot. 1 of 2. Both go down.
Tapson there to close it, baby. What more do you need than a cheeky 4K from JDC and a reliable Tapson close down on the B site? Up in their faces. Big shut this down, and they eventually close Ancient.
do it after a very, 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 very long game here on Ancient between Big and Virtus.pro. It feels like every single time these two teams are playing Maui, it has to go down to the nitty-gritty, and let alone, let me not forget you, it is just map 1.
Oh yeah, no, VP and Big loading up in the server against each other is purgatory. Like, on the cherry on top of this was the tech delay with the servers where we were just kind of stuck waiting for the game. And I think that was when Big were actually up 11-6 or something at that point. But this was a lot of resilience being shown from Big, if I'm being honest. They were getting pummeled on their own CT side, and lo and behold, hero of the day, JDC, talked about him in the pregame, and he delivered in the server as well.
Yeah, he delivered in spades, and I think we have a package of JDC to show for you guys some of the highlights throughout the game. I think, for my money, one of the points that I wanted to bring across to the world coming into the game was that JDC is a player that more often than not, I mean, almost gets forgotten about. You know, he's not the player that makes the biggest waves on the server. He's not the player that you look towards when you want to win, and nor is he the player that you blame when you lose. But in this specific game, it did feel like he was at least in the early space of the game, he was the difference maker for Big.
You know what? Maybe some people do forget JDC, but I don't. I don't forget John DeCastro. This guy is a beast on this map. Yes, you are right, Pimp. In many of his roles, he's oftentimes the support player, and for whatever reason, I have no idea what possessed Big to do this, but they just decided on one map in their pool, they're gonna make this guy the highest impact player, and playing middle on Ancient, which is obviously such a pivotal brawler role, it's like, almost makes me feel, why is he not doing this on every single map? Why doesn't he take over some of the spots that tabseN plays, say like outside yard on Nuke? I'm not sure if JDC would want to do that. I don't know if Big would want to actually push him there, but when I see the potential being unleashed like this, it makes me wonder. And so I do have to question sometimes when he's just relegated to, say, like ramp or something like that.
Maybe there's more potential in JDC than what we just see, and I guess one of the guys that we always known that tabseN had massive potential. We always know that tabseN, you know, used to be the star player of Big, and we had the conversation, I think, was it yesterday or the day before that? Maybe the high praise of tabseN and the stock value of tabseN has gone down quite significantly the past couple of years. But in this game, again, he showed up, and I think you said it pretty well. Resilience, you know, it was a game where Big were leading for the vast majority of it, and then VP kept fighting back, and I was thinking to myself, at some point this Big lineup is gonna crack, but captainN tipped them in it, and I think the calling from him was good, and I think the individual output from him was good. So credit where credit is due. It was like seeing the old tabseN almost again.
Right. tabseN had a lot of impactful moments, good multi-frags, did a great job around the cave, the lane area to try to support the B defense because things were getting a little bit messy over there. And I feel like tabseN has, even though he's not still at the highs that he was, say, 3-4 years ago, I still keep the moniker of fragging in-game leader. I still think it's very possible game to game, and it's not even necessarily the one random performance. I feel like I've actually seen tabseN in the last year lift Big up beyond what they were even supposed to do based off of what other individuals were pushing out. So I'm happy with tabseN and his performance thus far at the Showdown.
It may as well keep down the heavy route here and share a little bit of focus on CEST. I think he as well played another great game, and I know it's not been that many maps for Big so far here at the Showdown, and it hasn't really been a long, exhausting tournament, and it is played online. But CEST in this form we're seeing right now, with the AWP, with the impact he's finding, with the consistency, dare I say it, on the server, that's a CEST that I like to see. You know, that's a CEST that we saw back in 2020 online when he was firing on all cylinders, but just 70% of that CEST back then is basically what we get now, and that should be enough, right, for Big to remain competitive and maybe steal away a game from a team like VP.
I'm gonna point somebody out, I guess, on the Big staff that I really think has helped out cEST. You see that right now, yeah, he only has a 1.00 since rejoining Big, but one guy that works alongside him is their performance coach, who was before their former head coach in Toby. And I actually think that since Toby has rejoined the roster, we've been getting more of the best version of cEST. The first event, the Blastfall groups, was right when Toby rejoined, and so we didn't get the best cEST. But as of the EU RMR close qualifier, as of the Showdown, we are starting to see a cEST that's coming alive again. And it's kind of like the time that Toby is with cEST, I think, is where you can start to draw a line that's pointing straight up as to his performance, although it is at the same time that he's playing online too, so it might be that as well.
Well, it works for now, you know, and right now the playing field is online, so as long as CEST continues to play at that high level, then maybe Big have a chance. I think we should just quickly dive into a couple of the rounds. A player that was struggling a little bit in this game. Rigon, we spoke about him coming into it, saying that, listen, this is a guy with enormous potential. We haven't seen the most of him so far in Big, and we saw what he could do in Bad News Eagles, and I know that you noticed something in this game that doesn't necessarily, you know, make you feel good.
Right. I feel bad for even requesting this package of various Rigon deaths against VP, but man, he was honestly a hindrance to Big in this game. He was a big liability on the B bomb site, and I haven't really disliked what I've gotten from Rigon, but this was a disaster class for Rigon. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is that the last time that Big played against VP at the Fall groups, the reason they also lost one map, they still won the series, was because Rigon was a liability on the A bomb site of Mirage. So many rounds, Fame, Norbert, different players would just walk out of Palace or out of A ramp, and Rigon would just get caught off guard. You could see his scoreline right there in their last matchup. He had a very tough time dealing with VP, who seemingly just kept catching him off guard over and over again. I don't know if it's something with this matchup where he doesn't like it stylistically versus VP, but it needs to change because everybody else is actually playing quite well on Big. And so this isn't me trying to just bully Rigon and say like he's the problem with Big, because he's had some other good series for Big. Like he's sometimes the only person that's shooting back in some of the matches that I see him play with this team, but for some reason VP has been his kryptonite, and that's where I feel like he needs to recognize what went wrong on Mirage last time they played against VP and fix it, because you could win this game in 2 series if you play a little bit better than you did last time around.
Yeah, and you jumped to it already. We are, you know, looking at a second map being Mirage, and we are looking at a Big client. The last time they faced Virtus.pro, as you so rightfully said, they were struggling massively on Mirage as well, and they ended up losing that map to them. So for your money, do you think Rigon is the type of player that strikes you as a guy that is rewatching that demo and then maybe trying to figure out different ways of approaching that A-bomb side? Or do you think it's more so the case of someone from the outside, could be Tapson, could be the coaching staff, trying to help out Rigon? Does it come from within, or does it come from the outside, so to speak?
Man, that'd be a great question for James Banks to ask Rigon, because I'm not really exactly sure what his process is going over the matches, whether he just thinks it's a bad day in the office or if he's actually studying the demos. And I have a feeling that when you join a team like Big, you're probably going to be more on the demo grinding side. And so I hope that they've imparted that sort of philosophy and learning structure, which he has then taken and hopefully can show it off right here.
Well, heading into the matchup, we had the VP being the favorites according to the GGBet live odds, but I think that may have changed a slightly bit. You see it on your screen right here. Now, Big are the favorites to win the series, and I guess if we look isolated just on Mirage, I see it as Virtus.pro still being the favorites in this map. You know, I'm not saying it's impossible for Big to win, but do you agree with the GGBet odds that now that they've won Ancient, their own map pick, that Big are now the favorites to win this game and book a spot in the grand final?
This is one of the few times this entire showdown where I picked the quote-unquote underdog. I thought Big actually was going to be able to win this one. I feel like they've shown more progress in recent time, whereas VP is sort of heading downwards. I feel like Big is slowly getting better, and so I feel like another big factor that I take in with rematches like this is that you lost Mirage last time. If you're Big, you're gonna look really hard at why you lost Mirage and then game plan to not do that again. So I feel like this is a great chance for Big to show the level of prep work, the cohesion that they've gained, and the chemistry that they're building every single day.
Curious to see if Big can do it. You're looking at your players like CEST, you're looking at your Tapsons, you're looking at your Rigon, who last time struggled massively. If I look towards VP, I'm looking at Electronic, I'm looking at Jame, I'm looking at Fame for that matter as well to step it up. I'm super interested in seeing how this map is going to turn out. It is going to be Mirage, which potentially could be the last map VP is playing in this tournament. We're jumping on a quick break, and once we're back, it will be Big taking on VP on Mirage.
It's Mirage time. Virtus.pro facing elimination on another tough day of Counter-Strike, dude. This season is starting to shape up quite negatively for Virtus.pro if they get eliminated from the showdown, Mohan. Because again, yeah, Big faced the same shortcomings, but at the same time, the expectations of VP are so much higher, and this would just be another drop in the bucket of unfortunate performances that will start to whittle away at the public's confidence in electronics, Virtus.pro included.
No kidding, man. There's been a lot of vitriol going his way, and it's sort of a matter of, well, the team's, you know, he's the new variable, right? So it could be other problems, but he's the new variable, so it must be him. And I mean, it's hard to explain what else it could be. But you look at like Ancient, for example, and he was actually fantastic, especially towards the end of the game. So I can't really put that loss on him. Maybe if he helps out here on Mirage 2, they can see a third map, but I wouldn't be surprised if Big can pull this out. They looked a little bit better on Mirage yesterday.
Got Searson and Sandwich, got JDC on triple, and Regon sitting firebox. So a nice three-player defense here. Tapping away is Searson. Ooh, it gets a little messy as he's pushed up close. He tries to dance beyond the bullets, and it does keep him alive a little longer. James gonna just creep on forward, finishing off JDC. And now we go 2v2 with Tabson on top stairs, dual Berettas in hand. He tries to jump him, he tries to push in, and it will work in stopping James, but the bomb could still leave, and it does.
Yeah, problem is for Flit, obviously, with the A ramp push. Tabson's in the perfect spot. They don't have to really think about this too hard. And Crimbo's so smart, he's not going for the underpass cutoff because he knows Flit doesn't have the time. Oh, this is just beautiful play out of Crimbo. He could have gone to underpassing and cut him off and made it a longer round as Flit walks slowly up connector to flank Tabson on A ramp, but he's going to think about this one correctly. Now, eventually, it will be the B play. And Crimbo's thinking, well, no way he tries this early, but he is out here. And Crimbo is walking up close.
Takes a ton of damage, and Flit will die. So all's good here. Crimbo, ooh, a couple extra bullets for good measure. A defuse for Big and a CT pistol in their back pocket.
Yeah, man, that's that wasn't too shabby. I mean, the opening kills were good. Searson on this map, it's I think one of the maps where we saw like kind of the most improvement when he was, you know, his first time he was on this roster, and he can't just be such a patient and calm shooter if you give him the space. That was a good example of it. Now we'll have to see what kind of
R8
stop. Oh, Norbert with the R8.
Bro thinks he's JL.
Bro thinks he's Vinny. Bro thinks he's Snacks.
Norbert would never have been allowed to buy this in James Virtus.pro. We're talking, this is the same team that put Sanji on pistols for his entire playing career, where every dollar was meticulously spent every single round. If this is an indication that this is no longer the same VP, Mohan, I don't know what more you need to see.
This is capitalism at its finest right here. So, and Norbert, yeah, he's even stretching this thin as well. Oh, well, it's still a pistol, you know? Oh, you can only have a pistol. Oh, it's still a pistol. It's a little expensive for one, but it is still a pistol. So he has won that argument.
Looking for anything.
There we go. Oh, never mind.
And that's how it's supposed to go. That's how all R8s should be dealt with. And in this case, he gets nothing for it.
I mean, we've seen what, 3 R8 rounds in the last like year so far.
Yep.
And we casted them all because it was 2 JLs, this one. I guess it's possible in the games that we haven't casted, people have been buying R8s, but I feel like they would have had to tell us.
They need to report it to the police.
Which is us.
Yes. The fun police.
Yeah, we're the fun police, exactly.
Little exchange of utility towards top middle. JDC still concerned about the beat hit, but it is Virtus.pro all in on A in a matter of moments. they will be hitting this bomb site full steam. Regon got to have a better second map than he did on Ancient. That's all he's probably thinking about is how do I recover my impact? How do I contribute to the win? He's been spotted as he jiggles back, and yeah, it's just a quiet crawl out from the ramp, but Crimbo's gonna pick up the pieces. Oh. 3 from the A1S, 1 magazine, a triple kill, and then it's Flit to come forward, clearing out the bomb site, trying to cross with bomb as the op is still denied vision. But CEST sitting in that smoke, waiting for a chance to strike them down. Bomb is stuck now on stairs.
Yeah, what's going to happen? I mean, CEST sitting here in jungle. He has a free shot if he peeks out, and he misses.
Ooh. JDC strikes, swing from default.
That's
Flit
so
and
messy.
Fame, a kill apiece are going to close this for VP.
It was never going to be clean, Connor. It was never going to be clean. That one's particularly messy. It's a shot that CEST should hit. Of course, he has a moment where VP are in the abyss. I don't know what they're thinking this round. Unfortunately, it's one where Crimbo has a fantastic round as an anchor here on default with the 3 frags that he got, and no one came to help him after that point. They just let him expire, played behind the smokes, and then came in and win the round.
James scouring the battlefield. Nothing here for Big. No risks being taken. In contrast to their last round, far less pressure dealt by the CTs out middle. So JDC just floating around in the ladder room, spotted and almost body bagged. CEST down low, but that's just served for a perfect distraction for JDC to strike.
It was all a ruse.
5v4. 5v4 to Big. And Flit trying to hone in on JDC now, but left on his own.
The wool has been pulled.
Awkward spot.
Ooh, and the T's rocking it around back towards the A site. This is a ticking timer here for Flit as they come and try to reclaim into mid, and there's still a ladder room play, and yeah, Regon eventually finds his kill. But it looks like it's a B play, right? When you get a kill in Cat. But they're gonna hear this now. Oh, wow. Frag's a little late.
Regon getting a second to the round, but Tabson deciding to take a fight. Tabson just straight up trying to hold them back off the bomb site.
Oh, Molly misses.
That's not ideal. Oh, bullets whiz off top stairs. We've got the Opera in the pocket. You better be careful. There's no utility to flush them out. And obviously, CEST still working with the lesser of all the weapons. So JDC goes down. No trade frag. Fame, 1 health cleared out. Op shot missed. And James, he gets pressure from both ends, tries to swing out to succeed, but it's a retake from Big. They kept the pressure up, and they will take it away from VP. A solo round's all they get.
Oh, it's so messy and awkward, man. I mean, this round for Virtus.pro, it's so cramped. It's so awkward. They don't recover. Flick gets caught in the open. What was he going to do there on Cat? You know, if he wasn't going to advance and he was going to wait until the smoke came up, his teammates were going to go to the A site, and he wasn't ready to turn around. What was the ultimate plan? The cohesion is not there right now. As messy as it was in the last round for Big, equally ugly here for VP, who have the gun advantage.
Norbert would have a smoke and a frag grenade if he hadn't bought a revolver.
So yeah, you're policing his money too?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you like James so much. You're just into all his same kinks.
I just refuse to live in a world where James doesn't have money for his ops. You know what I mean? Like, how far have we strayed from God if James doesn't have an op?
I mean, VP,
weren't some things in life supposed to be holy? And wasn't that one of them?
It's true. They were going out of their way to make sure he had one every round. Or they were, and they were saving.
Sanji's career was sacrificed for this. And now Norbert gets to buy revolvers.
Okay, nice. It's a little bit of a early swing tabs after throwing your utility.
Yep. A bit ambitious. We saw it the round prior too, swinging off ticket. The bomb can cross over, and it'll be fine. They got bottom con smoked out, so little cheeky bomb plant with cover from the bricks. Planter gets away in the staircase position here from Electronic. Completely blindsides JDC. This round, VP keep it simple. And where do we place blame on this one, Launders?
Well, on the 8 players holding, of course, but it was just looked like a messy spray, really. I mean, I don't think they would ask for the fights to be different. I think they would just ask to be better next time they got into the fight. Pray for more skill, if you will. God, why am I so bad? I think that's the question they're asking themselves right now. Not why am I so dumb? Where are my teammates? I think they're wondering, do I have what it takes?
Poor Recon man getting isolated now after his bullying back on Ancient. He's gonna have to step it up if this A site's gonna be attacked as often as it has been by VP. It ain't a pretty buy for Big, but Searson kicks it off with a headshot on the scout nonetheless. That could be a weapon picked up by Regon if they decide to press down lower ramp. If I'm fame, I scoop that bomb up and go, but he's gonna go clear ramp first, so either holding back a weapon or potentially giving away his. Nade goes too high. Regon holds the angle. That's the op, of course, maintained. How nice of him to give Searson the op instead.
JDC see that? No. Jump spot. Norbert sitting back there with full kit of utility, ready to pounce. And JDC walking away from the action.
Put the op on the angle, though, and it's a fair trade.
Do they want to leave now? I mean, this is extra noise. JDC going to pick up mid, Regon pushing down. And now there's extra pressure on Searson. Rotation's a little awkward here for the CB side, can't lie to you.
Oh, Tabson looks away. Tabson, hold cat.
Yeah, hold
Your job's to hold cat.
Yeah, like...
His teammates are going to come out wide and, well, they can keep the pressure up. We go down to the 2v2. Fame actually gets lowered down to half, so that's perfect for the MP9. Regon gets the assist there with the scout. And all of a sudden, Flit cutting between the CTs, but the smoke makes it weird for him.
He's trying to time this perfectly, but JDC's not giving him anything on the window pillar. Let's see if Flit clears this. He does.
SMG point blank. Regon's running around unprepared, and the MAC-10's going to come back for it. Dude, what are we doing?
Well, why even go back into that? He wasn't low. He had 100 health.
Searson has an op on the window of apartments, and Tabson looks at it with a deagle instead of just holding off cap.
I know.
Right? Like, that's crazy.
Like, he's relying on you for something. You know, just one thing. And then what's going on here exactly? It was never going to be clean.
True. True. That's true. Just a couple of USP crossfires. Ain't gonna be a prop for Flit. No, sir. Takes one to the face for 69 damage. And JDC has seen more than he's supposed to. But as he goes looking to smash James Crystal Ball, he gets caught out by the headshot. One death and potentially one more for Crimbo. Maybe. Norbert. Yup. Uh-oh.
They know he's around here.
They can smell him. Oh no, poor James gonna walk up now. He'll drop a smoke, play it safe, bomb planted, and a 4th round for VP.
Classic Metal Gear Solid situation. Oh, there it is. First contact. You won't know about it, though.
Goodbye. Where do you rank Metal Gear Solid in contrast to the Dark Souls series?
They're both classic, so that's got to be like its own tier, really. But yeah, it's kind of Kojima games are so unique that you did you play Death Stranding?
No, sir. Moses did.
I mean, honestly, don't worry about Death Stranding. I mean, it's the story is really cool, but anyways, Kojima games are just so different to every other video game that like you would love it. You would love it because like tactically, you can beat the game in so many different ways, whether it's weapons, not doing any damage, using tranquilizers, sneaking around, you know. He kind of invented that kind of gameplay, so you would absolutely thrive, I think, in that environment. But yeah, in that classic tier of like must play before you die, nothing can replace it. One of the best series of all time, Metal Gear Solid.
Well, I don't plan on dying anytime soon, so
not your choice.
I'll get to it. I'll get to it.
I could kill you at any moment.
You could try.
I have some of the most access to you, so.
That's true. Okay, if I ever go missing.
I usually sit right beside you.
If I ever go missing, it might be the guy who walked through my front door once uninvited.
True. That would have been one of my best chances.
Yeah, you had me right where you needed me.
Sleeping with no blanket on.
Norbert ain't sleeping, dude. He ain't slipping up either. Just comes through with the entry frag. Ooh, cheeky JDC. Clean second kill towards Norbert over in the corner. Taps and slides towards bench, looking for his piece of the pie. But instead, he gets stuffed.
They're just jumping around.
Like a baked potato. Regon and Searson now 2 versus 3 on the retake. VP gunning for a 5th terrorist round win, are afforded all of the post-plant wiggle room they could ask for. All the way down catwalk goes Electronic. There's a smoke there, so he's a little nervous, but little did they know, there ain't nothing here to stop him. VP, they win their 5th as Big just want to save.
And Big's mind, they were just like, if we either JDC gets 3 kills or we're just going to pack it up. So they can see 3 deaths on the site. Bench hauls and JDC over by the van. Oh, and Searson's op will get taken out of the round too.
Oof. Nice second kill from JDC, but like you said, it had to be the 3K. That's all that VP were worried about. A couple deaths, so be it. Nice to see Electronic taking heads again. Slow start back on Ancient, still finished the game with tons of impact, so he's about even at the moment. We'll keep an eye on him. He ain't quite famed, but the promise never too far away. Searson gets cleared out of Sandwich by the Molotov, so the utility here already starting to dismantle this pistol setup of Big. Headshot from Bricks. Denies them any further hold until the M4 arrives. If ever the round was going to go south, it should be off the back of Regon. The P250 gets cleared up close, and that just sets Regon up maybe to succeed. Sliding behind the smoke, waiting for something, but as they wait out that smoke grenade themselves, Virtus.pro can just lean back against the wall, see if the CTs overstep, which is what Regon is in the process of doing. Gets drawn wide and Flit double kill to close it.
Yep, just can't punish as he's walking in. 1 and 2 fights. Virtus.pro find a good place to pause, and they have really bounced back into this half.
VP's T-sides tonight. It's been the rebuttal that Big can't hang on to. This one's passive. We're going to go Jame underpass op. And the numbers spread thin. Op fight. Ooh, Searson just slow steps into Jame. And that one is looking a little too easy for the T-side op. Deep top mid control instead trying to take, but Big kind of peel off that as well.
That was a nice read from James, right? It was like the one round as soon as Searson walks in, as he's never done that yet, that he'll try to do it. An expensive moment for Searson as he's on $0.
Good spot for Regon, but it's the jump across the palace that he sees. He's swinging out wide, getting caught on the benches and everything, but yo, come on!
Yeah, no.
Having a rough go of it tonight. Trade frags there from Crimbo, but to go for that trade, he had to extend so far into the bomb site that he just gets cleaned up. Luckily, JDC keeps it clean himself. The shining star of Big alongside Crimbo. Yes, sir. Another clean frag from JDC, but then tabseN's getting caught in the transition, and it's VP once again to close the later moments.
tabseN has no idea what's going on. He doesn't clear anything. He's running off of Cat. Thinks all the action's on the A site somehow. And JDC, well, once again, 3 kills or they lose straight up. I mean, Virtus.pro got back in control on T side, back on Ancient as well. Didn't win them the game. Eventually, Big got better and ended up winning. But here on their map pick, starting to look a lot stronger.
Boy, a little weird downstairs. Top mid, yes, tabseN. There we go. Big multi-frag moment. Just lights up 3 players of all the rounds for tabseN to piece something together. It's a straight MP9 charge top mid. And a missed CT Molotov that allows for the T to get out from the apartments. If Electronic pulls something out of the hat here.
Well, I mean, he gets by the other side. It should not necessarily do anything, but all right. Nice one from Regon. I think this is just a matter of, can they just pick 3 good spots and watch things? Because, like, they have been sort of scrambling to try to do that. Not just Big, Virtus.pro as well. Like, why is Searson even watching his flank? In this setup, that doesn't even make sense. Guess he got nothing else to watch. Maybe they could peek out connector. Suppose that's it. So, SMP9 3K somehow of all the rounds.
Insane, dude.
To get back, Big back into the half. Yeah, all right.
Upbeat. But he's getting frustrated. No MP9 charge top mid this time. Regon goes deep and dies. To the patience of Electronic and James setup. Both players waiting in apps for the contact. Both players picking up a kill apiece. And 5v3 VP go here in the final round of their T side. Their T sides have been their better halves tonight. Not to say that their CT side will be lacking here on their map pick of Mirage. Missed window smoke. Dude, there's been so much missed utility tonight.
Yeah, it's just how it's going to go for a while. Yeah. People get used to get used to pressing 2 keys at once instead of just 1.
I can't think of like an update that's actually kind of changed a professional consistency so much.
Yeah, it's just like awkward when you spend 10,000 hours with the same keyboard. It's not even like the skill involved, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What they're used to.
A little muscle memory. Crimbo will catch James. It's a deep peek from Con. The bomb gets picked back up and flips Lurk. Oh God. Okay, he'll get his kill. And the bomb gets thrown down into the B site.
But he can hear them running.
Running around in circles. tabseN's heading back underpass the connector, and Fame's gonna plant just in case that the underpass player came apps. Just in case. All right, tabseN. 40 health, a kit, and 2 low players. Ooh, and an instant frag on Fame. That's his 15 health gone. 1 bullet gets the job done. Now the crossfire between Van and Market Door. tabseN working through the first angles. Flash to the back door, tries to push on in, but gets
Blindsided by Flit, who closes it out. Sure enough, 8 rounds of a T-side. VP content with this one.
My name's JL. This is Dan Medisclair alias Apex. Hey, it's Just from Heroic. And we're playing the A2Z challenge. Let's go. Exile. Apex. Apex. B, I would say Brendan. He's a Brazilian player. Brokey. Borp. C, Coldzera. Cello. Sack. Dupree. Dupree. Dreamer. E, Elish. Elish. Electronic. F, Flaren. I'm choking already. Flame. Z. Fang. Glaive. G, copy. Get right. H. I have a Danish player called Hectors. Hauser. Hellsack. I disbalance. Ime. Intos. Yabe. I'm not gonna pick myself. A, Apex. J. James. Jax. K. Kirby. Carrion, oh my god. Carrion. L. Oh no, I need to find. I will take time, but I will find. Lambert. It's not coming. The other came like this, but L. Lias. M. No, I'm lost. Wow, M is gonna be. What? It's hard. M. Maniac. Magisk. Wow, that was hard. Misuta. N. NATO suffix. NBK. Nico. OC. O. Otto. Pimp. Was a pro player. Can you give me a hint? We had I think a German player called Patrick. Skip it and move on. Yeah, skip it. Starting with Q. I have no idea. Q. Kickert. Yes. 4 players are Kickert. Kickert. R. Rain. Res. Rallen. Shoes. I'm not gonna pick myself.
VP cruising through big here on Mirage, making their map pick look justified, making the momentum that they had on Ancient look a little easier this time. It's all about closing on the CT half of Mirage. Sounds easy to me, Mohan.
Yeah, well, I mean, it all starts with a plan, Connor, so why don't we start with a pistol round?
Okay. Sign me up. Let's see if they got anything special in store for us. That's all I really ask for. Something unique, you know? Is it too much to ask in 2024 for a new round of Counter-Strike? Is it possible?
It is kind of a sandbox. We get some new stuff here every once in a while, especially with these new smokes and everything. So let's see if that dynamic element can change the game. Crimbo setting up to throw some utility, as the CTs will now get a clue. Game coming in to interrupt it. It'll come down to the headshots, believe it.
Gun's gone deep. CT and Flit hides towards spawn.
Oh, a deep smoke? Is that what we're seeing? Yeah. Oh. Crimbo cuts one off from behind, too. Ooh, this is scary now for Virtus.pro, but they have no idea about Flit. It doesn't seem like they even have any clue he could be here. This would be a mistake.
Boiled down to his timing. His hand is forced. faiN connects with a headshot at the same time. They've got 2 players stuck in on ticket. They've got a smoke on top of the bomb. Norbert's also got a hit, but he comes off. They throw a Molotov, but doesn't matter. Oh my God, JDC kills himself. 1 player survives. And we would have to replay that 3 times for me to figure out what the hell just happened.
I'd love to know for sure, because the bomb plan was on default?
Yep.
And the bomb was planted on default, and the smoke was there, and he jumped into it to defuse, and then he jumped out of it just to hang out more with his friends. And then JDC did, in fact, 1G, for real. So we're going to watch this again. Norbert jumps. He's in the smoke, diffusing right now. 5 seconds with a kit. Oh, I want to hang out with my friends. I'm jumping back out.
Oh, hell of a 3K for Searson. We'll see a big little comeback on a T side. You know, it's got flashbacks to Ancient if they can make their own T side comeback happen now.
It's true.
I feel like if Norbert sticks that bomb, dude, he gets it. He's got a kit and a smoke on it, and it's a 3v3. You've got 2 guys CT. What better situation could you ask for? If that was ever going to be the plan, surely that's the time you stick to the plan. You said everybody needs a plan. Well, I saw the plan, and it was his plan.
I've never heard you say plan so many times, but yeah, it's just it all comes down to plan. That's Electronic's face when he sees Norbert jump back out of that smoke.
Crazy.
It's like such a cozy smoke, right? It's like so inviting. He's got the kid. He can just chill. Nope. I want to go look at people who want to shoot me.
Guns await big as they take over middle with no contest. Flit and James up on ladder. Searson keeping an eye on both ends of this as his team starts to creep forward closer.
Careful that bomb, JDC.
James Webb. Oh, James repositioned too in between everybody. Oh God, almost gets caught. Oh, they're gonna spam through smoke and catch him. Yep. Felt like somebody was going to get the better of him, but Crimbo not expecting Fame to just walk through and get the trade.
Oh,
Searson,
what a shot.
Very
that was
nice.
Not easy.
Deep into the B site, he'll nail it. Flit wary of the jungle play, but Tabson gets away. Look at this.
Letting it go.
Look at this. Electronic. Oh, he let Regon go deep enough to kill Fame back market, but he still stops the plan.
But he has no idea that Tabson got through. Like, no one spotted this.
And so Tabson has a free kill right here. Dude. Okay.
Because Tabson didn't see Flit either, so it looks like they're confused about that. Tabson's kind of low. Searson backs up just in time. Bomb jumps across just in time. And now, is Searson going to come check Cat? Or... Oh, he is. Wow. The margins on that round. They were finer than floss.
The crossing of paths over towards jungle, right? Tabson getting away unnoticed, but also Flit getting towards Cat.
Yep.
If Flit is even 2 seconds sooner, he's going to find the bomb planter jumping over into that left side. Maybe that prepares him more so for Searson's off outside market. Also, Electronic letting Fame die here with the deep peek from Regon.
That was also, I just want to say, I mean, like that spot for Electronic is so hard to multi from, and the way he did it was pretty much the only way he could. When the second guy drops his guard a little bit, right? But the first guy got the kill so fast. And yeah, he wasn't aware of exactly where Regon was, but I don't know, from my POV, I was thinking, okay, he did that pretty quick, but if he had got the kill, of course, changes the kill earlier, changes the round entirely. So I guarantee there's a better chance he dies.
Molotov does not displace Electronic.
This is a pretty big A stack.
Oh my God, and Norbert kicks it off with a 5-7. Oh my God, Fame does the same thing. The Berettas of Electronic are in the middle of the Palace pushers. Dude, it's 5-7s. They just tried to jump on 5-7.
Why did they so badly want to come through that smoke that they did it with 2 people? It could have been A stack. He saw so many stacked up right there. It just seemed like a bad situation, and it's a minute.
Oops.
Ugly. Very ugly.
Yeah. I mean, we would have to ask them why they're so adamant about taking it, because it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, how do you lose versus pistols on Mirage? you try to fight your way out ramp through a smoke.
Through a smoke.
That's classic.
After a minute.
That's classic. Searson just wanted to hang on to the op now. Doesn't believe in the ability. He thinks they're coming for him, and he's not wrong about that. Flip moves over. He'll probably scoop up that op as he was climbing up boxes to find it. Virtus.pro, uh-oh. Don't let them get their CT legs off a round like this.
It's also like throw some better utility here, right? I mean, if they have all this time and they're waiting on this exact, they could have mollied out every single one of these positions before the smoke comes up, before they exact. They don't even try to do that. They just ran through. So I don't know. They could be frustrated, but they actively made a really rough choice there. Now they're kind of broke.
Ooh. Being broke doesn't look good on Big. But this is in a way their own doing, as tragic as it may be. Devilish, not wanting to throw the P250 within audible range. Trying to really milk this moment for something, but James ready for you, buddy. And he's got rifling teammates where he stands. So all's good here for VP. Making the absolute most of the 5-7 round prior, going to double digits off the back of it, and definitely kickstarting a CT side now.
100%. And because they already won the eco, they saved some money. They stabilized quickly. That was a very important round for Big to win, just to stabilize. And not only do they not win, they don't even come close. Lots of money saved, lots of players saved, lots of guns saved. Big will have to do this the hard way.
And isn't that the big way?
That is the big way. That is the thing, though. They do that. They do it, and they can do it.
Oops. It's all out of earshot of Fame, but Fame still gets flashed in, dude. JDC, poor guy's waiting for his team to arrive, but they're just
clean.
A little too slow, so nobody there to trade frag that one. And then Fame's going to drop a smoke in their face just as they get to position. JDC was left alone for a little too long.
Yeah, the flash was just perfect. The timing was perfect, and look at this. Big just running away from this immediately. Rainbow stays up in Palace. I mean, they did run early.
They're lucky that CTs hadn't gotten too aggressive anywhere else. It's what really even allows for them to run away so haphazardly. But he heard you. Yeah. No control of the map anywhere. And that's two players that die with no return. Flip.
Okay.
From top stairs.
Trimbo's still here and
one bit of success. One bit of success. And if it gets very quickly swept away by Fame, you said Crimbo was here the whole time waiting off Palace. But the trades keep coming. Despite being a little slow, it's low HP for Regon, 3 health, and Tabson with the HPs. Hands are busy. Norbert doesn't even let him put that bomb down. Virtus.pro's 11th, just a suffocating A-site hold.
Yeah, so clearly on their feet here on CT side. Lots of good rounds. The eco round to get back into it. Big, really let this one go. This flash is just beautiful. I mean, also a matter of timing. It totally changes the makeup of this round. The complexion of it is Big. Just run back to mid, fan out, and they nearly make something happen. I mean, I like that they don't overcommit to an awkward play. I do think Searson should just try to interp him straight up with his off. He's been extremely good at that, hitting the fast ones. So, I mean, they lost an eco like this. Now it feels like they need to win one. They've got a half buy coming into this round. If they defend against matchplay, I'm sure they'll be reinvigorated.
Not far off the mark here, Norbert. You got the right idea. Ooh, off the reload. Great flash from Tabson to set up his teammates with the entry. Electronic, though, he's got the support of the op over the shoulder. and the pistol's not able to get much further. JDC's M4 will find one additional kill, but from here, ooh, nicely done, wrapping around the column. That'll catch Fame off. He was thinking he was safe with Flit ahead of him. Ooh, backdoor compromise. James tagging him with the 5-7, a warning of what's to come, and even with the dink, it's a damn good effort from JDC, but it ain't enough to deny VP's 12th.
Really good. Opening kill from Regon. Nice kills on the A side from Regon previously. On the B side defense, though, even better from Electronic, and Flit is having a hell of a game so far. That was a recovery mission here for VP. Could have gotten ugly. Definitely could have lost. But, I mean, we're talking about James sitting on 10K, no gun picked up. There it is, op in hand, and $10,000. This is James, opulent and smiling.
Flip falls back after taking a glance down underpass. But he wasn't wrong to think that they may try to take it over. It's just a matter of timing that he doesn't see anything there. James thinking about it. He's gonna soften him up first. Crimbo.
He saw him, right?
Yeah, he saw him.
That's funny.
Oh, James. Classic.
Would you look at that?
Double wall bang. It's funny, you see him think about with the 5-7 to go for the repeat, then he knows better.
Yeah.
Wait a second. It's an insulting way to push Crimbo to the sidelines in what could very well be the last half, or round rather, here of Mirage. They get the walkout again. The timing's looking good for Big, but it will also boil down to headshots, and Norbert finds the mid kill at the perfect time. Jungle players already come out through smoke. It's a team kill. Searson, and now the Palace Peak is perfection from Electronic to close this. Virtus.pro on Mirage didn't skip a beat. No mistakes, and if any shortcomings, it's that of Big. That 5-7 round, it definitely denied them any chance of a T-side.
just like we all knew it was going to happen, Maui, we're heading into a third map between Big and VP. A relatively convincing win from Virtus.pro here in Mirage, where at certain moments in the game I felt there was hope. I felt there was a chance for Big to maybe make the big surprise, but at the end of the day, it felt like VP were not only one step ahead, but probably a couple.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I feel like Big on their T side started skipping steps a little bit, not necessarily being as diligent and thorough as I would normally expect, and that was due to a combination of calls, the buys that they had to force up with, and I feel like also VP, to their credit, were actually a little bit proactive. I think that's something where I was actually kind of pleasantly surprised for a team that seemingly lost its identity. They definitely knew what they wanted to do in most of the rounds, and that generally involved at least flashing for a player to be set up, running some kind of tricky setup. I felt like this was a bag of tricks that VP had, and that actually caught Big off guard.
Yeah, I think one more thing I want to add to that list, because I agree with you, was VP's ability to thrive in chaos. And I think if we jump back to round 6 and dive straight into it, we can see a round where Big at this moment in the game had a chance, at least for my money, of really stepping into it. It's 3-2 for Big. You see the buy right here for Big as well. It's a couple of Deagles, it's an MP9, it's a Scout on Rickon, and it's essentially a round where VP should be in control. However, Big, very aggressive, going out, fighting, and actually creating a situation for themselves where it's just Flit and Fame left in a 2v2. They don't really know what's going on. JDC is winning this duel, and then Flit has all of a sudden to save it. And I guess it's one of these chaos rounds where normally when I see VP, especially with the current state of mind of the team and with how they're playing, the more chaos there is on the server, the more they tend to crumble. However, in this game, the few times Big were able to create that chaos, it was actually VP who were able to take over the control in those rounds and make sure to win it out.
I do think that the reason that people like GGBet favor VP throughout the beginning of the series, and most people probably have them as the slight favorites, is because the player quality is very high. And so when there's a chaotic moment for VP, they've got some Mirage specialists, some FPL grinders like Fame, Flit. Those guys are always just so vicious if the game gets a little bit weird. And I agree that the way that VP generally likes to play is much more structured, but for those guys, they're okay with a little bit of messiness, and we saw Fame clutch, or Flit that is, clutching up there because he's okay with it.
He's okay with it. He was doing a good job. Another round where you could say a good job was round 16, and I think that was the final nail in the coffin for Big. Again, they're still in the game. They won the pistol on the T side. They convert. You're 8-7. You force VP in a scenario now where it's just a couple of Deagles, 5-7 armor, you name it, even dual elites, and then you walk straight into a stack. Like, you have no idea what you're walking into. You walk through a smoke as well, and everything just falls apart. For my money, Maui, a round like this is just it's not good enough. You know, it's Counter-Strike at a very low level, and it almost feels like you're blindly walking into a stack where you have no idea. You never filled out the round. You never really knew what you're walking into, and at this level, it's gonna cost you rounds. As you could see, never won a round since.
Yeah, the risk assessment in a call like that is definitely on the losing side in the long run. I know that teams at the highest level now have to think about the fact that you can drop smokes, that you can just cycle through them, that it might just be one guy on that A side, smoke, 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 and he might just be behind it by himself, but obviously that's not the case, and you would really hope for Big and most top level teams in those kinds of rounds to just take mid control, go for a good split, everybody's grouped up and can trade, as opposed to forcing the issue through a nade into a stack.
That's the thing. Whenever you do a call like that, I feel like it's okay if you have a full executor, if you wait until the point where there's no smoke, but it was a little bit too risky, and I think they paid the price for it. A player that really made them pay, I guess, was Flit throughout this entire game. You said to yourself, you know, some of these players from VP, we kind of underestimate from an individual standpoint how good they are. I think it was just maybe 4 or 5 months ago, you'd argue that Flit, Fame, and Electronic as a trio would be one of the best trios in the world. So for my money, it's good to see Flit stepping it up. It's good to see Flit, you know, play well on a map like Mirage, and I think we're seeing more and more coming out of Flit and Fame for that matter as well as of recently, which indicates to me that there's still hope for this VP project.
There were lengthy stretches of time over multiple different periods where Flit was literally the highest rated player or rifler in the world on Mirage, and so in some ways it's not the most surprising to see him doing well for VP on this map, and it's somewhat of a reason that I feel like they really like going to it, or at least they've kind of invited it. I think they still like Dust 2 the most generally, but yeah, they do like it because Flit can sometimes just take over, as he did here along with Fame.
That's the thing, right? His counterpart and his buddy and brother in arms, so to speak, fame, also had a great game. And I think those two have played together now in VP for a long, long time. And it used to be the recipe for success, right? When those two are performing at the same time, VP is usually winning. And it sounds silly to say, because you could say the same about Saivu and Spinks in Vitality, or, you know, Brokey and Robs in FaZe Clan. When you have two of your star players popping off, you usually win. But it hasn't really been the case that both Fame and Flit have played well at the same time for quite some time in VP. So for my money, it's good to see, and maybe signs of something for the future.
I feel like I've seen these glimpses from Fame for so many times, and I don't know what it is about him necessarily, but you'll see these brief instances of him just taking over a server, dropping 116 ADR, and I feel like he's maybe, in some ways, maybe not the most well-rounded always, because I'll see this, and then on Ancient, he might just drop like 15 kills in a game. You know, it's not consistent day to day with Fame for whatever reason, but I do think that when it's kind of the puggier maps, he can let loose within the VP system, and he knows when he can and can't push and pull, and I think that's also a big reason why he was able to find success here.
I would agree with that. I would very much agree with that. I do think that this map and this matchup is taking a bit of a turn now as we move into Dust 2, because historically speaking, you look towards Big, it's a map that Tapson, Searson, and the boys, they love to play it. VP, it's the map they picked the most into their videos. We had that conversation a couple of days ago. This is the go-to map pick. Today they opted for something else, but they almost gifted Dust 2 as a third deciding map. So knowing what we know, Maui, and knowing, you know, that we have Big being very comfortable in Dust 2, that we have Virtus.pro who love to play Dust 2 as well. I'm curious to see what the GG bets are saying as well, but who would you consider to be the favorites heading into this one? Who should feel comfortable on Dust 2?
See, I picked Big to start the day, and I am gonna stick with that. I've just seen more. I'm gonna give you the one reason, and it's the reason I feel like everybody brings up when there's some kind of segment about Dust 2, but it's just op versus op. I've seen much more from Searson on this map than I have Jame lately, and so I feel like that's gonna be the slight difference in what is two teams that are really evenly matched on this map.
And do you think it comes down to that, the op display? I think when I look to VP, I'm looking at a player like Electronic, you know, Mr. Dust 2, especially in the entry fragment department. And then I look towards Tapson as well, who's also an excellent and have been an excellent entry frag on Dust 2. Do you think it's more important nowadays to have an op presence on the server than it is to have a hardcore entry fragger who can execute on the A-bomb side, who can run out first when you're doing a B-split? Which one of the two roles would you, I guess, value the most?
I've got to go with the op presence just because it's one of the easiest ways to shift up your defense by sending Searson or Jame, whoever, to whatever side of the map. You want to go for a cat peek, long peek, mid hold, any of that. And that's why I've liked Big in this matchup. I just think Searson is a little bit more dynamic right now on the map.
Alrighty, well, I'm very curious to see how that's going to play out. It's been a very long day of Counter-Strike, and it's heading into the late hours here in Europe, where most of these players are situated right now. We're jumping on a quick break, and it will, as a matter of fact, be the final break of the day. And once we're back, it is with the final map between Big and VP. They're playing for a spot in the grand final at the Blast Showdown.
All right, baby, it's time for some Dust 2. And Dust 2 means maybe playing long spawns, and hopefully not playing long spawns every single time, okay? Mohan, I have one request in this game. I just want to see something exciting, you know? I said it back in the last map, right? I want to do it again. I just need a little something fresh out of either of these teams. If you're Virtus.pro and you've got this rifling core of Fame, Flit, and Electronic, why don't you just rock it up and take some heads off? You know what I mean? Give me that pizzazz. If you're going to give up on the passiveness of James' system in order to indoctrinate him into aggressive Counter-Strike, then it better be aggressive. It better be in your face. And on the mechanical side of things, surely if you are VP, you believe that you are simply better. So show it.
I think they need to hear that big time, because that's exactly right. That's all about attitude, I think, when it comes to, we can look at their players and go, well, obviously they should be confident. Obviously they should be better. And now that they've opened up their style, technically they should be even more comfortable going for the momentum rounds, rushing and crushing. So come on, VP. I don't understand. Yeah, we just need to basically do it, right? They just need to kind of hit the button. That's essentially what's not happened.
No time for your memes to be dreams. Just do it. Shout out Shia LaBeouf one time. Favorite Shia LaBeouf movie? Go.
The one where he's like the neighbor.
Damn, dude. Weak.
What's
the correct answers are either Fury or Peanut Butter Falcon. Incredibly underrated.
Watched. What's Fury? Like Max?
No, it's about a tank.
About a tank? Is he like a tank? Like Thomas the Tank Engine?
Something like that. Electronic tanking damage in middle. Charging right up with the opening kill. Regon doesn't waste a second. Double flank from top ton. Searson gets into the action. How dare you push that smoke? But this is what I'm talking about. A little bit of aggression. A little bit of in-your-face CS from the big clan in mid. They don't shy away. They do it.
They don't shy, LaBeouf. They Malcolm.
That's good.
Malcolm in the middle. You know what I mean? Right in the middle.
Even Stevens.
Oh, right.
But close.
But you know what I mean? It's in the middle.
I get you. All up in it. Giving him the business.
They Frankie Muniz.
He's in NASCAR now. He's a NASCAR driver. I don't know if you know that.
What, are you serious?
Yeah. Frankie Muniz is literally a NASCAR driver.
What?
Yeah, dude.
That's kind of incredible. What a career switch.
It's a bit of a change up. Yeah.
Talk about driven. I mean, wait.
Yeah. Ooh.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude. Frankie Muniz literally drives NASCAR.
Incredible that you can do that. Go from acting to doing the real thing.
I told you, man. Don't let your memes be dreams.
Yeah, true.
Very close light buy there. There was a scout and pistols and not even a full investment from everybody, and they almost killed 4, but we don't need to talk about it because 4 players survived, even if it was with only 10 health.
Yeah, so Disturbia, I think, was the only one that I've ever seen from him. And yeah, like I've never watched the Transformers or Nymphomaniac that he appeared in, apparently.
Okay.
There's
I think that was just an autobiography, actually.
Documentary.
Searson's got this one in the bag, dude. JDC with that Bombus just posted up. Sure, Flip will give him a little parting gift, but honestly, JDC ain't mad about it. 2 kills deep and no B site for VP.
B site's so good.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've just been mirroring all of the Shia LaBeouf movies.
Oh, we're going to talk about it in a second. Once James
gets crushed.
Doesn't get away with this. It's just because they turned his back, but okay, Crimbo comes out with the lurk, and there's the close in the first gun round.
Oh, I watched Bulls.
Fury in 2014 with Brad Pitt, Shia LaBeouf, Michael Pena, John Bernthal, you know? It's about a squad of World War II soldiers that are in a tank. They all drive the same tank. They're a tank unit.
Okay.
And yeah, and then a new guy shows up, and he's very green. He's a green bean. He hasn't killed a man yet, you know. And then he's got a show. Shia LaBeouf literally pulled his tooth out on set in that movie and didn't shower for weeks in order to.
They said, Shia, you can shower. You know, they can't smell you, so it's fine. And he's like, no, method acting.
Yep, exactly. Let me pull my teeth out. I'm an info. Blah.
This is a documentary too.
It costs him a player here, this mid play with the pistols from VP, but they get up onto the Xbox. Shame that bomb is stuck top mid. James, it is your responsibility for the time being.
JDC, I think he's found a new map. You know, he was from Ancient, and he's actually hitting some nice headshots. Dust 2 could be it as well if he's going to play active like this, because he always does inside of mid.
Regon, just lean back. Regon, just have a good map, brother. If you can have a good map playing this B anchor, then honestly, Big will win this map. If he can have his best map of the series, Big will win. I believe it.
Now, there's one thing for sure. When I see Regon play, you know, he plays for the round, and he dies sometimes because of firepower, a little bit because he's feeling uncomfortable, but I don't really see him sort of like selling positions by pushing too much or anything like that.
Uh-oh. That's smoke. It ain't as big as they would hope. And so 7 seconds to the clock, you literally can't win. So they'll all die instead, at least before the time expires. But yeah, there was no chance. There was no chance on that.
That's a little bit worrying because they set up all their utility and everything.
You see, and that's going back to kind of like I tried to jump into this game with a rambunctious attitude, hoping VP could maybe just hit things, but then they go back to playing slow. We're talking about Virtus.pro, and they're playing slow in this round, and look at the state of their slow play nowadays. By trying to switch over to more aggressive stuff, I feel like they forgot what they used to be. And now when they try to throw that out mode, we get these weird moments like...
Yeah, that's definitely the worst part of it all,
so
right? They can't even regress to what works. It's like when you see
go back.
Jabby and Stown on Hystralis, when things are going bad, they just start doing heroic stuff, like all the same heroic stuff. And that's because that works for them. It's just like their security blanket. But Virtus.pro don't have a security blanket right now. They just, yeah, they don't have a home, really. No blanket, no home.
No home, no blanket, unhoused. Currently unhoused. Everybody's crossing their fingers that it's a temporary state. This was once one of Maui Snake's most beloved teams. In fact, these are two of his favorite teams going head-to-head.
Yeah, well, one of them's a super team. Maui's must be in tears right now watching his super team at the moment.
Who could have thought?
I mean, we all thought they'd be better, or at least is that. So.
Yep. It's a B-site smoke from Xbox in mid as Electronic looks to come and join his entire team on the tunnel push. JDC posts another multi-frag. Oh, he tracks for the third. And that's just enough on his own for Tabson to come in and help. JDC, John De Castro. Holy moly.
Oh, man. He's been the king of 3Ks, actually, with the aim. Beautiful stuff. Holding here, and that's 5 straight for Big. Late into the round as it expires, James goes down, or goes to save and playground. Smiles back on the face of Regon. Very troubling moment here for Virtus.pro. Look at the tracking on the third kill. It's waterfall, the second one. Excellent.
Flit never usually the visually upset one, but honestly, falling off of the stack like that and not getting the kill, yeah, I understand his frustrations. JDC just simply better.
I'd love to learn that it was not frozen.
I said that Regon had to step it up over towards B site in order for them to succeed. But honestly, if JDC is going to be his support system from middle and throw up plays like that, maybe it's just the B site holding in general, right? But off JDC's impact, let's see how far he can take this, because a 9-2 start's nothing to scoff at. 5 rounds CT side for Big already.
I thought the exact same thing. I was like, Regon's the hard anchor. It's going to be him most of the time. But yeah, JDC's been right there with it.
Meanwhile, we've got 1 or 0 kills for 4 of the 5 VP players. So they're all trying to get it online. But it's difficult to play well online when Searson's in the server because he sucks up all the online. All the bandwidth for Searson as he hunts mid again.
He's
going to find the shot. Down goes Norbert to a measly 35 HP. James is, again, the best equipped to try and crack open anything. And he's got the most frags for Virtus.pro at the moment. He's got more kills than the rest of the team combined.
Virtus.pro would never get a 13 node in this matchup, so I wouldn't want anyone to think that's going to happen. It's not.
It's good that you claim that, or rather don't claim.
Disclaim.
Disc-goal. JDC slides out and will find one.
Dust 2.
Wow. The universe works in mysterious ways.
As you think.
Poor James, dude. His teammates still without any additional kills. And James bested, so his op can't even be saved. Big not skipping a beat in the 6-0 start on map 3.
We're still at the point of the game in this matchup where at any moment Virtus.pro could win a round and then win 4 in a row. We all know that.
Yep.
That's happened too many times in games like these. These rounds look very good. So VC are still going to sign up to grind. They know they can just get a little leverage, get back in the game entirely. So Big have to stay sharp.
Oh, Searson waiting for their flash for that peek, and he hits the shot, but it's through the wall for 7 damage. That ain't it. That's a big smoke, brother. Mushroom cloud looking smokes.
Yeah, it's a chimney. There's a vape cloud right there.
Well, they get the cap control with very little contest being put forward by Big. Big not disrupting them, not disturbing them, just kind of letting them get into the position to throw out these smokes. Crimbo will be locked into the doorway now as the T's approach. Oh, and Norbert clears it. Well done by him. Searson onto the corner, exposed to the doorway as Electronic comes out with the late peek and trade.
Just gonna go
now
up.
Tabson climbing the boxes as Jane looks down with the Tech 9. Tabson still yet to make his play, but as he does so, the sidearm not able to get the better of him. Beautiful couple kills here from Tabson. Regon sliding upwards. He's going to take the same road as Tabson. And does this go unnoticed?
A little bit.
Ramp edition of Electronic comes through, wide swinging to clear it. There's the first for VP, and like you said, where there's one, there tends to be more.
Tends to be 4-ish. This is the leverage that they were looking for, I think. It was a max buy-in for Virtus.pro, but they still have the Tech 9, I think, on Jamin, and nearly cost them.
Terrorists win.
It's a great kill from Norbert on Crimbo. I think that was the hard one. You would normally, you know, Crimbo in that kind of spot by himself late into the round, that's where he's the most clutch. And now they're going to throw flash in a lower. They don't have to push him after they throw this flash, but they're just going to, okay.
That's, I'm shocked he gets away there.
Yeah, very shocking.
2 ops on the field, of course, between JDC and Searson. So he goes back in and hunts. Searson repositions over towards long to support Crimbo. And honestly, he could get a fight through the doors. And considering how little health he has, fight through the doors ain't bad.
Got that same waterfall smoke out here for Flit.
Group up into B instead. We talked about putting Regon under a microscope on the B site. And then we praised JDC and his ability to help. But right now, JDC's got that op in middle. And it's looking like Regon's going to have his hands full. He's already put down his smoke grenade.
Wait for that
Doesn't
timing.
have time to throw the frag. Yeah, and they're just going to swarm through, man. JDC will peel a player off the window. He's going to try to challenge Door. Oh, okay. Man. JDC sets up tabseN, and that is 3 kills despite the original defender getting nothing for his best efforts. Crimbo finds the bomb planter uncovered, just standing in the open and toying with Norbert with the shoulder peek, just serving up a distraction here for Searson to eventually come through. But remember that low health from early on, 10 seconds to the clock, and Norbert needs to plant, so he gives himself a smoke and then switches over. Searson's flank connects, and when Regon drops the ball, JDC comes through.
Man, I can't believe he walked through that door with the op in hand just to hit 1 kill, then taps into the window just to hit 1 kill. That was a Na'Vi retake, okay? The way they were throwing bodies at this problem. Oh, this is so, I mean, so frustrated. I mean, I don't even think there's a flash. Like, did they even flash?
No,
they were all staring at the door. No one was blind.
And tabseN just getting the tracking onto the jump to plat. I mean, those are 2 kills that come down to the millisecond and the, you know, just the minute for Big. Otherwise, an excellent round for VP. Absolutely bullied Regon in the corner.
Yeah.
And instead, they're sent spiraling back down to majority pistols. So, all right, Big, you've been given a golden ticket, and you find a 5v4. Top middle player dead. Searson already somebody on his side of the doors, and that Tech 9 is going to soften him up for Norbert in the background.
That wasn't his own flash, was it?
I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah. tabseN, he's had a great, I think he's had a great series, to be honest. 9-3 right now. Oh, massive find. at.NADE could be great as well. Slows him down at least.
Could have been way worse damage-wise. VP still trying to force their way in. Fame's going to have to go for the plant as tabseN just continues to rack up damage. And brother, JDC gives them no room to breathe. He is on top of every moment that comes his way. Some of these aren't even set up for him, and yet he's still throwing himself at it.
I can't believe it. I mean, I wonder, we see rounds like this. How come JDC's aim can't be this good all the time? Because he's looking like a star player in some of these moments. The multis that he puts together, they're so calm. They're right to the head. They're really sharp. Right? Wow. Wow. VP are getting embarrassed here in this first half.
Limitations still coming through as well as we hit round 10. Scout for Jame.
I mean, they just have barely any kills, you know?
Yep. 1 frag on Flit, 2 for Fame, 3 for Norbert, 4 for Electronic. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's a point-and-click adventure, and right now it is Big that are clicking. Faster, harder, stronger. Flit reminds us what he can do, but that is only his 2nd kill of the map. And as Fame finds an adjoining frag, it's indeed Searson to connect to the head with the op. Now, mid could be compromised. If Regon steps out, or if Regon goes down again, B site once more, prime for the taking.
And Searson, he's kind of going up towards the cat boost, I think. This is a good way to approach. I feel like this covers the most options. They've got Long still under wraps. Pressure now on Regon. I mean, he's the one who's the most vulnerable. You won't have a fast rotate unless the op comes into play. Searson's activity, I mean, it's just beautiful, actually. I think you'll even hear that. Sees nothing. Of course, Crimbo can pull this timing off. And they're going to use the max seconds here. They're not going to get away with it. Oh, wait a second. Regon, hello?
Dude.
Where? What the hell, man?
Yep. It's a little
like
awkward,
the
huh?
Tunnels? They already pushed long.
I know. That makes absolutely no sense, but let's skate by it because Crimbo's flank could still find the timing. Doesn't spread. Bomb goes down off of it. Oh, we highlighted the need to hold this B site. Can they miraculously take it back again? Damage is good here from the tunnel flank. Now the pistol's out, but it's not enough. faiN gets away with it. 11 health makes the difference. Crimbo's flank just couldn't get the kill, and he won't find Jame either.
What
VP given a gift, bro.
I'm sorry, but like, your teammate's doing everything for you right there, so you got to have some better communication, because Regon should be just... The only thing he needs to focus on at that timing is the tunnel. It's the most kind of clear as day timing possible in this position, and yet he seems to be worried about everything, lurks included. So, I don't know. I have no idea what to say.
He also just double flashed 4 tunnels. Like, he just double flashed for it as if he was considering it, and then he just gets scrambled, man. It's panic. It looks like panic.
Yeah.
So tough, man. I understand. It's been a tough series for Regon. We've had a few bad maps for him in a big jersey. We've seen glimpses of improvement as well back at Cologne, but man, that could open the door for the VP spree of a few rounds at the end of the half. Luckily for them, that happens while they're sitting 8-1. And look at this. A gift again.
Take a shot, Tapson.
I know. He makes me so nervous. Trying to milk it again. I've seen those slip through Tabson's fingers the same way that the kills slip onto the board here to the favor of VP. Just 2 frags back. And Norbert, looking to disrespect this smoke, is going to blindside both remaining defenders in a second. Yeah, inadvertently almost sprayed down the second, but he'll jump on it, and lo and behold, Virtus.pro will jump on you giving them this chance. Seriously. You give them a second round, they make a third one off of the back of it. If they finish this half with 4, game on once they switch sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of imperfect decision-making that allows for chances like these, but that's what it is, right? I mean, Beg have had a lot of good rounds overall. I don't know where their money stands at the moment, but frustrated while they're winning. Another round slips through their fingers, and they're down to 3 MP9s, a Scout, and a Deagle.
MP9 finds a good position, though. JDC, dude, he just won't stop. He's making it look far easier than it looks for his teammates. Another smoke in long doors ahead of this 3-player pack. Nice flash from faiN. All the way in the background through the doors, and it just absolutely solar flares. Crimbo, Norbert's not going to miss a beat. Doubles down on the long play. He has absolutely now caught up and surpassed Jame, who then takes his 9th. So if anybody else was going to step up alongside VP's Opper, shout out Norbert one time. JDC looking to close down on it, looking to do everything himself. Regon's Desert Eagle gets nothing going. A door left ajar for VP. They will make the most of the moment, nab 4 rounds on the half, and look to come back on a CT side. Ooh, like a shark smelling blood in the water, you have let VP circle you on Dust 2 long enough for them to take a small bite out of you. And guess what, Mo? They like the taste of a comeback. So better be careful, Big. Protect your neck. Swim as fast as you can, or else this will be an embarrassing map 3 and elimination from the Showdown. 4 consecutive Showdown eliminations are what Big have faced. This could be number 5 if they let VP pull it off.
Yeah, no joke, and it's definitely possible. We know anything is possible.
Ooh, good
wow, what an unbelievable shot. Norbert barely peeking there from the back of single. I think JDC was the right guy to kill, though. That's the one you want out of the round.
paiN James, though, holding on the cross. Not allowed in until Crimbo shows up. Ooh, whoa. He doesn't have the key to the city because James got himself another couple kills. Triple for James in the pistol. He was the one beacon of hope for Virtus.pro in the first half that kind of kept things afloat long enough for them to put 4 rounds on the board.
Dude, Big are
off
going
the CT side too.
Tilted if they lose this game, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I think Virtus.pro, like, I just saw James smile a little bit. I can't remember the last time that's happened. That's the thing I think about James is, like, he never gets tilted because he's like, the one cure is just win in the end, you know? No matter what it takes, how you get there, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is the outcome of the match, and I think he kind of sees now that outcome looks a lot better. Oh my God, that's even with a scout wallbang headshot. Where'd that even come from?
That was a collateral off the scout through middle while Electronic peeks into a pack of 5 players and mows him down. Watch that kill feed. Bop. 2 frags, 1 bullet with the scout.
Wow, production, 1 a.m. making memes. I love that. That's good.
Cyclops is the most overrated X-Man. It's honestly, it's not even a superpower, it's just a curse. The poor guy can't look at anything without wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, and he has to have basically those pit vipers on all the time.
All the time. Can't fly, can't run fast. Ooh. But nobody's allowed to run from Electronic right now. Dude.
Oh, man.
Absolutely locking in lower tunnel. What's the plan there, Big?
Vanished, man.
What's the plan?
Big blew this game, you know, in that first half. That round 3 gone. Oh, it's really unfortunate. And I don't even know if it's him to blame or if it's communication, because it just seems so obvious what should have been done when he was going back to the back of the site. But that also means, like, how come he doesn't know it's obvious? You know, because we're switching between spectators. He's relying on communication. Is he not asking? Are they not saying? Or what's going on? But look at this lead. It's evaporated entirely. Virtus.pro are ready to tie this game up, and they know they're excited to play CT Dust here. I like Nightcrawler. I've always liked Nightcrawler.
That's kind of cool. Teleporting.
So, yeah.
He can teleport and he can stick to walls. Honestly,
and goes invisible. He's very unique. Yeah.
You know, because, like, if you could teleport anywhere, but then gravity got your ass, that ain't that helpful. But if you can teleport and then stick to the wall, very important. And his tail's sharp. That was a weird little bonus.
Forgot about that.
And shot out of James. And they're gonna try to run him down, but he's got support here. James always has a helping hand. Because it's all about James. Fame slides forward. Stops them in their tracks. They will try again, but don't you know, James always got the helping hands, never too far off. Poor Crimbo, stuck inside of a smoke, no teammates left over. All they wanted to do was kill James. Not allowed to happen. He stands tall at 16 and 9, draws them all into Fame to close it out, and the rifles are absolutely making mincemeat of Big. It's crazy to think they ever had a lead. It feels like all the momentum and attitude inside of the server has shifted to VP's favor now.
Their lead was about 8 or 9 minutes ago. Since then, it has been a slaughterhouse here. Masterclass put on from Virtus.pro. They capitalized on that one mistake at 7-1, let it happen, and now here we are, tied up. Very scary. I don't know. The tilt factor, I feel like, for Big is just going to be massive now that they're on the back foot.
Oh, Crimbo finds his.
Nice. Oh, they're sneaking into mid-B defense. They're hoping it's not the A site. Prepared to save in this situation. But it is going to be the A split coming in. The CT's starting to move back now, though. I kind of like that. And if they cut off JDC, this long play is not going to be nearly as strong. Or there's 2 players on Cat. Flash coming in.
Just the volley. Oof. Electronics going to take a player down. JDC from the corner. 2 kills in. And a third. Oh, that could have been, but he gets a little haphazard on the corner of the Cat. It's going to open a door for Flit to double back.
Yeah, they have another Molly as well. They have a lot of grenades to delay. Watch the time on this round. I know it's 40 seconds at the moment, but if they don't smoke this, and they're going to leave Taps in here to plant, they actually might have to come back to help him. Another Molly coming down. Yeah, keep an eye on that clock.
They just took stock of all the utility they had. Kind of pass it around back and forth, and there's a flash being set up, you'd think, by Flit. Nade goes deep, but not deep enough. Tabson puts bomb in. Yeah, they weren't able to fully stop it. James scoops up a smoke grenade as he doubles back towards CT spawn, and he will find nothing to pull on because Tabson's just keeping his head down on the site, and nobody else from Big are looking to make mistakes. These are the 3 you can truly trust in a clutch.
Not JDC, John doing clutches?
That's true. I started to say it. I really romanticized this trio of players, and then I wanted to include JDC, Mohan, but I had already started speaking.
Fair enough. Traitor.
John De Castro. Not a part of that post plant, but it is the big success story nonetheless. Careful, Regon, you're gonna pull all your hair out.
Yeah, actually.
Looks like he got an air conditioner in recent days, though. There's an AC unit behind Regon now, but the thing with the AC is that you got to close the window for it to work.
Yeah, it's really silly to turn on an AC. Maybe it's an air purifier, or
I don't know, man. That thing had a tank of a hose on it.
Oh, okay.
But you know, going back to our conversation from the other day, it's the Europeans are not used to air conditioning, so they're not quite sure how to, you know.
I think it's just just not that, you know.
Difficult topic for the Euro nerds.
Let's just say they put all their skill points into Counter-Strike.
Then you know what? They are better at Counter-Strike. That I can't deny. Oh, yeah, James saw that.
That's all he needed to see.
He saw
that little raisin.
Flow. Didn't want anything to do with it. Didn't want to be the first casualty of the round here, because Big do still have that lead.
John's coming, man. He's on fire.
Crimbo was looking at the player towards blue box, but he gets drawn right into the J-Mob. And they're going to transition into the mid to B. Very quick call here coming out of Big. Now, nobody for tunnels, so that's 2 sets of eyes just locking in towards doors and window. fame peaks. Won't be able to snap the shot down to Regon, who does get the entry. Man advantage is Virtus.pro's for the retake, but Searson fades back towards Tons using the op. Regon on the window. Does he peek this? He's going to try to pick a position, dude, but he's just flying all over the place, walking back into the flat box
set him up.
instead.
He's got to play a little actively, make sure Searson doesn't die though in this position.
Uh-oh, they're
he's
in.
getting tagged, yeah.
He gets a headshot, gets traded out by Norbert, and Searson has to come back. Will find the kill to Jane, but he's full blind, and Norbert doesn't finish off the frag. Bomb fully planted, exposed, 2 tunnels. Searson's gonna be looking to come in, but you gotta
Oh, and he got the kill too? What?
What?
Captain Norbert. I don't know how he did that.
He diffused and then got the headshot.
I have no idea how he pulled that off.
Captain, my captain. Okay, Norbert. Admiral Norberto. Check this last frag out. How does he manage? Defuse.
Boom. Wow.
And shoot.
Literally.
Wow.
I feel like he was prepared just to get back on it again. I don't know if he could
for
have,
sure.
though.
But
that was wild.
Hey, that's a crazy sequence.
Yeah.
And here we go. Norbert back into the heat of it. Falling away from long. Doesn't want to die. Just do not be the reason this one falls apart.
If they change
the comeback is real.
They could save this map, man. But for the time being, okay, what a play. Actually, an advanced, fast lurk out of JDC's in jeopardy of getting caught off, but...
Dude, he is absolutely playing his best game at the moment, doing his own thing at all times. Will be found out because he is so incredibly alone. But
now
the
they're
trade-off, 4 strong into the A site, go big. Like you said, this inevitable delay. We've got another incendiary on Flitz, but he's down in CT spawn, and Searson almost gives up the long frag. Holy hell, if Searson dies there, all of a sudden, Fame is knocking on the door of the long flank.
And Flit has another molly. He's not even using it, though.
Gets hit by the frags. They've got a cache of nades.
So much.
Dunked on, and now long is compromised. Searson does have to give it up, and that's going to welcome the long peak. Searson's traded out. Tabson's found a kill. Regon locked in behind car, empty-handed. And as Tabson goes into the AWP, he doubles back onto the site. They are underneath him on a ramp. They don't expect him to be this close. Oh, he gets to the cover. Tabson, one more shot, but no, sir, not given over. Fame to close it. And VP, no, they're pulling rounds out of the hat right now.
Can't believe how did Tabson nearly get away with an op shot right there and leaving, man. Regon, he's having a nightmare map. But you know what? Last time he took glasses off, he got a round.
That's what this has come to?
I think it's come down to superstition at this point.
Okay.
I think it's beyond science, preparation, deathmatch, crosshair placement, communication. It's about
in the stars.
It's in the stars. Glasses, horoscopes, habits is something. Gotta take a sock off? I don't know. All right.
Norbert.
That didn't work out too well for Norbert.
Nope. I feel like he'd been playing that better too, but
Regon, man, if you got to kill that last round, that was just a guaranteed position. They're gonna walk by this. They are. Oh, James just barely missed the timing. They're up on the site. CT's looking a little bit confused, of course.
Tronic chucks out the incendiary. Bomb will be planted regardless. Still, half a JDC shaved off. Do they make this play?
Doesn't look like it. They don't have any utility left over.
Well, they're gonna have to let this one go. It was never gonna be a blowout.
It was never gonna be clean.
We learned back on Ancient to start the series. We should have always seen this coming.
Terrorists win.
Not Norbert's best moment. Poor guy. Well, now I just feel bad. Taking it rough, Mo. But honestly,
it kind of came down to that kill, though.
Yeah, it did. You just peeked into him. Crimbo, gets bested this time. Electronic ready for the wide swing.
Yeah, no damage
and it's
goes
a fast transition. We've seen this before. Big just pounce onto the mid to be in place of having any kind of long play. But dude, that smoke is just exposing Regon to the CT spawn. Flit will get wallbang back. JDC trying to save the day again, but at the moment they're just losing their momentum in middle. They're losing the steam of the rush into B. And so with fame down beneath window, they understand they are just walking into it. The trap has been set. tabseEST position unknown, but he steps forward into the fame angle, and youch. That one does not look good.
I mean, the last 2 rounds basically come down to the long kill, right? And this time it's VP who win it. So as soon as they run out mid, I don't know. Is that the T smoke? Is that the T mid B smoke? I don't know, because like that didn't smoke anything and it came up really early. Like unless they threw that from like way before, I don't even know how they pulled that off, but it looked like Flit knew the entire time he was going to be able to get a free peek off. Another one that's a little bit messy. Big have enough money to put together a full buy here, but
yeah,
that's it.
With the smoke, it's like if it is a T smoke, then obviously it ain't good enough. And secondly, if it is a CT smoke, you'd think you'd be worried about it if you were Regon.
For sure, or yeah, or just smoke it yourself, you know, in that case.
It felt pretty obvious that there was a gap on that.
I agree.
But throwing caution to the wind, just trying to charge forward, I suppose, kind of getting lost in the excitement of an immediate snap call, the aggression to B. He tried to embody it, but instead he gets bodied. JDC tucks behind cat stairs. fame tries to get a headshot on him. There's a 3-player pack coming out of Electronic now.
Oh, they don't commit. This actually works out quite well for the CT side. They lose some utility, but look at their position up here on cat. And you know that Big want to just like go in B right now, make something fast happen.
Molly
no lucky kills going their ways. Yeah.
JDC was trying to unroot Electronic, but
look at the map though, man. There's no mid B players, no one on B at all except for Jame.
Oh man, JDC's done good work from this corner. He's on his own for the moment. So many players on the other side. He's just distracting them all. Jame is going to have a handful of players come at him from the tunnels while JDC dies empty-handed. It has to be the B hit. You've got no other choice. 15 to the clock, and the utility and the rotation is in place in time. Virtus.pro comfortable to hang on to this bomb site. Electronic makes sure nothing goes down. VP have secured OT after being down immensely. 8-1 for Big once upon a time.
And it feels like so many years ago, Norbert's like, all right, guys, listen, we know how to win this now. We got this. One more to go. It's a great round out of Jame in terms of holding his nerve because he has to hit a hard shot to kick things off. He misses a second one, but he knows even if he dies in the flames for the next kill, his teammates are already there. He's done his job in delaying. JDC can't get his clean kill on cat, and some of these individual isolated duels are not going to weigh a Big. Oh my god, that's not the way you want to go.
tabseEST gets deleted. Oh, Recon. He's absolutely riding the roller coaster that is Counter-Strike at the moment. He's able to return the favor to his teammates for carrying him this far, but just deleted as the rifles bounce back for VP. And down
for everyone.
8-1. They let this door reopen, and Electronic's gonna close it. Virtus.pro eliminate VP. Excuse me. Big Clan. And lock in a game versus Falcons. VP or Falcons in the forum. That is what we are guaranteed. Norbert also alongside Regon riding that wave of emotion, but for him it's jubilation. Incredible comeback to close this.
Incredible comeback that was from VP in a game where you thought Big had it, you thought Big were in control, you thought Big were going to win after the first 6, 7, 8 rounds, Mauri. You're all thinking to yourself, VP, they got nothing to show for on Dust 2, and then what happened?
Man, what happened? I feel like that T side just started collapsing out of nowhere. I mean, they only got 2 rounds on their T side. Some of the rounds got pretty close, as you can see, a couple defuses, but a really tight stick from Norbert on the B side defuse. And honestly, I think once that happened, Big lost a little bit of composure. The calling got a little bit messier. They ran out for a mid to B without a CT spawn smoke. And I would just consider those uncharacteristic errors for a Big team that is usually praised for their utility usage and just seemingly skipping steps at the very end of it all.
I mean, it's been a long day of Counter-Strike, and we've been on this for quite some time. Do you think there's a bit of fatigue within the Big squad right now? Do you think that some of that decision-making and some of the, dare I say, lackluster Counter-Strike they showcased was a little bit down to the fact that we are now sitting here at 1:30 a.m. in Europe?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, Pimp, what time is it over there? And I mean, I don't think I do anything my best at 1:30 a.m. And that's that. Yeah, so I can't really imagine that Big are probably playing at the highest level. In studio, they were a cleaner team. In studio, they beat VP on this map. So I feel like, and I felt like the T side was actually a strong reason as to why they did that. And today, yeah, I think that you know, there's actually a case to be made here that they maybe could have even played better on Dust 2 here if it was the first map of the day, or maybe they even should just think about their sleep schedule a little bit. I'm not trying to look for too many exterior, ulterior ways as to how Big could have won this one, because VP were honestly just better. The individual quality was better. The catches on the CT side were a lot better from them, and people like Electronic really stepped up in the waning moments of the game.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned his name, Electronic. You know, we kind of prefaced the game saying that he's been struggling a little bit, that VP so far have been struggling with Electronic on the lineup, despite it's been almost 4 months since he joined. So again, I don't want to conclude too much, but now 2 wins in a row for VP. You're 1 game away from the fall finals. Are we finally starting to see a little bit of hope within this VP squad?
I don't know if hope is the right word, because I still don't really see them beating top 5 teams in the world, which to me was sort of the objective when you got a top tier player like Electronic. But they're competitive, and I think that's probably and they're kind of an upset team right now, which is nice. Like, they beat G2 a month ago, so there's some hope. It's at least it's not trending completely downwards. I guess that's a benefit right now. I'm thinking right now that VP, it's almost like they need to reach this very like all of these win conditions need to match at the same time. Like, the planets have to align where Electronic is feeling the game, James making good calls, you're getting help from Flit and faiN and Norbert, and like I just don't see it every single day, and that's why this game got incredibly scrappy. Big definitely could have won it, but at the end they had more resolve, which is really what I expected. And prefacing with the fact that they're all major winners, you kind of expect that when games are getting a little bit more tense, they're going to eke out these kinds of wins.
Well, speaking of hope, there's no more hope for Big, unfortunately. They have been eliminated from the Blast Showdown 2024, which means their chances of making it to the fall finals in Copenhagen are no longer existent. They fought well, they did their absolute best, but as you can see on the bracket showing up on your screen right now, we have now found our 4 teams who are gonna battle it out tomorrow for those 2 spots heading into the fall finals. You got FaZe taking on OG, and then of course you got the other side of the bracket as well, where VP now booked a spot versus Falcons. They are fighting for a spot to go to the fall finals, and as you can see, Maui, it's stacked already with some of the best teams in the world.
Right. It would be really a nice sort of bonus for your season if you're able to punch a ticket in there, have a nice run. And I feel like in some ways that's kind of what saved VP season last time around. The fact that they made the top 4 at the Blast Spring Finals, probably one of the only bright spots for what has otherwise been a really turbulent kickoff to Electronic's addition to the team. So there's a lot to gain from actually making it there. And so obviously everybody's going to be battling super hard tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and we got that for you tomorrow. However, before we finish with today, we gotta look at the Traded Player of the Day's nominees, because we have some cool plays coming up, and we're starting off with a bit of Big Ozera, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Big Ozera here on the pistol, having a really nice round for himself. Couldn't quite pick up the win against FaZe, but at least he's gonna have this highlight to keep himself warm at night.
Playing the P2000 as well. Not a lot of people do that. Now FaZe coming in with another pistol. That's the Tech 9, and I guess the entering path right here with the Tech 9 is not too shabby, and he just continues left, right, and center. It's a nice play by FaZe right here, and potentially a win as well.
And I want to give a big shout out to JDC, not just for this highlight that he got today against VP, but the fact that I really feel like today he showed a lot of mettle in terms of how he was able to lock down middle on Ancient, how he always felt like he was good for a trade frag or maybe a surprise kill that VP weren't expecting. And even though he didn't come out with the victory, I think JDC's really proven himself on this roster already.
I would agree. I think he had a fantastic showing today, and a little bit unfortunate for him it didn't lead to a win. However, somebody was winning today in the GGBet predictions, and someone is on top of that game, and I think we should take a closer look at it to see who can still win this goddamn thing. None of us really predicted that the Complexity wouldn't do too well in that first game. As a matter of fact, we're all wrong. A couple of dudes went for paiN as well, and a couple of dudes went for Big. Maui, not your best day, not your best work, but as you can see on the scores, it's pretty close all the way around.
I think the objective of this is to beat Jackie, so I'm happy.
True.
I can't let a guy picking the underdog every time win.
There's only one loser at the end of the day, so at the end of the day, that makes an awful lot of sense.
Yes, exactly.
Alrighty. Well, we are just about ready to round off the day, but before we do that, I think we have a schedule that we want to show you for tomorrow. As we already pre-faced, we have 2 more games for you at the Blast 2024 Showdown, and not to forget that this is the last time ever we're gonna have a Blast Premier Showdown. It's been many years of all these fun events in this hard cutthroat bracket, but tomorrow we conclude it all. We're starting off with FaZe versus OG, and then we have Falcons versus Virtus.pro. Which one of the 2 games, Maui? If you can only watch one, which is actually pure stupidity, you should watch both. But if you had to watch one, which one would it be?
I would have to watch the second one. I feel like FaZe is destined to beat OG if they play at even 80% of the level that we know that they should, and I feel like the Falcons VP one is much more up in the air. And I'm not just saying that because their mascot is a falcon, but just one more shout out to you, Pimp. Congrats again on winning Analyst of the Year. I know that you're definitely going to celebrate tonight for this one.
Yeah, I'm going straight to bed, and I'm gonna dream about that trophy that I, by the way, haven't received yet all night. So thank you so much for that, Mari. I very much appreciate your company today. It's been a long day. I think my OBS has been live for almost 12 hours, which indicates that all the games today have gone all the way. No. We had 9 maps in 3 games. We had overtimes. We had it all. We're all gonna jump on a quick break. When I say quick, I mean a long break. We're gonna get some sleep, and when we come back tomorrow, it is with the final day in, I guess, history of the Blast Premier Showdown. 2 games, 2 spots. It's gonna bang, so I'll see you there tomorrow.